watch out for in this roster is Yummy, who racked up an impressive 14 eliminations in a single match. They will be joined by Xavier, Alliance, and Talon Esports. In PMCL of Southeast Asia, Harambro had to give it their all against their fierce rivals Oja Esports. But with Federales putting on a spectacular show, Harame Bro snagged the victory, claiming the title and qualified for Pmwc by a 1-point margin. From the CSA region, 4 Miracle Vibes and Team Falcons were in a fierce battle for the title. Ultimately, 4 Miracle Vibes emerged victorious, with 98 eliminations and a consistently strong placements. The MVP, Doc, was a key factor in their success and is definitely a player to watch. Joining them on the journey to Riyadh are Madballs and IHC Esports. In South Korea, DRX dominated with impressive aggression and consistency, earning them the PMPS title, whereas D+ Kia will be joining them after winning PMRC Korea vs Japan. Over in Japan, KAG Osaka made a stunning impact on the final day, closing the finals with back-to-back chicken dinners. The PMGO champions, Reject, will also join them competing in the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Meanwhile, in PEL in China, Tianba's MVP QZZ made an unforgettable 1v4 play in boot camp during the league stages, setting a high bar for the competition. Tianba took an early lead into the finals and claimed the championship title and the spot for the PUBG Mobile World Cup. TJB Esports will join them, having secured the top spot in PEL annual points. Last but not least, we have 2 teams with special invites. Power Esports will represent Saudi Arabia as the host country invite, while Vampire Esports, the previous back-to-back mid-season champions, will join for the opportunity to defend their title. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament, and don't forget to cheer on your favorite teams. Mid-season champions will join for the opportunity to defend their title. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament, and don't
You know what? We're just gonna start. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. My name is the 7WG, and we're on day 2.
Bro! You're supposed to wait for me.
I'm sorry, man. I thought you weren't gonna show up. Are you ready for day 2?
No, I was born ready. Group Greed is entering the fray. That means the legendary Vampire Esports and Tony K are about to enter the arena.
Not only that, we're gonna have Team Falcons as well. And on top of that, we're gonna be having Group Red playing their last day. Group Yellow, though, they're gonna be watching.
Absolutely. D+ Kia, this is their last chance to get points. They're on top of the leaderboards already. Can they hang on?
Stay tuned and find out what's gonna happen at the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. D+ Kia, this is their last chance to get points. They're on top of the leaderboards already. Can they hang on?
Stay tuned and find out what's going to happen at the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024. We're into day 2 of our group stage, and if you missed out on day 1, well, you missed out on our South Korean overlords stepping up and taking first place off the bat. But the question is, D+ Kia hold on to that. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and unfortunately, I still, no matter how hard I try, cannot do this alone. I swear I won't say that tomorrow. I got to bring in 2 gentlemen to help me break things down. What's going on today? We've got 7 Worlds Gaming and Colors going to be joining me here on the stage. So I think 7 might be a little bit late. Kalaris, we saw him out on the boulevard with hot juice. Hey, there he is. He's got small feet, or small legs, so it takes him a while to get here.
It does. Trust me, I was running as fast as I can. It looked like a cartoon.
Might be a little bit late.
I was chilling having a cup of tea. It was lovely.
Yeah, I think that's the most I've seen you run ever.
I mean,
You're more of a rower, to be
yeah,
fair.
it's been collecting dust though.
I mean, well, gentlemen, we've had 1 day of play already kick off so far, and very unexpected results, I'd say, Kalaris. D plus Mia taking the #1 position off the bat.
Yeah, especially since I had an anticipated position of I didn't think they were going to be able to do it, but then they did. That's really annoying. No, I like it. Back to our South Korean overlords. Hooray! Admittedly, though, the 2 games that really propelled them to the top, though, our first Sanhok, nobody's going to rival their high ground position. Our Erangel, whether in the compound, all they had to do was really defend that breach, and then they've got themselves 12 eliminations, as well as I think a 4th place. So those 2 really push them high. It is a little bit of a symptom of everyone's a little bit scared at day 1, but you know, I think they'll still be doing all right.
Yeah, I think for me, D plus, one of the biggest worries has to be the placement points that they ended up getting. I think it was 14 placement points, which I mean they ended up getting 10 from the chicken dinner that they got. If what's going to happen if for some reason their firing power, their fragging power that we saw yesterday is not there, because they had 3 players with 11 or more eliminations.
Yeah, and it's honestly looking pretty good as we can take a quick little recap of what did happen yesterday with D plus taking the initial win on Sanhok. And keep in mind, the map order you see there is what we're sticking with today. But we didn't have a repeat winner at all yesterday. And that kind of feeds into what you're talking about yesterday, Kalaris, about the uncertainty, about how kind of even it is across the board here in Pubg Mobile Esports at the moment.
It proliferates through so many numbers from our groups, red and yellow, going up against one another. The standings overall were so close. Hey, even the eliminations across the board were so close. I'm sure we can dive into it a little later on, but it really does go to show that the skill level across all regions as a whole is evening out as everyone challenges to be the top.
And the thing is, one group going to be sitting out, Group Red going to be playing the rest of their matches today, which means Group Green, the group of death's going to be coming into this one. And there are so many high caliber teams here in Group Green that honestly, this is going to be a real test for Red Group.
I mean, where do we start? We have the reigning champions of PMGC, Al Ula IHC, and then on top of that, you have Team Falcons, which, I mean, we were saying about how much we don't really have favorites here. In a way, they are favorites, as they are your prediction team for winning everything.
They're the greatest. And truly the greatest.
Now they really...
No, absolutely. I mean, they're looking poised to challenge for a top spot. That being said, there's a little bit of, I'm going to call it, Alpha 7 about them, right?
Yes.
Oftentimes, they can't round it out in some of those extreme moments at the end of tournaments. So, Team Falcons, as much as you're the greatest, you need to be truly, truly the greatest.
Yes.
He's just trying to flex those biceps, let's be honest.
No, stop.
He even made a post like, this is the most jacked I look.
Over there?
I would have done this when I was... Never mind, whatever.
Well, there's one more team we didn't mention, but I know we've talked about this off air. Mad Bulls. This team went from EMEA, you were talking about this in particular, going over to CSA, which is easily a way more difficult region, and they were still able to be one of the top teams.
Very difficult to do it, right? Of course, as Mad Bulls, they were able to qualify for internationals in the past, and they were able to do pretty well for themselves when it comes to PMGC. But then they decide, you know what? Let's move over to CSA. What a terrifying and daunting prospect regionally to then try and qualify for your global tournaments. And they're still able to do it. That is nuts. The fact that you can kind of adapt from one region to another, because they play very differently, and then still come out in a winning-ish position, not #1, but enough to be able to qualify. It's insane.
And the thing is, I'm curious how they're going to do here, though. I think for Mad Bulls, looking back on CSA, it took them a little bit of time to adapt, to kind of like figure out, okay, how the lobby is going to play out, how are we going to play around this? But you only have 2 days of play here to figure out those adaptations. But then again, you only have to be better than 50% of the teams out there to make it into the main stage.
I mean, talking about adapting, one team that I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on is going to be Team Liquid, right? They're currently the champions out of PMSL Americas, but they've always felt like they are the little brother, even when they were back in Loops. They always felt like they were the little brother of Alpha 7, because when it came to an international event, they just weren't able to perform to the likes that we expected them to, especially with what they were able to do on the region. Luckily for them, they do have a coach now available, which is Coach Knight. he was able to join in February, and I feel like that's going to give him a little bit more confidence to his team. Obviously, the players have a lot more experience as well now internationally. I'm hoping that they're not going to be getting into the heads, and I'm hoping that they start off hot here, kind of like what we saw yesterday out of Alpha 7.
Yeah, steady play really kind of epitomizes Team Liquid for me. They were able to, especially on Erangel, right, take control of certain hills, be able to fan out as far, not too far away from each other. I'm not thinking like Alliance from yesterday or across the cliffside. That was a bit wide, but a little bit more tight than that, and just control space. Be it even center or be it edge. Team Liquid's got it on lockdown. Can you bring it to international? That's the question mark.
I'm going to throw a bone in here really quickly. Or not a bone, I don't know why I said bone. I'm going to just throw a random one at you, because I know you did want to talk about them on day one, but didn't have the opportunity. Talon.
See,
the
reason why I want to talk about Talon especially is because of Misery, the player. I got a chance to talk to him. Before, he didn't really have that confidence because he was playing behind the Twins. He wasn't like the main star out of that team. I feel like in Talon here, he has finally gotten the chance to shine. He has finally gotten a chance to showcase his actual skills, and this is going to be a big testament because on top of that, he has LaFlame that used to be one of his coaches. Is still with him in Talon Esports. It just comes down to how they're going to come out, and hopefully we don't see any nades from them like what we saw yesterday from Boom.
I mean,
come on.
We did see a lot of nades
from them.
Was it 12?
Too many.
Didn't really hit much, unfortunately, for them. But one thing that, or actually a couple players who were hitting some things, is our top 3 players from yesterday. And it kind of doesn't do full justice to how really close everything was. Regiosio was our MVP of the day with his 500 damage lead over Lamborghini. But we had, what was it, James? 5 players
at least
on 12
5.
eliminations?
Yep.
Yeah, at least 5, because we couldn't see past that.
So obviously you asked us at the end of the day, who's going to be the MVP, guys? And this is why we had a hard time, all right? The fact that these 3, yes, being able to take 12, and then obviously we had another 2 getting 12 eliminations as well, it showed once again how much that lobby was so close to one another in terms of skill. It was very difficult to pinpoint who the standout was, how they were standing out, because of how awesome the level of play has gotten to. So I'm hoping for it today. I think Green is going to come in and shake that up completely. I think maybe we'll see a bit more of a disparity at the top.
Well, we've seen disparity alone when it comes to the 2 groups, I should say, right? We'll take a look at that when we get into our overalls with Group Yellow struggling a little bit. But before we get to that, one thing I do love about live events that we don't really get to do too often is seeing the player reactions. And luckily, we do have quite a few of them from yesterday, brought to you by Pepsi. So let's take a look here and enjoy. I think the best part about that was you're not seeing anything over the top just yet, because every team realizes, I mean, yeah, chicken dinner is good, but this is only the group stage. We still need to get into the main tournament, and that's where we can win potentially $400,000. So smart for them to keep composure, which I think you were saying yesterday with Alpha 7 in particular. They got to win, but they're like, okay, all right, let's just keep grinding, keep at it, because we don't need to celebrate yet.
Yeah, you don't want to count all your ducks in a barrel just yet. Here. What are you?
I see what you did there.
Because I think 7 said it, but I gave you the credit.
Oh, this always happens. I mean, no, I always say this.
Reverse.
It's like when Max is on the desk, you know?
He's here with us in spirit. But let's take a look at our overalls really quickly at the end of day 1. D plus Kia, 57 points, but there's not a big gap as you go down this list. But one thing you will notice, it's a lot of Group Red teams in here.
It really is. I mean, and the best part is that for some of these red teams, I feel like if they're able to just get a little bit enough points today, they're more than likely going to be able to qualify. They're going to be a little bit more reassured with them having to sit out the final day. Some of the other stuff, though, that we're currently going to be keeping an eye on is that in Group Red, you're going to be able to see one team that's not currently here, and that is going to be Brute Force. They're going to be on the second page, and that's a team that a lot of people were expecting that they would skip the survival, they would actually go into the main event, and for them to not even be in the first stage here, that's a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely so. I'll talk about it in just a moment, but 1 through 7, unbelievably close here, and that kind of rises testament to what we were saying about how close red versus yellow was. I expect a bit of a shake-up from some of those red teams up here, as I think that they can still hold on and be able to take some of those spots. So red is looking pretty, as you say, for brute force. I said it at the start yesterday, I think that they run hot or cold. They had an insane game to be able to really put themselves on the podium in EMEA. One Miramar game was really a huge determining factor for them, but yesterday it really didn't materialize. It's their last day today, only 32 points. They are the one at the bottom of red right now. They've got to be scared.
And something that we got to keep an eye on brute force too is they were fighting a lot outside of the circle. Hopefully they'll be able to change that today.
All right, well, it is time to check in with our commentators here. We're going to be joining us for the first couple of games. It's going to be, of course, none other than Jimmy Allen, also known as John Allen, and Hockey. You guys are below us. I thought you were supposed to be over there, so I'll actually go back on this side. I don't know, 7, you got to be careful there. But
I wanted to say hi to 7 up there. I was like, hey, 7, what's up?
We're just going all over the place, man.
That's the tallest he's ever felt.
Dude, so when did you change your name to Jimmy?
Look, it was a temporary thing. I actually just changed it back again.
Wow.
So I'm now John Allen again.
Very interesting.
It's me,
Well, gentlemen,
John
really
Allen.
quickly, if you can hear. Can you guys hear
I can
me?
hear you.
Yeah, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Oh,
What's
okay,
up, bro?
okay.
I was saying that's the first time 7's actually felt tall, but while you guys have a quick couple of seconds here, talk to us really quickly. Like, day 2, Group Green coming in. How do you feel about that?
Dude, I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked. I mean, Vampire Esports is coming on in here. That's the team I got my eye on. And I know you're looking at Team Falcons, John.
Absolutely. These guys absolutely blasting on all cylinders. Pretty hopeful for their performance today. Also Team Liquid, as the guys have been talking about. So we'll look forward to those in the games.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you in just a few moments' time when we get into the first match. Is it a coincidence that Falcons, whose logo's green, is in Group Green?
Oh.
Oh, hard-hitting stuff here at the death. I'm taking
I don't
over
know.
now, guys. If you just...
All right, Clark's the host now. I'll see myself out. You guys obviously are hearing about the teams we expect to do extremely well here. We want to hear about who you expect to do extremely well. You can head over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in and potentially compare to the likes of what we have. But we all know the analysts here have the best predictions in the game. Unless you're Max Man, he's got the best curse in the game.
Team Falcons. Yes.
You can't trade.
Wait, what?
No.
you're Maxman.
I'm being Baxman. Team Falcons is going to win. I just need a jersey, and then I'll really fully curse
You
them.
almost
Oh,
did it.
and you need probably like half your hair.
Yeah, you almost did it. Oh, yes.
Lose it.
It's Maxman.
Oh.
Yes, Falcons.
No.
You almost,
Can't do that
you almost
voice.
went that far. That was
Uh-huh.
I mean, Falcons is a great choice, right? I mean,
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are so many great teams in
Yes.
this group. I have to empathize with the position that you take. Team Liquid has an opportunity. And I say every tournament, it's time for Brazil to win, please.
What if it actually turns out to be Team Liquid winning and Alpha 7 second place?
Oh, no.
Actually, the evil in me hopes for that.
I mean, yeah, I love the chaos that ensues for that.
I wouldn't be
potentially.
surprised. I'm so used to it as an Alpha 7 fan.
But 7, you haven't even mentioned our NA representative coming into this one. GK first, TJB. I'm curious to see if he's going to be playing. I know I caught him completely off guard, but as you can see behind me, we got 8 seconds to go until we head into our first match of day 2. Group Green making his debut. Let's see how things kick off as we head down to the stage.
And a who?
The tone is set. Our players have had a taste of what it is like to compete here on the main stage. And today, Group Red will complete the first part of their journey, and their fates will be sealed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the group stage of the PUBG Mobile World Cup and Esports World Cup.
Yes, I love it. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside Sandstorm, and just 6 maps remain before Group Red will set the bar for the rest of our competitors. It's quickly getting heated here in the STC arena as our team start to realize that, you know what? First impressions mean everything.
That they do, because Group Green joins us on the battlegrounds today, which begs the question, will they be immediately on the back foot as Group Red already have 6 games under their belt? Will they be able to surmount all the pressure that they are feeling at this point in time? Will the new faces come out swinging and take down every single one of their opponents? Only time will tell.
That is right. Remember, only 12 teams will make it out of this stage unscathed. So, while our remainder will battle it out in the survival stage, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here, Sandstorm. I believe it is time to introduce our teams to the main stage to kick off day 2, starting with Group Red and 4 Miracle Vibes. Besiktas Black. Alliance. Brute Force. Reject. Tianba. D plus Kia. D Xavier.
Here comes Group Green, starting off with Vampire Esports. Alona IHC Esports. Team Falcons. TJB Esports. Talon Esports. Team Liquid. Mad Bulls. And finally, Harami Bro. There we have it, the 16 teams competing in today's games. And you better keep an eye on for the teams from Group Green. How closely were they watching their opponents yesterday? Any chinks in the armor they may have found? Any cracks that were exposed? And will they be able to exploit them today?
If there wasn't enough pressure already, remember there is $1 million on the line for this stage alone. So, with that being said, I believe it is time to kick off day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. Casters, take it away.
Day number 2, baby. Let's get after it. You heard Banks say it himself. 2 more days and $1 million is getting chunked away from this prize pool. I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary John Allen, bro. $1 million. That's a lot of money.
Like that you called me legendary there as well. That's very flattering. Thank you very much. You're not so bad yourself. Group Red's last day, though, that is a big factor that's going to be weighing on these teams' minds going into the day. Obviously, the debut of the Death Group, Group Green, coming through as well. So everything gonna be a little bit on shaky ground, I think, at the start.
Yeah, you know what? And all these teams are gonna have tons of experience when it comes to this type of, you know, situation, tournament format, if I say so myself. You know, so we have to keep an eye on, obviously, is Group Red, right? Group Red need to not believe the scoreboard at all, right? They just need to put up so many points that nobody can pass them.
Yeah, that's going to be the main thing for them today. It's going to be really interesting to see how they take on that dynamic. I was taking a look at some of the numbers, and I've got a small estimate for you, Jukes, as to where I think that bubble's going to be. Obviously, we're going to be looking at 12th place, going directly through to those finals, right? Which means that it's halfway down the table. Now, in order to draw a parallel to that, you look at halfway down the first 16 teams, which is the 8th place team is the representative who would essentially be pushed down because you're adding 8 more teams.
Oh, that's right.
You're folding them through. It's about 6 points a match right now.
Okay.
In that position, which would put the bubble at 72 points. So to be safe, you're looking at wanting to push up over 75, over 80. That's where we're going to start to see teams getting quite safe. Now, D+ Kia from Group Red, they are going to have their last day today. They're on 57, right? So they're not too far off that bubble already.
Yeah, so you know, that's to be able to make it into those finals coming up.
Correctly,
Remember, for everybody that's just tuning in, it is top 12 from this stage that are going to be moving straight directly to the finals. The bottom 12 going to that survival stage, and that is a place you don't want to be because we're going to have some more teams coming in, and they are watching this. They are studying these squads with a magnifying glass, so you don't want to be in that spot. But yeah, D+ Kia, not too far off. They had a great day one, obviously. 57 total points. They are our leaderboard leaders right now, but that, again, we did not see Group Green play at all, so they cannot get comfortable. Yeah, making it to the main stage is great. We can't forget there's $1 million on the line here. That's a lot of money. You want to be able to get as high up on the leaderboards as you possibly can.
Yeah, each spot's worth over $1 grand, right?
Whew.
So you definitely want to be pushing as fast and as hard as you can go. You don't want to lose those keys, right? Those, that's what's all important here. I don't think we're going to be crushing any for quite a little bit. I think it's the survival stage where we'll cut
Which makes sense.
our teams, right? So it's going to be the end of the week, and we're going to have, what is it, like 12 keys to crush in a row? That's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun to watch if you're fans of the teams that are doing the crushing. You know, that's for sure. So, you know, these teams got to go and put everything on the line, especially Group Red, because this is their last day. So if they fumble today, and I'm looking at teams like IWNRX, Power, Boom, Inco, so many names, you know, had a really kind of rough day one. They got to make sure they put in some work here today. So Group Red, obviously, you know, IWNRX, they're in Group Yellow. We'll see them tomorrow. But, you know, at the end of the day, D+ Kia, that's the team I have my eye on. I don't think anybody expected for them to be up on top here at the end of the day one.
No, Keloris definitely expected them to be.
Oh, that's true.
For sure, 100%. That's what he believed. Obviously a bit of a lie. We're only teasing him. No, he didn't think, as you rightly said, as with everybody else, that we'd be seeing that. We saw some very steady hands just there from Besiktas. I mean, it looks like they're taking it all in their stride. Right now, they're in 8th place. So as it stands, if you expand the table with 8 more teams being put in there, they would be right on that bubble. And obviously, it's not phasing them. They're taking it in their stride.
Yeah, they are. You know, as a matter of fact, another team I got to talk to. I got to talk to Brute Force a little bit earlier today. You know, they were a little frustrated with their performance. You know, they said a couple things surprised them. They made some adjustments, and they know that today is their last day, so they got to put in some serious work. I think the biggest disappointment yesterday was that first match in Sanhok. You know, they landed on that northwestern island. They got that circle. And they were right next to D+ Kia. They could have challenged them early on and taken that high ground, but instead they played it safe and weren't able to put up as many points I think they wanted to. Yeah,
I mean, that first Sanhok, they got 4th place with 4 limbs. And they also, in the 4th match of the day, the final, Erangel, they came 2nd with 3 limbs, right? And getting those podium finishes, but not converting with a decent chunk of limbs. I'm looking at sort of 6 or more as being a decent chunk, right? It's just a little bit galling because you know you've gotten deep into this game. This is your chance. The only strong performance they had was that 3rd place on the first Miramar with 10 eliminations, which they were able to obviously rack up a load of points for that. But it's just too few and far between right now. We know that Brute Force can do it. They are the champions of BGMI, right? They are coming in as a tournament winner. So to be down towards the lower end of the table, not really as illustrious as maybe they hoped moving into this.
Yeah, I mean, 3 games with 0 points, you can't afford that in a tournament like this, especially 3 days, that's all you got. And actually 2, right? You got 2 days of playing total, and this is their last day, so they can't afford any mistakes. Yeah, you know, in a tournament like this, to get top 12, maybe you could afford 1 or 2 bad games. That's about it. You got to pop off all the rest, so for a team like Brute Force, they've definitely, you know, stamped all of their bad games in day one. They have to go off today. Now, another team that is in Group Red, right above them, only separating by 4 points, is Besiktas Black. What do you think about them?
Well, I was talking before, right? They were holding the hand out, very steady, cool, calm, collected. I like that shot. It's pretty cool. But it's kind of, to be honest, this is a team that I think overall people were potentially a little bit surprised to see make it all the way through. They did manage to get up into 3rd place in the EMEA region, and they obviously have got a lot of very talented players. But at the moment, I feel like it's not the sort of team that you look at from the region, certainly from EMEA, when you're thinking about the best team, right? It is definitely a team with a lot to prove. So if they can get into those finals directly, avoid the the survival stage later on, that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things we have to keep an eye on. You know, one other team that I'm definitely got my eyes on today is Team Reject, right? Team Reject, They are our PMGO Brazil champions. They won $100,000 in that one. Reggie being the MVP of that tournament. A lot of expectations on them, and they were able to steal that away from Alpha 7 in their own homeland. As we can see, all the players, you know, walking in here to the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is such an awesome place to be. This venue is insane. And that's, I got to say, the most beautiful PUBG Mobile trophy I have seen so far in my PUBG Mobile career.
I reckon we could get one. I reckon we could get our hands on one. Maybe not that one. I think someone else is supposed to get that one. But we could probably figure it out. I think, you know, it looks so good.
Give me the reference model, you know what I'm saying?
I'll pull in the effort, you know?
Oh, my goodness. And oh, yeah, we can take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, and those shots were absolutely insane. D plus Kia in that first Sanhok, they set the tone.
Absolutely. 10 eliminations from that high ground. It was fairly by the book PUBG Mobile stuff, but that's exactly what you need. When you're given that sort of position by the circle, when you're on that Northwest Mountain high ground in Sanhok, you just got to go for it. So it is great stuff. Obviously, a military island finish for Alpha 7 as well with 9 eliminations. They started out quite strong. The interesting fact about this, facet, I would say, of the overall standings right now is that it is very, very, very close at the moment, right? You've got 57 points in first place. You go down to 7th, it's 42 points, right? That's a 15-point difference. That's one big game, right? That's quite easy of a gap to go up on over. And when you're only playing 6 more matches for these teams that are in those places, it's even more important because you know that your opponents are also quite unlikely to get a big game. But if you can get that and they don't, these tables can change in a moment.
They can change in an instant, absolutely right. And you know, that's to be able to make it into the finals, which everyone's hunting down, obviously. You want top 12 is the minimum that you wanted to do. But, you know, I'm always looking at top 3. And we have 3 squads in Group Red, right, that are in top 3. You got D plus Kia, Tianba, and DX Xavier. So all 3 of these teams, you know, they want to kind of continue that streak that they had yesterday. And like I mentioned a little bit earlier, put on so many points that nobody could pass them. Let me ask you this. So you did make that bubble, Matt, and I know you kind of did that overnight. Off the top of your head right now, how many points would you like to see from D plus Kia to think that they're going to win this whole thing?
To win the whole thing?
To win the whole thing.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to tell you now, I didn't do this overnight. I just did it about 5 minutes before the show.
Oh, okay.
I literally divided 36 by 6. Because 6 matches, and then multiplied it by 12.
Oh.
Very, very basic analysis, and so there is a lot of room for error there. However, looking towards the top of the tables, it's actually a lot more volatile as to where teams tend to end up, right? It can either be
a situation,
it depends really if you have a clear front runner or 2 or 3 teams vying for that top spot. If you've got a clear front runner, it's likely you're going to see like a 50-point gap. Over these games, over this amount of games, maybe a little bit less.
Sure.
You might see like a 25 to 30-point gap towards the top. Or you can have the situation where we're in now, right? Because we've got 57 points, 52 points, 49 points towards the top. That would expand a little bit, but it could be that it's just blow for blow, right? It could be anyone's game right up until the end. And that has a big impact as to where the end of that curve sort of ends up, right? In first place, in the finals, as far as that goes, I'm not entirely sure what sort of point scoring we're going to need to see.
Or at least for the group stage.
Yeah, for the group stage, I mean, we've got a total of 18 matches played, but only 12 matches per, which means that you could basically, the best estimate you can give is just kind of double the top score, which we're looking at 114. But in order to double your score, you're going to need to get into the games. That's exactly what we're going to do with dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also, of course, the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 Pmwc. I'm ready to be visually stunned by the first map of the day. It's Sanhok.
It's Sanhok, and we are ready to get it going. I know you guys are so pumped up for day number 2, but you know what? We're gonna take a little bit of time here. That's right, psych! We're gonna get these players just a little bit more warmed up for today. So, you know, you were talking about D plus Kia. If they doubled their points, I do agree. I think that they will be able to win this.
14 would be that measure, right? That's on one day's games. They got 57, 2 times 57, as everybody knows.
Of course.
14. That might not be as prevalent. What would that be over 12 matches? So a 10-point average basically is where I tend to look.
That's insane per game, by the way.
Per game, which is pretty nuts to be able to achieve that. The bubble currently sits around a 6-point average, for example, in the middle of the pack. To be able to put 4 points over that every time is kind of nutty. And D plus Kia currently not at that metric. If you see a team that is over 10 points per map, that is when you need to be scared of them.
For sure. Yeah, and you know what? There are plenty of teams in Group Green that can do that. I mean, we've seen it before, for sure. You know, Vampire, Esports is...
Oh, damn, sorry, I'm muted. I said we already have 200 people in the chat now. WW, you guys are W. So how many of you... I said I finished fighting demons now. Like, how many of you think that TJB will do good today?
And man, these guys
let me
collected. I saw Tony K playing foosball in the players'
start
lounge.
a poll.
Like, he's just like, oh man, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I spoke to Sir
Well,
Tanya
TJB perform.
Coming into this tournament. He's aware that Vampire have this reputation of only kind of performing as strongly as they do in these mid-season events, right? So coming into PMWC, he actually said something which I think is actually quite respectable, right?
Okay.
He's aiming for top 8.
All right.
Right now.
Okay.
That is what he was going for. They had an adjustment in their IGL structure at the start of the year, moving into PMGO. So they have actually sort of changed up a little bit of the dynamic with Stones taking on that role of the IGL, and he's been adapting to that. And I think the thing that Sir Tanya is focused on, and by the way, I think this is a great attitude for a coach to have, is creating a synergistic environment where they are the best players that they can be, right? Giving them that platform. Worry about
I forgot my Google password.
A little bit later, right? Just create strong cohesion, strong players, and the ability for those teams to communicate effectively. Because if you don't have that, you don't have anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's all about just, you know, having players focus.
Should we bring the spinning wheel back?
Strengths, right? And for
you know, whichever teams, you know, you guys selected, I will do push-ups according to the kills and stuff. Should we bring that back? Let me know in the chat. Or we just do push-ups for TJB today.
It makes things a little bit more difficult for them. So a lot of the times it's better to just, hey, give that role to somebody else. Let them do what they're best at. And that is shooting anything that moves, you know? Tony K is definitely one of those players for sure. So that's always interesting. One of my favorite things to do every time I
love the spin? Alright, just give me a sec. Bring that well. Does the Paraboy have a YouTube? No, Paraboy does not have a YouTube. The Paraboy YouTube, MV Paraboy, that's a fan account. Paraboy does not have a YouTube.
Do good, whose fault is it? You know what I'm saying? Like whose fault is it? And they always look at somebody, or someone gets quiet, and I'm just like, you don't listen to your IGL, do you? And then everyone just starts laughing because they're just like, oh, I'm like, okay, when your IGL says to push, do you not push? And they go, no. He's like, we tell him to stay, and he pushes. You know, so it's crazy how those things still happen, even though there's so much on the line. PUBG Mobile is just crazy when you get into that end zone, and there's just so many teams around you.
Absolutely, where every single team is going to be paying attention to one team in particular. The team at the top, it's D plus Kia.
Absolutely, D plus Kia. What a performance yesterday.
Bro, start of the match.
일단은 경쟁할 수 있게 된 것에 대해서 굉장히 기분 좋고 좀 되게 잘하는 선수들과 경쟁할 수 있다는 것에 좀 많은 자부심을 가지고 있습니다. 일단은 인게임 리더는 이제 K 선수가 맡고 있고 이제 롤부 칩스 선수 같은 경우에는 어태커 겸 백업을 맡고 있고요. 이제 토리코 같은 경우에는 이제 멀티플레이어이고 저는 이제 스카우터랑 서포터를 맡고 있습니다. 이전 연도랑은 확실하게 다른 느낌을 가지고 있고요. 다른 점이라고 하면은 작년에는 조금 더
Alright guys, give me a sec. I'm trying to set. I'm setting up the spinning wheel.
공격적인 게 많이 다른 점이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 또 이제 리아드에 와서 경기를 보여드리게 됐는데 다소 아쉬운 모습들이 최근에 많이 보여졌어서 걱정도 많이 하실 것 같아요. 그래도 이번에 월드컵에서 꼭 좋은 성적, 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있게 준비했으니까 많은 응원과 사랑 부탁드립니다.
Hell yeah, that's what we're looking at. D plus Kia, current leaders, of course, on the tables, 57 points. They're the bar to beat right now. Hopefully, they can keep things rolling for today.
Yes, sir, indeed. And you can just see it. We saw in the interview right there. You know, he said, I think a lot of our fans are worried about us right now because we've kind of been struggling in some seasons prior to this. But I don't think they're worried anymore. I mean, with a performance like that in day number 1, what more could you ask for? Starting off with that chicken dinner, 10 eliminations. That's 20 of their 57 points here. So it's going to be interesting to see if they get that northwestern circle in Sanhok once again. That's going to pay off big time for them. Now, if they don't get that zone, John, right, do you think that they have a possibility of having a similar performance they did yesterday, or?
I think that's almost impossible to say,
right?
I think that you can't really read too much into it from yesterday. What we did see is that they were able to back up their result in that first map with 2 other high-profile.
What do you think? Falcons and TJB position after day 2?
The second
Falcon.
12 eliminations in the 4th place, which to me indicates that they definitely
I trust
do
top.
have more strengths to their
Let's
bow
say
than just
Falcon
get
top
something in
5.
the game.
TJB.
However,
I'm gonna stick to my yesterday's prediction, 8th place.
Are you going to be able to transition?
GK playing, let's go.
I think that the best example of teams not being able to transition as effectively, I think towards the end of their tenure as a big roster, was the Gladiators coming through. And they started just really struggle well, to be honest, they started to struggle when they got the circle or not on that northwestern island. But their transitions were always being cut down, and they really kind of struggled.
Xifan, is Coops coming back to NA? No, Coops went to another org, I believe. Not NA org.
Given that we've only seen one Sanhok
They use HyperX? Yeah, I said that yesterday. It seems like they're using HyperX.
When you land on that northwestern island, if you get that zone, your chances of popping off are crazy, but you have to still perform, and they did, right? Double elimination, chicken dinner is everything they hope
Does
for.
Paraboy have Instagram?
It's quite difficult.
Yeah, Paraboy has Instagram. The tag is, XIFAN PUBGM. That's Paraboy's personal Instagram. Go follow that.
0 eliminations, So if that happens today, where they actually
what does Xifan mean? Just my name.
See that flip in reverse, right? Erangel, just go crazy and put everything out on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be taking things well, but they did then follow that up with some big Erangel games, right? So they were able to do that.
Unpopular opinion, QZ is individually the best player in this tournament.
I think that is inarguable.
Unpopular?
At the top of the tables right
I
now.
think a lot of people think the same, Fluke.
Really,
I mean, at least all the Chinese fans
think
think the same. QZ is like the hope of PL.
All the way through,
Well,
I say all the way through and get 16 elims. It was a 3rd place on that first Erangel, that military island finish. I feel like the show on that match was kind of stolen by them, right? Because you had Alpha 7-1.
What is HyperX? It's like a gaming accessory company. They make keyboard, mouse, earbud, headphones, all kinds of things.
To make their mark.
Hey, HyperX, please sponsor my stream.
As this time, we may actually be going in.
Xifan, what's the name of your haircut? Actually, I don't know. Every time when you barber, I was like, just cut it, just cut it. And the barber is like, yeah, okay. So that's normally how I get my, haircut done. I don't, I don't show them, a picture or something. So I don't know the name of my haircut. I don't know. Maybe it's a Xifan cut. I don't know. Xifan cut. This is a Xifan cut.
Mad Bulls, the new entry to today, and Besiktas.
I mean,
that old hat from yesterday. Only 6 matches.
This is not even fresh anymore. Like,
they are going to be coming on in Vampire.
I watched the TikTok. I watched the TikTok the other day. It's like an interview from Ronaldo. Ronaldo said,
we'll see if they're able to do anything with it. Hainan, potentially a little bit of trouble.
Like now, like he's like the highest spending is actually from his son, because his son has to go to barber.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to, because
like
all the rest of his
literally,
teammates are quite
like he will, his son will pay visit to the barber like 1 time per 2 days, and each haircut costs like 10,000 USD per haircut. Yeah, CR7. CR7 said his son. I'm not sure if it's like, because obviously I don't know Spanish. It was like, it has like Chinese subtitles on it. Like basically CR7 said in the interview that you know, right now you know, my son is like the most expensive thing, you know, around me. Not his supercar, not his, you know, household spending. Is actually his son, because of he's going to barber. Like a 10K, because, you know, he said his son needs to keep his haircut fresh. Like a 10K USD haircut every the other day. That's fake, bro. I'm gonna find that and, you know, show you guys. AI is dangerous, bro. You guys don't believe me? Come on.
After dropping a little bit more disparately, Brute Force not going to fully engage onto this fight, and you can see exactly why now, because they are vulnerable. They are too spread to go for this full engagement, and Neos is in danger at this stage, being rolled straight on out.
No, Tianba's still doing fire.
Response from Kao on that northern side. As soon as you take
it's AI, bro. Cloud doesn't believe that CR7's son is spending 10K per haircut.
As soon as he did that shot, he hit that 180 and
bro, I have to find it for you guys, bro. I have to find it for you guys. This is more important. This is more important than TJB's performance.
It was all prank. It was all a prank. Pmwc tried to help him out, but it was just too late. And that's what I was talking about. Is
all the Chinese viewers were talking about it. They was like, bro, what? Haircut can be that expensive? Like, what kind of haircut he got, bro?
Players that are pretty grouped up, you're in big trouble, and we saw what happened right there.
TJB getting a little bit close to the fire there. Roasty toes, but nothing more than that just yet. Uh-oh. Yappy out the door, will not be able to find
it's real, you're the barber? Wait, patience, where's my tip? Where's my tip in the stream? I don't see. You're making 10K per haircut. Where's my tip? Where are my tips are at?
They definitely know where all these teams are, so they got a lot of intel on that one. And very fortunate for them, they don't lose a player. And a lot of times we see rotations like that. Teams will sacrifice maybe 1 or 2 players in the process, but fortunate for them, they're going to be just all right. Now, teams that are still outside of this circle, Mad Bulls still need to make their way in, Vampire, D+ Kia, a lot of names here. So we'll see how they decide to make this rotation on in. Now, we already seen some squads on the move. Xavier have left Paradise Resort. They looted very, very quickly and are looking for a more central position.
Team starting to group up towards the center now. Boot camp has been evacuated. This Northwest Island.
I found it, guys. I found the CR7 interview. I'm gonna show you guys after this match. All right. You guys are.
Xavier, and you're right. They've got a really important compound on the northern side of this circle.
I found it.
A lot of the territory around them. In general, it's the compound that the Xavier are in, and the compound out to their west. Those 2 junction compounds that have a lot of control. But for my money, I'd still be out on the hills. I don't think you want to be committing towards the indoors when you're not sort of slap bang in the center, and you know a lot of teams are going to be putting pressure on.
I mean,
on the northern side,
I don't know. Actually, I don't know if this is like AI generated anymore. I mean, they're using clips and all that. Do we have people know Spanish in the chat to verify if this is AI generated?
Which I definitely think is a good decision here, and that's the problem is, you know, at Sanhok, it's such a small map. You don't want to overcommit.
Come on, stupid AI.
get greedy, if I say so, right? So sometimes you're just like, oh, this spot is good, but if we just move up this next hill, it'll be a little bit better. You get into engagement, get third-partied, and you're out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that maybe we didn't know how many teams were going to be moving around the north, but they dropped out late. They should have known there was a lot of teams to their south. So making this move now, I think...
What an AI generated?
For DXAV.
We were talking about... I saw a TikTok. CR7 said in an interview that his son is getting a...
They're playing on the compounds just to the south of that north bridge, which means that if D plus Kia opt to rotate past that ground, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, so they're going to have to gatekeep, you know, 2 monster squads of D plus Kia and possibly Tianba as well. So I think they're just going to kind of hang out here towards the edge. Yep, you can see them doing the...
Oh, it's 5,000 per cut.
4S strategy.
Not 10K,
like
sorry guys.
Snake,
it said in the interview 5,000 per cut.
And Snake.
I like it. Okay, all right. I'll be drawing on that. I think that's quite inspiring. Maybe we could add silence.
Powerful.
Add a bit there.
Oh yeah, silence. The 5S strategy. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting here. Uh-oh. Brute Force popping some shots downrange. That's what got him in trouble in the first place.
Didn't he lost
it? Calm down a little bit.
Euro, why would he do an interview now? This is not. I don't think it's after Euro. It's like before Euro.
Yeah, take those shots. If not, just hurry up and wait, because if you do get into a fight in Sanhok,
Xifan bro, can I add you, my friend listening PUBG? You have to go to my gameplay stream and complete the challenge. Then I will add you, okay?
An over-aggressive play unless you know you can get the knock and flush. Brute force, right? Neos early on. Something that you
let's go. Slash for the thanks. Thank you for the super chat. Who is the highest in PUBG esports?
This is
Paraboy.
Good news for Brute Force fans.
Paraboy for sure. No doubt. No doubt. The back-to-back world champs.
Right?
They have the most earning.
They're gonna have to really give
Where's TGB now? Oh, TGB dead center. Kimba.
And the problem with that is
Kimba's still in the blue. Okay, I see.
Every team tomorrow knows exactly how many points they need to pass you up. Right?
Absolutely.
So if you're brute force, you cannot afford
Have you completed your challenge? Like 7 wins challenge?
Is gonna
no.
hurt. But we can watch D plus Kia. D plus Kia, like I said, if they don't get that circle, it's a tough time to get into this zone. And that's exactly what's happening. Talent Esports is staring right at them and just trying to make their lives miserable.
D plus Kia having already lost a player as well. They're trying to move over this north bridge. I'm not entirely sure that this was the right call to make. The moment Vampire actually have made a slightly better rotation over the trifecta compound, I feel like D plus Kia had the option to even swim across over towards boot camp, which in general, you know, if you have that scouting, which they should have done, being on that high ground, is a fairly simple rotation. It's definitely going to be in the playbook. You could even have moved south past that trifecta.
Virgin.
Force getting taken down.
Chinese streams has more focus on Chinese team during the games. I know, but you know. We're not here only watching Chinese teams. We're watching other teams as well. That's why I'm not watching the Chinese stream. If this is BL, Chinese stream for sure.
Brute force, not what they were hoping for.
Do you remember KK Scare 1-4 against RQ? Yeah, like that's like one of the OG 1-4.
Yesterday, so they can't just have good games here today. They have to have incredible ones if they want to make it. But we're seeing Team Falcon.
Falcon. Oh, Falcon versus Team Reject.
That is a huge fight.
Action got knocked.
Down. It's going to be a close one right here. So we'll see what ends up happening with that, as we're also seeing Talon take out D plus Kia.
Yeah, they are continuing that pressure on the North Bridge rotation. On the northwest side of the central area of teams, this is where the fight between Reject Reject and Falcons is happening. As we jump
they get
with it, you can see
Falcon got the reset. Oh no!
Gets knocked, meaning there's two in the dirt. One player already fully flushed. Divine for Reject is out of it.
When's the push? Are they pushing up?
Reject. These reses need to come through from Falcons to
maintain this could be really bad.
Starting to bleed out, but does get res. So they're
for Falcon.
East, not in just yet.
Action snake. Could be huge.
In comes the Reject roll.
Did he got one? No.
Slowing the res. They are still.
He got one.
But Sarah's down.
Sarah's down.
It's only 2 players up for Reject.
Wait. Somehow Falcon. Got the res. Reject is actually losing.
Too much pressure on Ragey around the side. Cannot find the shots. It's all on
DBS better, guys. DBS better. DBS or Falcon better. DBS better or Falcon better. Oh, here comes the 4MV. Damn. Falcon cannot catch a break.
You're going to be in big trouble. So let's see if Team Falcons can hold on.
Falcons trying to pick the pieces.
How do you measure your heart rate? I'm wearing a
smartwatch.
smartwatch.
Later as well, but in the meantime, Falcons just getting run over, and this is Sanhok all over.
Just ignore China, then the highest earning team.
Mincemeat right now of Falcons. One player now standing in their way.
I don't know.
Action. The last to have
I think this
something
is
to say
either
about this one.
maybe
Apex
Vampire,
took in the nade.
because you know they
Down it
won
goes, and over the top
2
does all the
PMWI.
action with the DBS, but it's not gonna matter.
Falcon
Talking
out
about something that was happening in
for
the
MV.
north. That was Tianba
Showing who's the
moving
boss in the
over
lobby.
from that tap mock cow engagement and taking on Talon on the bridge guard, right? Talon and D plus Kia both now on one player.
Unbelievable. You know, these teams did their homework and they did
Okay,
it
increase
so
the game
well.
sound.
Tianba
I'm gonna
had to
put my
know
mic a
that,
little
hey,
bit further
D
away
plus
so
Kia,
that
we know where they're coming
it won't
from.
be as
And not
loud
to
as,
mention,
you
we
know.
want first place. We want to make it happen. So if we can make D plus Kia's time just a little bit more difficult, that is how you do it right there.
How is it?
Big thing
Is it better now?
the zone has now shifted even further to the east.
Absolutely. You've got some
Bro
really
says
strong
Syrian
positions
Global.
out
Come
the east
on,
side as
Rebel.
well.
This
You've
is
got
just first
Alliance,
game for
and
them.
you've got
Maybe
all the
they're just
XIHC.
warming
All the
up.
XIHC, first day for
They're
them,
Falcon
remember,
players
and
are
if they
just
can
warming
start
up,
things off
okay?
with a good game here on Sanhok, it would be brilliant. Out on the east side, they've got 2 really strong positions. At the moment, I think TJB are going to be under the most pressure as the circle shifts out to this east.
Yes, they are. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Mad Bulls on the rotation, now coming in for the first time here in this tournament. Group Green on the move. So let's see how they're going to be able to make it happen in Sanhok. They have a very open rotation here, so they should be able to make it through Bond. And it's very typical of a circle like this. Anytime you have a hard shift, you see a lot of teams just hug that zone, go all the way to the hard shift side, and it looks like that will work out from them. Meanwhile, I mean, these teams are practically stacked on top of each other. They are so, so close, just waiting for that next zone.
What's really interesting about this zone is that the whole of the west side of it
Flower
is kind of covered by quarry, right? And what this does is that any team that's approaching from the west, and obviously you were talking about those wide swings, I think this is going to exacerbate that. If you're trying to move in from the west, it really linearizes your approach, right? Normally, you know, you're
Flower
worried about 120 degrees,
I see.
so on your back,
thank you,
right?
Cindy,
but
for
here, you can really look at these narrow alleys. You've got essentially discrete approach points, as opposed to having a continuous approach.
Guys, I have to focus on the game.
Behind.
I can't.
So the teams out on the west, they can rely
watch
on
the
quarry
chats
for
every,
cover,
you know.
but it also means that they have very direct and fast approaches towards their position.
That's right. You're going to have teams surrounding you or encapsulating you, like pretty much from all around. So you got to be able to have your head on a swivel, and you got to pick your fights perfectly. Now we're going to watch Tianba. Tianba, they did disrupt
second place.
4
GK
eliminations so
knocked
far,
the one Vampire player.
And they are still in the blue zone. This is stage 3. It's starting to hurt a little
Vampire
bit.
dies
But
soon?
it looks like they're going all the way around this shoreline towards the edge. But now we're starting to see
like they cannot
teams
get the
get a little bit
confirm,
antsy here. When you're at this stage,
Nope.
too much time, you feel like you gotta start moving, and TJB is looking to try to pick off some of these Vampire players. Maybe not. Second thoughts.
Vampire trying to push in around the south side of Quarry. They have been moving across for quite a while now. They tried to move up towards TJB's position, but it was Besiktas Black who were able to take the shots and stop them from doing that. Vampire now on 3 players, but they have got their foot in the door, right? They are right back towards that Quarry, and this is a pretty interesting shift, actually. It keeps a lot of those teams already in.
Yes, so it's a perfect zone for so many of these squads. Even Vampire, they're going to be able to move or just inch their way in little by little. But Besiktas Black are still out of this one, though. They got to get moving here. Not to mention Tianba. They've been in the blue zone for majority of this game. Now they're going to start making their way in, and it looks like they're going to have to get through Mad Bulls first.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of an obstacle, that wide swing from Mad Bulls. But if they can find Tulika on his own,
like DX,
they need to get that spray to be able to really slow the Mad Bulls down, but it was just a scout. They will
use this on extra gen Paraboy. I have been saying
border on the west side of their approach towards the circle as they move down south, which means that they're going to be more wary of that. It is still going to be a very tricky approach.
So after this match, I'll show you guys the CR7 video, right? I don't know if it's AI generated or what.
Over on that
and then I'll configure the spinning
wheel.
wheel.
The edge of the circle, which reduces the power of those compounds.
Yeah, Tianba's in trouble here. I don't think they should have made those shots at all. You don't want to bring any attention to you. Mad Bulls are going to be staring in that direction. Tianba's going to have to make a little bit of a blind rotation, and there are so many squads waiting for you. You got teams like Alliance.
Since we don't have the spinning wheel, right?
So if you're Tianba,
I'm gonna give you guys a chance to select the
waiting
team,
to see
right?
if a fight's going to go off.
The team
and
you
then
support,
hopefully come in third
and I will do
and
push-ups
make your way
based
to the
on their
zone.
kills. kills.
Tiamba have to be very, very quiet here.
But if you guys, like, for example, if you pick Tiamba, right?
Meanwhile,
Of course, these 4 kills they already got, now won't count.
Tony K knock.
So, you know, choose your team carefully, all right?
That is unfortunate. Tony K, a powerhouse in the
gonna take
roster
a
as well.
screenshot in
Besiktas
case
Black
you
will be
guys
making
cheated,
life
bro.
difficult, and it will continue to be
I'm gonna take a
even
screenshot
tougher.
now
Newsy
so
goes
that I
down to a
know
nade, and it's just stoned now. Newly minted, or well, at
how
the
many
start of
kills
this
they
year,
have
freshly
now.
minted IGL
And the
to try
overall
and hold
kills
them
will
together.
be
There's a Molotov sent back
minus
their way, but Besiktas seem
their current
unstoppable
kill.
on this roll-up. Newsy flushed away. That goes to TJB. They'll be able to pick that one up. Tony K's point, though, does go to Besiktas Black. Stone burning now in the Molotov.
Xifan, what's your name of your
Needs
watch?
to get some
This is
healing
just
done.
Apple
Anything
Watch,
that he
Apple
can.
Watch.
Using the Shag for cover. Toshpik moves on up. Goes for the ground shots. Hasn't even got that heal through. He goes for the challenge, falling back, and again, relying on TJB to slow Besiktas down, and he does just that. Longs with the shot to Toshpik, and that slows it down indeed.
Stone surviving for
You're
just a
just
little
not
bit
picking.
longer here, but Besiktas Black is
we
on
skipped
the
the
hunt.
first
They
game.
know just how scary Vampire Esports can be. If you can take them out early, that is what you want to do, especially considering that
their
Besiktas
coach, oh
Black
my god, their coach 7-7, man.
yesterday, so you
My
want to
previous
stop
coach,
some of these teams.
the center strat worked the wall. Here.
And it's
QZ
not
got
gone too
finished.
well. 2 knocks have already gone through. They haven't found anything in
Xifan got
response.
finished.
These flushes are starting to come through. So Tiamba with some good third parties to start off with, but it's not going to go too much further. They do get a little bit of an answer. They're looking for the sprays, and XC might be able to get a little bit more profit on this match. They've got 7 limbs already. If they can take more out of Ola X IHC, then they can start to say that this has been a very successful game for them. But even more importantly is another team on the East starts to get lower and lower and lower. It looked like they were going for a full
too late, guys. Too late.
Too
late.
Oh, you talked about that average a little bit earlier. Tiamba have already passed it with 7 eliminations, so a great start for them.
You guys typing too slow.
Let's just see how much further they
start
can
the next
go.
match.
Now TJB, they
TJB
have
got 7 yellows already, bro. The 7 push-ups. What are you guys thinking,
Let's just see how many points they're going to be able to end up with at the end of this game.
I'm also looking at Alliance, right? They've had a pretty calm start, but now they need to start to frag out. There are only 3 players, though, on this northeastern side. It's been pretty brutal for the majority of the roster. Only 3 teams with 4 players alive. TJB is one of them.
Because
4MV out on that north side have a lot to fight through, so we'll be tracking them
WBG
pretty,
didn't qualify,
pretty
and
hard
obviously
right now. You can see we're on board with Doc
to,
himself.
you know, get some
with
cash out of
that
it.
magic arm of his. Those nades seem to
No
always find their mark.
pros.
Another Molotov, and I don't think the Mad Bulls are going to be able to
1-2
weather this
miss.
one, but there's an off-angle shot coming through from DX
So
Xavier.
basically, that's it.
Xavier did
That's why
great
only I see the
yesterday.
playing
Looking
with
to
TJB
continue
right
that here. That's
and
his
not actually
talent
letting
out of there.
WBG.
Only 10
He's
teams
actually TJB,
remaining.
you know,
And folks, if you go out right
like
now,
the reason why
that is
TJB led
0
only S
placement points.
play
The pressure
because
is starting to rise.
obviously
Bad
they
Bulls
want to achieve the
putting some
best
shots
result
from
possible
the
as
blue
well,
zone.
right?
Their final
So by
remaining
using
player is gonna be able to
the
get
old
them back.
lineup,
So
they will probably
And he
play
goes down
better.
to an off-angle there as
They
well.
would probably play better with
4MV
the
taken
old
off the
lineup.
map, as does
man,
the player
TJB.
out to the north for Mad Bulls. Alliance remaining with 3, DX Xavier with 3, Team Liquid with 4 on this northern side. It is going to be a bloodbath, but importantly, TJB have lost a player as well in the middle.
Oh boy, now the zone centers up again on TJB. So TJB did lose 1. They have 7 eliminations so far, so a great game for them, but all eyes are on their spot. Let's see if they can hold it down. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, the champions here from PMSL Americas, Ayala, starting to throw out some of those Molotovs. You know that they have been waiting to catch up to Alpha 7. They're Brazilian brothers, and they take out DX Xavier.
I feel like this is Team Liquid's game to lose now, with TJB sort of on the ropes, not being able to hold all the angles they'd like. Fragments of teams spread across
you do
the
7
south here.
Ilums, Tiamba
It's Team
7,
Liquid who can carry
TJB
this
7.
momentum forwards. They just need to keep everyone
What
alive,
is this,
play for
Miramar?
one another, and get rid of Alliance. That's their major barrier right now.
Let's see if they could do it. They see if they can do it, because you have TJB from those compounds just staring at this area, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to shoot at anything that moves. Just play keep away at this point.
Bro, imagine Tiamba got the first place and they got into the grand finals,
way up little by little.
and they actually secure top 3 finish in the grand finals.
Here. So
QZ can literally
have the dominant position.
post,
I'm gonna give the edge
make another
to
post on
Instagram. Hills, to be honest.
Ooh,
like, you know,
Team Liquid actually shrinking
the
down
post will
from their
be
position and
Sihuin
moving along the west.
Global.
That's smart.
Using that terrain, sweep through.
That's gonna be
Stone
spicy,
first
man.
To face. He's gonna have to reposition, but it's not gonna work out. Besiktas able to finally put the nail in the coffin. And that gives away Besiktas' position further through. Team Liquid sweeping, I think, is one of the best decisions that they could have made. Although it does get rid of a lot of off-angle threats.
Oh, they're still getting kills. What can Team Liquid do with the outer position?
Yeah, Team Liquid's trying to soak up some eliminations here, and that's what I was talking about, is that compound is basically in a bowl. So all these surrounding areas, and you can even see Alliance so close, but has plenty of coverage.
Sook be like, if Sook is streaming right now, do you know watch parties, right? Sook be like, 对吧？吃了 ，TJB 吃了。
Even though they only have 2 eliminations so far,
he's gonna do like that. I watched this like Sook streaming.
They're able to keep this one going. Tianba, remember, they had a great start to the match.
Tell me if I,
rotate.
do that right.
And they're still alive as well with their solo representative. Leon up close now against Xiol from
Sook be like, 这么抽象吗？
这把吃了 TJB 这把吃了 1v3s are doable. The heal doesn't come through, and their SK12 is doing a lot of work, but it's not going to be enough to do the heavy lifting for them. It was going to be a little bit of an outside chance there, but they go down. 2 eliminations on the match in 6th place.
Oh, that was so close. If he was able to get that shot, who knows what could have happened, but Alliance shut that down, and they shut it down well. 8 eliminations so far. They are doing great here at this one, and now we're down to our final 4 teams here for match number 1 on day 2.
He loves to say finally goes away from TJB. They're on the outside. Oh, Shan so close, solo player, right on the money.
That's one.
Takes him out. First player down.
That's the snake
1v2 now as Leon's. Are they looking for him? Do they know he's on the tree? It seems like they do. They just need to isolate these.
Bro, use a Stingray, Sean. What are you doing? Use a Stingray and bubble them.
But no damage. There is a response.
Oh! What the hell? He got them all?
They do not stop. It's 11 eliminations. And the warrior himself there to play.
See who in global?
Liquid might be able to find the knock. The flush is there.
Bro, what?
TJB tried to stretch out, but it's not out of the question for Sean to make it happen again.
Are you kidding me? Sean's got those nades locked and loaded, and TJB is feeling the punishment. Chief gets naded down to about 20% HP, and it's really up to Ayala to finish off Tianba here as fast as he possibly can.
Wait, Sean is Lin Yu, right?
All by his lonesome. Can he make something happen? He cannot. It's going to be Team Liquid to win. Right off the bat, they come in from Group Yellow and Group Green and shut things down.
But what a way to carry on for Tianba, right? Shan is a Terminator. This is the second time we've seen them do this, right?
Tianba crazy.
Not win the game, but kind of steal the show. An excellent rotate out from Cow on the northern side to third party that bridge engagement, slurp up a load of those points. Dominating on that northeastern side and coming on through with a
wait, we gotta watch in the back. How did he get the guy on the right?
Really
like
well.
at the left?
Enough to do that, baby. They're on the outside.
Okay, here's
so close, solo player.
He needed one.
On the money.
That's one.
Takes him out. First player down. 1v2 now as Leon's. Are they looking for him? Do they know he's on the tree? It seems like they do.
No.
They just need to isolate these angles. The cook is there.
Oh, he naded Leon.
Take the peek. He's forced out. He's forced wide, but no damage. There is a response.
Wait.
The knock goes through the back lines. He finds one, and it's Sean with a 1 versus 3.
Wait, when did he kill Leon?
Take the peek. He's forced out. He's forced wide, but no damage. There is a response. The knock goes through the back lines. He finds one. He's forced out. He's forced wide, but no damage. There is a response. The knock goes through. Not going to be able to take the peek.
Wait, this spectator is confusing. So he knocked the lock first, and then he turned his aim on Leon. Bro, look at Leon. Look at Leon. Look at Leon. Leon's mad.
He's forced out. He's forced wide, but no damage.
Leon's mad.
The knock goes through.
The frustration. Damn.
In their favor.
Oh, is that you're talking about scary.
The frustration.
I think if you're in Group Red, you should be scared because Team Liquid, right, coming from Group Green,
crazy,
just straight
crazy reflex.
Absolutely. This is a great way to make a statement at the start of the day, right? And it's the same thing that D plus Kia did at the start of yesterday. Right. Coming in with a good game number 1, 10 eliminations in first place they were able to get on that Sanhok.
Oh my goodness, what's going to happen at the end of this day? Because you got Tianba just straight crushing it. Sean with the 1v3.
Super lazy reflex.
Don't go anywhere.
Damn.
We're going to be right back.
Well, PL channels be like, yeah, let's go. TGB through the game actually. All right, CR7 videos. All right, you guys don't believe me. Okay, let's see the CR7 video since we have a break. All right, let's check it out. Give me a second. Let me switch the source. CR7. Where is it? This one. Yeah, found it. All right, you guys ready?
Part in terms of my finances in my life. So
tell me if this is AI generated. Okay, guys, tell me if this is AI generated or not. Okay, because the very first time I saw it, I thought it's real, and a lot of like Chinese audience think this is real. The title says CR7's son is spending too much, makes CR7 feels pressured. Now it's not easy to raise a son. All right, let's watch this.
My son's probably is the most expensive part in terms of my finances in my life. So it's really hard because even his barber charges over $5,000 per cut, and Junior is going to his barber every second day to stay fresh and look good when he's hanging out with his girlfriend. That's why I'm trying to save money everywhere else possible. So I even asked Georgina to cut my hair at home to save some money for Junior. He also spends a lot on clothes, jewelry, restaurants, and his girlfriends. I don't know if I will be capable to handle his expenses in future. To be honest, my son is very
AI or not, guys. Is this AI or not? Ronaldo will never say that to his son. Fake? Bro, I got scammed. I thought it's real. Damn. I got scammed. Bro, people are crazy. Like, but the funny thing is, if it's AI generated content, normally like TikTok would market as AI generated. But this video was not marketed as AI generated. I think that's the reason why I kind of like, you know, I kind of like believe in the video, the interview. AI? Bro, that's fake. CR7 not being able to afford? That's AI 100%? Bro, how come like TikTok doesn't, you know, mark as, you know, AI generated? It's like, that's spreading out misinfo. Because all the Chinese were talking about what kind of haircut he's getting. 5K. Okay, I guess he's AI. The more I think about it, right, the more it's like this is kind of like AI. Got it.
Well, Team Liquid have started things off with a splash. The team from Brazil taking PMSL Americas have started off their event with a chicken dinner.
You can buy all the bobbers in town.
As well. I know, Klaris, you're a big fan of the team, saying they're definitely a team who can contest for the title, potentially take it.
I haven't watched a single CR7 interview. Right? That's probably, you know, I thought it's not AI. Plus, TikTok even flagged it as AI.
Able to jump from the top rope, using precision to strike at their enemies with a 5-star frog splash. It is going to be Team Liquid.
13 going strong. Tianba 17.
But they play for the victory. They know exactly what they want.
On out of 10, would you rate
or trophy in this case here?
GT20 Pro?
As well, coming in with 17 at the very end. Was it Shan who's able to pick up a ton of eliminations towards the end and survive a 1v2 against Alliance?
I'll disclose it in my GT20 Pro review video, Hustler.
1v3. Yeah. 1v3 there for Sean with those nades. I mean, once again, I'm sorry, Boom, but you're going to have to take notes here from that player because those nades were beautiful out of him. TJB Esports, though, being able to get those 13 points. That team I feel like they definitely got a little bit blessed. They were in the compound for quite a long time, but they were
now
able to
the
be
next
proactive.
thing.
But going back to Team Liquid, I was really impressed with what they were able to do, and I'm happy that they're able to start an international event with a chicken dinner. And going here towards the second page, Team
Xifan, Ronaldo or Messi?
They ended up getting third party by 4MB. But it's good to see that they were still able to collect some elimination points.
I do like that you've just outed us on broadcast as well, Jay.
It's hard. It's hard.
I
don't know. I love them both.
Didn't we also do that yesterday with Boom? Every time one of their teams has a mishap,
they are two type of. They are the two players that I would stay up all night and watch their games.
Where's all the NA teams?
So love from the Philippines. Thank you.
We have players that played in NA.
Chaster.
The
support. Thank you for the support. We have a Philippine team playing today.
That East is now on Team Falcons.
Are you rooting for them?
4MV, and after that was on Stronger playing in PMSL CSA, but now he's playing with Falcons, and he was actually playing in this match over Nerzed. And I'm kind of curious, why are we seeing him in so quickly when
how many
Falcons
teams from China?
Two
teams.
PMSL.
It's a good question. I wonder if it's a Sanhok thing? I'm not sure. Like, okay, so a different battleground. Maybe they want to actually switch from battleground to battleground. Who knows? However, I mean, on Sanhok here, right? The opportunity for third parties are just aplenty, and unfortunately they will fall via a third party here. Unfortunately, he couldn't really do much, but it is a good question. I mean, we'll have to see how it develops, Jason, if he's playing for the rest of the day.
Besides that third party, I mean, the fight that they were having against Reject was a great fight. They were able to execute it really well. But that third party, it comes down to Sanhok. We always talk about it with Sanhok. You got to make sure you finish up those fights quickly.
Well, there was some revenge coming in later on because 4MV got in a fight against Mad Bulls.
Yep.
And then we had
is it a 4-day event? This is 8 days event.
Teams, which,
we have 3 days of group stage.
See that they're able to do the super swing, the super wide rotate around the zone, realizing the direction it was going. But that leads me to go into our next topic of.
All right, I'm live on TikTok as well, guys.
Playing on the Northwest Island yesterday in the Sanhok win, the zone went to them. This time they
if you want to support me there, feel free.
Wasn't too successful.
I mean, we've been talking about them. Did they end up getting blessed yesterday? Was it just a fluke because of the circles that they ended up getting? We can't really say that after just one match, especially after Sanhok, but something to do tell. They had to rotate. They rotated.
How many days final?
Late. They ended up running into Talon
Esports.
Esports.
Probably 3 days. I should be wrong.
Went on a chase after them, even whenever they decided to rotate southeast for D+. Talon was like, we're just going to keep chasing you guys. So for what I want to see
hello, Palms. Welcome to TikTok Live.
Not getting blessed by the circle like they did yesterday.
So today we're watching the PUBG Mobile World Cup
Group
Stage Day 2.
From it, right? It is the most arduous map to transition on across when you are against the circle as opposed to
3 days.
Way. So Erangel and Miramar will tell us a bit of a tale, maybe. Jason will.
So group stage 3 days, survival stage 2 days, and the main stage, which is the grand finals, 3 days.
And I know, Course, you were saying that you weren't
really
happy with the split they had
the TikTok,
and the
from the
in,
TikTok.
kind of like towards the east side of where TJB were set up.
Yeah.
Because they just got overrun, and they should have held that, in your opinion.
So it was Tiamba that eventually breached on towards them from the east side, as we take a look at the Team Liquid stats coming in. But Alula IHC holding that compound down as 4.
In which platform Suki is doing watch party? I'm pretty sure it's he's doing
it's
from
not just
Huya.
one road in some scenarios that you have to traverse across to be able to reinforce your team. It's sometimes
a
2
Chinese
roads
girl's
because of
pretty
the way
with
the
her
compound
makeup.
works out. A few buildings on the west side, one in the middle on that kind of fork, and then some buildings on the
all girls, every girl
well.
can be pretty with her
Tiamba
makeup.
picked exactly the right compound to breach, because they were using a lot of information gathering on that east side to identify exactly where the weak spots were. And unfortunately, Alula IHC fell victim to it.
I'm talking about, we got a chance to see there some of the stats from Team Liquid.
You are surprised
was a star play.
when you saw 7 was short?
37 damage, and we got a chance to see what Team Liquid, the team
I didn't even
damage. Which
check.
It's
I didn't even realize.
A Brazil team that we usually like to see. We usually tend
Power
to
is the best?
And this shows the importance of holding
which team you support?
to the late game. Yep. If Shan has only his guns, his
TJB's own blaster still could not manage to win.
It doesn't happen. Because he had nades to be able to start the ball rolling, being able to kind of pivot around, get a few knocks here and there with those nades.
Check out Sean's POV in Chinese
stream.
stream.
It's so important in the late game. So being able to make that 1v3 happen, nades, absolutely pivotal.
And something I wanted to mention.
Bro, guys, I have so many stuff to do. Do you guys want me to set up the spinning wheels or not?
It's a very big contrast from that team because they were willing to back away from fights. They weren't even taking shots at them. They were just focusing on how to get inside that circle. So a big difference out of the Brazilian team.
Yeah, big difference indeed, but we're going to see how things will continue to progress on later on today. But for you guys who are watching, you might have noticed the players using a very sick skin. The Violet Thunder set and S12K are now out for you guys to pick up as well. And
bro, my Blasting Lover set is better.
Trophy, which you
what do you think? What do you guys
on
think?
the back of them, you see the little W in there.
Blasting Lover set versus the Pmwc set.
To kick off our second match of the day, it's going to be our first Erangel of the day. So Hot Jukes and John Allen, take it away.
Big W. Big W's, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
How tall is
about.
7?
And
What do you guys think?
W from Team Liquid coming in today.
Or maybe
for
other two
folks,
caster was like
a
you know
squad, entire
180,
group
190 or
sitting
something. I
out
don't know.
here. So do not believe.
I never
the
met
leaderboards, right,
7
for a
in person.
second, because tomorrow is going to be absolute chaos. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the some of the struggling squads here, because that's who we're really keeping our eyes on. You know, one of them is Brute Force, right? Brute Force struggled yesterday. And
Why you're
they
not
start
playing
off
with
this
them?
one
Because
with
my
a
team didn't
bad
qualify,
goose egg, but
and
now
even
we
if
are
my team
headed
qualify,
into Erangel.
I don't play.
Let's get it going.
Absolutely.
Like
With
anywhere.
dual gaming chipsets,
All right,
and
guys.
44 Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams
We
with
have
120 FPS, which is
what?
also
Falcon
of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning
TJV,
experiences in the
Kemba.
2024 PMWC. Let's get Erangel underway
Falcon,
for the first
TJV,
time for Group
Kemba.
Green and for the the last set
Team
of Erangels for Group
Liquid.
Red.
That's right. That's right. It's just this one and 2 more, and Group Red are
Mad
done. And
Bulls.
you do not want to go out like this. I mean, there's nothing worse as a PUBG Mobile competitive player than having to sit out a day and just watch your league.
Harami, bro.
Just
What's their attack?
Go away in an
Let's
instant.
just
Little,
put
or
it
actually,
as-
no, not even an instant. Just little by
Harami.
little by little. So if you're a team right now that is in that mid-pack of the
DK.
leaderboard right now, you got to get it going. You got to get it going, because tomorrow they're coming for
Talon.
that slot.
Absolutely. They need to pick the pace up, because it
Kemba.
all matters here. It's really short sets of games in these group stages, in
Reject.
these survival stages, and there is a lot of money still on
Brutal
the line
Force.
for the early part of things. Playing path on the south side from Pubg down to Primorsk. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of a difficult path, potentially up towards
IHC.
George. And
Oh!
it's not
Wait,
gonna-
ALULA.
shift on
What
his
is that?
circle here.
Which organization
Keeps
is
a lot
that?
of those Yaz fields in, and Stalber as well.
UALULA.
Kameshki's
You
in
guys
play,
know?
baby.
Hell yeah.
Kameshki is
Kameshki
in
Vinnick.
play. Let's go.
Vampire.
Let's go. Everybody send me your energy. I have not seen a Kameshki finish in years, so that'd be awesome. But, you know, I think a lot of teams are going to be kind of heading for those Yasnaya fields. A lot of zones like to end up in that area there, so we'll see what happens. Team Liquid are in a great spot near Lipovka. You've got, of course, Talon taking up Yasnaya. But you got squads like Vampire, right, all the way near Primorsk.
Wow.
They have a
Nice
big
zone.
journey ahead of them.
Speaking of teams
Interesting
that didn't do
zone.
so great, right? Vampire in that first match, their approach, I felt like it kind of just didn't have any wind in its sails to start
Were you
with.
playing with
It was a
Top?
lot
No,
of
Top is the
grouped up
player
teams, to be
from
fair, and that's kind of what I was
Mongolian
talking
SDE.
about with the linearized approach to
Previously,
the
I was
west side
playing
of that
with
circle
Nova
that you had to take.
and HP.
Is a lot of teams
back
are
when
also
I
going to be
played
packed
pro.
in behind
Thank you
you,
for the likes,
so when you're
guys.
taking that approach, it's going to be pretty tricky to navigate. Vampire definitely felt that. They didn't have their back clear. It was Besiktas Black who were able to take them down on it.
Yeah, you know, Vampire
let
to
me see
me,
if
they just
this
look like a team that's
works.
coming in for the first day. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
not a
check.
overwhelming performance.
See if I got the name
just
right.
a little bit of synergy issues here, some little slight
Okay.
mistakes.
The name is right.
And at this stage, especially we have an entire group
First the
that has already
donation
played, they're
or
hot,
the,
they're ready to go.
gift
Any
to sub
little
or
slip-ups,
membership will
you are
unlock the
gonna get
spinning
taken
wheel,
out.
and
So yeah, Vampire
I'll make the
need to
spin, and I will
definitely
do
step it up
push-ups
here.
based
You heard
on
Sertani, or you talked to him, and he said what
the
they were looking
result.
for at least top 8.
on, you know,
But
I
yeah,
do
in the
push-ups for the
finals,
team,
that is
select the
not
team
as
skills.
a group stage.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, in general, top 8 is kind of where they would be happy with as a result at the end of this tournament, and I think that's kind of what they're focusing on.
Personally,
They're
you don't like this
focusing on
zone.
creating that
I want to
foundation
see
to
like
be,
all the
a
way like
Titanic,
north,
international
north
team,
like
right?
shift.
That's kind
I
of
wanna
what
see that.
matters, and hopefully we'll see that start to emerge here. And you can never judge a team coming into a tournament.
What do you guys
off
think about
one
the
game.
Stalber drop?
But
Do you think
I in that
Stalber
last
is
match,
good?
There was
A drop
a pretty
in
clear
Erangel?
lack of attention.
Because
given
I
to
have a
their back.
theory,
Well, it makes a lot
right?
of sense. I mean, especially
Like
considering
if
that,
you
you know,
select
they
the
are our
spot
last year's
where
season
the
champions, so a lot
circle
of expectations are
really
gonna be on them, and of course we're going to be
goes to that
scrutinizing the teams that we have
spot, you know,
high
why would you
expectations
select
for.
that
And, you know,
spot?
Vampire is definitely
basically
one of
you're,
those
you know,
squads.
let's
So
say
it's one thing, right? To
you
win a
lose like
championship
10% of
is
like, you
another
know,
to defend it.
I don't know,
You know,
like
it's
20%, 30% of like, you know, chance getting
all sorts
gifted,
of logistical problems.
you know,
They gotta get that back to back.
by the circle.
That back to back. And it's
I mean, they did it once.
They did it once. That's right.
I'm gonna
that is right.
make
so
it lower.
let's see if they could do it once again. Now, I'm looking at the circle here. We see teams, I think, very, very comfortable with it because there is that northern island still available, and there's a lot of different routes that these teams can take to make it to safety. But at this point, I think a lot of these squads are a little bit slow on the rotate. Meanwhile, Team Reject trying to take out Tiamba. Oh, Reggie getting caught.
Oh, dear. And again,
Wow,
Tiamba
is literally unstoppable right now.
This is a team that's starting to
I'm not talking about the
heads,
loot.
right?
I'm talking
I don't think
about
many people would have
the
put
position
Tiamba as a
from a competitive
top team
standpoint.
In terms of like predictions.
We
coming into
really
things,
see a
which, I mean, to
Stauber
be fair,
finish,
they
right?
did win PEL, so it's
Compared with
reasonable
like
that,
a farm
that
finish.
they are performing as well as they are right now. But I feel
Like
like
farm
a lot
is
more
obviously
attention
better
was
than
being given to the
Stauber, I feel
Falcons,
like.
to the Alpha 7s of the world, and to Team Liquid. But Tiamba reminding us just why they are such a big name in the international scene as well.
Cool, that's how you do it right there. I mean, they crushed it in game number 1 today. They did a great job yesterday, and already starting off with an elimination. 69 points right now on that leaderboard. Nice. I mean, these guys are not messing around. Now, teams like, you know,
You and SQC is in same country? Wait, SQC is in China? He's in Canada, right?
And at least in this stage, Alliance starting to take some shots downrange. Looks like they got a nice knock near Potato
Can we say
Hill.
Tiamba qualified to the grand
they
finals?
are,
Yeah, pretty
just
much.
setting up nice and pretty.
Tiamba
and
pretty
that
much
is
qualified.
gonna be Harami Bro. They're going to lose a player.
Yeah, to Alliance as well, which is going to slow them down on that southwest side, playing around that Potato Hill position. Losing a player, again, this is their first day as well. Harami Bro did not have, I believe, a great first map. They didn't get any point. Well, the opposite of great, I think. It's the worst possible result in the first map, getting 0 points. And it looks like they're not off to another great start either. I'm a little bit worried about this team. I mean, they came through. I think they were champions.
Tiamba needs to reach 100
SCA,
points.
right?
Wait, I don't think you need 100 points to be top 12
matches,
from group stage.
and you can't let many more get away from you if you want to be in those top 12.
I think Tiamba qualified already.
Finals.
Not gonna lie.
Maybe.
Do you what do you guys think the cutoff points will be for top 12?
Into Yasnaya early. They've been in there for quite a while now.
What's the cutoff? What would be the cutoff point?
It's going to be pretty difficult to isolate these positions. Yazfield.
Which team was QZ before?
Here, with D plus
QZ
taking up
didn't change
a
the
really
word.
strong compound on the west side of those
QZ is
Yazfields.
like
The
Tiamba's.
east side currently being dominated by Team
Baby.
Liquid, although it looks like they might want
Tiamba
a little
will
bit
keep
of a scrap
QZ
with the
forever.
Shifts up north.
Okay, meanwhile, speaking of scrap, we're looking at Mad Bulls taking on some shots under Harami Bro. Harami Bro down to 3 players. You can see them late to the party here, and they're just trying to find a spot. Looks like they're going to commit to Alliance, though. And Leon is now, oh, it looked like he thought he was going to go into that dip, but instead, turning at the last second. They're going to give it up to Harami Bro.
All right, okay. It looks like Harami Bro are starting to take things back into their own control. 2 eliminations now on the board for the one that they had taken away from them, and 2 players from Alliance have gone down as well in the midst of this scrap. Mad Bulls have yet to find these pickoffs.
Do we have tape warm? Was it
Continue to
Inchi?
just trudge
I
up
don't.
north for
I
Harami
never.
Bro. There's 3 players alive.
Yeah, Harami Bro
I think
taking
60
a place we like to call OP dip,
One more is
right?
safe.
And it is a pretty good, strong spot. The problem is you have to commit to it when the zone is in this area, right? They lost a lot of resources there. Their
Let me
vehicles are
grab a
smoking
water.
out, and
Nova
the zone
didn't
can
qualify,
still
that's why
go
they're
all
not
the way
playing.
north. So very interesting for them to hard commit here. They did get 2 eliminations in the process, so definitely take that to the bank. And I think they are getting a little bit antsy considering that they lost 1 and had a bad game 1. So sometimes you got to take some risks, and this time it paid off, at least for now.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see where this next circle goes. Vampire now moving past Pachinki, a little bit slow to get in, but another Eastern shift keeps Lepovka in it. Sorry, Jukes, we're going to get Kameshki. Not this time around. We've got 2 more chances, though. 2 more rolls of those dice, so we'll see how that goes. Vampire on the southwest side, close to 4MV, who dropped in military base. They've been moving up for quite a while now, and they're going to be trying to punch in on that western edge around that Potato Hill. They'll try and navigate this treacherous terrain and push in near DXavier, south of D+K, who are leaving their really strong compound on the west side of Yas Fields. Probably rightly so. You don't want to be locked into going for a full rotate straight across Yas Fields when a lot of those teams on the south are going to start to post up.
You can see a Vampire trying to find a good spot here. They're getting shot at. For Miracle doing exactly what they're supposed to over here by Potato Hill. Just if you see anybody get close, just play keep away. And Vampire are definitely going to do exactly that. They're going to be just still hunting down a spot. Actually, I think they might just hold up this edge here. Yeah, just kind of hold it down for now and figure out where this next zone is going to go. So they're going to stick it in that compound for now. Meanwhile, looking up north, Team Falcons are starting to make their way down into the fray near Yasnaya. Yeah. This was actually a very fortunate zone shift, by the way, for Brute Force over there in the Milta. They would have went north, they would have been in big trouble. So yeah. I'm going to say it. Honestly, I think if Brute Force does bad this game, we might not see them here, or we might see them in the survival stage.
Yeah, it might have to be. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. A knock sent over towards DXavier. I'm not entirely sure who was able to pick that one up. And it was a flush as well, leaving them a little bit the worse for wear. 3 players alive, and actually a lot of damage being sent their way. Tianba, I mean, of course it is. Who else is it going to be? Tianba taking the fight. Balls as well. Is that DXavier just getting picked apart slowly?
Little by little.
At range.
They're down to 1.
They tried to send in. They tried to send into the middle. Didn't work.
Yeah, this late of a rotation is just not where it's at. I mean, there's still 16 teams remaining. You got to know that if you're late to this circle, you got to just play edge because everything in the middle is already taken.
Unless you're a solo and sort of going for a last-ditch attempt kind of player, right?
But it's still too early. It's only stage 2.
You're right, absolutely. Yeah. It is definitely a little bit, let's call it interesting, of a decision for DXavier to make that one go for them. They do still have 1 player alive. They're not out of it just yet, and we've seen what a solo player can do in Shan, but those performances are few and far between. Tianba holding down in a pretty central position now.
Yes, they are. And yeah, DXavier, they started the day in 3rd place, right? In 3rd place. So they had a great day, number 1. And now we're starting to see them fall little by little here. Another
this zone, Tianba could
here in game number 2. At least it was looking like. Let's see what Lamborghini could do. This zone does not help him out. That is for sure. And what I say, right? Yes,
TJB, I feel like TJB is going to post it.
And it's very fortunate for Talent to be in the position they're in right now. But, you know, teams on the southern edge, I'm looking at you, Brute Force, right? You're going to have to fight your way into this one.
Where's Falcon, guys?
It's really, really tricky here. Mad Bulls in a really strong ridge line, but the difficulty is defending it from that south side. They're going to have their wits about them. DXavier losing. Did they get a res there? I don't know, but oh no, this is a replay. Okay, yeah. I was caught completely off guard. I was looking at the map feed there, but yeah, that's how DXavier lost.
Send them where? There are a lot of spots they can post in.
Moving on up north, Mad Bulls now in a position to try and defend their south side ridge of Yas Fields. Could be pretty profitable if they're able to hold on to it.
And let's see right now, For Miracle Vibes getting some nice knocks. They're going to be putting in some work here.
First elim of the day.
Yes, they are.
Third party from D+Kia coming in from the south side of it, though, as they try and rotate back.
Oh, no.
This is Al-Ulex IHC. D+Kia now wading into the
Wait, did you guys reply? What is, like...
Taken down. Says, hold on a minute, we're busy. Shuts the door for them.
Which org is that?
4MV.
Which region?
Trying to take this fight.
Which country?
It's not going well, really, for anyone in this compound, as the spray goes around the side, and Godless wins it out for Al-Ulex IHC.
Oh,
now
Cindy, you sneaky. Thank you, Cindy, for the super chat. Cindy just unlocked the spin.
And getting any control over it
Let's
would
go.
be great. That position on the west
Which team do you guys want?
Pretty isolated, but could be Sanctuary.
Which team do you guys want?
Definitely afford to take this fight. I mean, they have plenty of points from yesterday here. Oh, look at all the nades coming out from this way. Oh, you also got Brute Force here on the edge. So D+Kia, if you're going to take this fight, you better commit to it pretty quickly.
They need to try and make this
Vampire.
Great. To defend off against
Let's go.
I'll immediately trade it
I'll do push up for Vampire.
Swimming on in. And that is going to be a nasty knock for them. That is their backstop as well. Prepod out in the blue zone, still taking shots. D+Kia allowing Alula
If Vampire is dead, you know, that means I don't need to do push-up. I'm only doing push-up based on their kills.
Now a massive presence on this west edge. Another really smart rotation from Team Liquid.
Beautiful play right now. And honestly, we're seeing indecision from D+Kia. They are late to
I know ULA is IHC. I'm talking about...
They got punished from the back by brute force. Now they're starting to...
Like, which org are they
no
collaborating with?
K can get this knock up close. Oh, and they do end up getting one. We're starting to see some jump outs.
0 push-up?
Let's see what Godless can do on the outside. He has that UMP. Going up against Chips. Chips now stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's holding those
football
stairs
club.
for dear life.
Oh, okay.
And meanwhile, looks like brute force up on top of the hill trying to make something happen. And Team Liquid are just very satisfied with where they're at.
Got it.
Throwing
Thanks.
out the mud, slowing the steps of all of these opposing players. Brute force, this is a good start for it, right? They need to convert here. 3 eliminations, a sweep potential on the west, but with the hard shift out east on the circle, this again makes them
Probably with a football club in Saudi.
Chips
Do the
low,
business.
but not out of it just yet. 2 first
Making a lot of
days,
money
looks
now.
like he's going to be able to get this
They're
one
making a lot of money for
Prepod
sure.
close and personal. Dangerous, given there's 2 players from Alolex IHC here. Prepod could get knocked and flushed very, very quickly, but behind the wall, he's got cover and backup. Team Liquid, again, this is that rotation I was talking about. They move past Yasnaya, and they have the top spot.
The zone is shifted. These teams need to either fight, full send it on in, or get moving. They have no more time to spare here. There is just seconds now on the clock. 19, as a matter of fact, before the zone starts closing. D+Kia, gone. Brute force, need to just full send it on in. They have no choice.
Big nade, but doesn't quite connect in the way that you want it to. Chip's still going on in. The nade's not quite tagging him up. He's in that little side room there. A nade from Neos does find it. Finally, D+Kia fully eliminated. Now Brute Force have the ground floor under control, but Alola XIHC, still 2 players going. Only 3 to deal with, so it's potential they can make this one work, but they aren't going to be able to step out in time.
This fight is taking forever.
Tiamba,
Tiamba, meanwhile, taking...
There's a knock
getting
from
knocks.
Demo on the inside, but it's shut down by Prepod. Zone 4, they need to get away with this.
I don't even know if he's going to be able to get this first aid off. This is
Vampire is out.
him down little by little here.
Your spin curse is strong, Cindy.
And yeah, Team Liquid had to make a decision. Either
Cindy
go
just cursed the Vampire. If you guys are, you know, Vampire fans, you know, hate Cindy.
Team Liquid, again, another heads-up play. They move out in front of this fight. They know they're going to have to cross Yaz Fields. They do not want anyone behind them.
CR7 team offered 4 MV, but they rejected. I guess the offer is just better, you know, more money.
Moving out into the firing line. Team Liquid might just have to go across this Yaz Fields position, use some of that terrain cover to the south, and hit up that Falcons outpost on the south.
Oh boy, well things are starting to heat up here as we're going to have, looks like a finish right by Yasnaya. And just north of Mansion. Team
Chinese
Liquid,
casters were global.
Yeah, with all the room in the world. Well, actually, not really, because look at that. You got Icy applying that pressure and popping out Mythic out the vehicle. Beautifully done.
Oh, and
they're in trouble.
Free.
They hit
so
the vehicle,
free.
they hit a snag,
so
and
free.
another knock goes to Icy. They go
so
too
free.
far north, and these buildings, they knew they were in the zone, and likely there's a team in there. I'm not sure about that one. It felt like everything they'd done up until that point was good. They just needed to
won the
turn
money.
their noses a little bit south.
Good investment.
Go for that Falcons outpost.
On these
I guess
esports
they
team.
didn't have the scouting to go for it fully confidently and trying to make this one work.
Thank you, Cindy, for another super chat.
Yeah, it's just, I'm not sure
And
not liking it
which team are you picking, Cindy? Just name your team.
Yeah,
name your team,
had
and
the
I'll
right
do a spin.
idea, actually. He's going up
Name your
north.
team.
Yes,
Let's see if
yes,
your
the coverage
prediction,
from those
you know, if
buildings
you're
to be able
luck.
to get in that zone. I think Team Liquid
will
just
be
after
effective
game
with
number
the
1, maybe
spin.
just got a little bit too greedy there. It was just hoping that the spot would be open. And again, guys, this is the World Cup. You know, if you make one small, you know, mistake,
Kimba?
you're gonna get punished for it.
All right,
and
bet.
Icy did it
Let's
all
see.
by himself.
That is really quite nasty. I mean, there's a reason Falcons are certainly at the forefront of people's minds.
Kimba down
still
south.
in it with 4. They're right on the south side
Is
now.
BJK still alive?
Trying to convert off
BJK
their
still alive.
previous matches.
Wait, this
performance,
is like
moving
what?
up now into reject territory. I want a little bit
BJK.
more from Reject today.
This is BJK.
I feel like they've got it in the bag, but
I
this is,
agree.
this is their main challenge now. Tiamba on their south side trying to hold off against them.
Yeah, they got to hold off the entirety
Falcon
of Group
split?
Yellow.
It's such a strong compound that Reject have, but they're
Falcon.
not holding the south branch of it.
Falcon's
they
chilling.
are in
chilling.
a very, very good position here, but they just got to.
Well, Tiamba's gonna push in.
And
Tiamba has
the
to
hard
push.
part is when you're in a strong compound at this edge like this, you tend to want to just commit to it. But at some point, you got to give it up and try maybe centering up a little bit further. But they're in a really, really tough spot because Tiamba is right behind them. Ugh, they're gonna have to make a
QZ.
decision, though. Meanwhile, you got QZ. Wow, making some great shots from downrange.
Stop the hacks.
Mad Bulls, oh, they are completely stuck on the open here.
They've been slow on this transition from the Mad
Hello,
Bulls
Glacier.
position previously, and everybody
Which team
else
are
has
you
got
rooting
ahead
for
of
to
them.
win this
Tiamba
round?
allowed into the south point of that.
Poor
that heavy
BJK is
compound
gonna getting
is
he's
really
getting
good
cursed
news
from
for them.
Cindy.
Reject with 3. Most likely felt they
No.
couldn't hold off.
BJK
both
full
the
set.
north and the south side, so they
Oh
allowed
my god, why are they helping
Maybe
Kimba?
they're trying to change things.
Why are they helping
Nice
Kimba?
shots out the vehicle here. Team Rejector in
Oh
big
my
trouble.
god, Kimba is
They
laughing in the
eased off
corners,
little
man.
by little.
Kimba
We
are
just got
laughing in the
Sara
corners.
and Duello now.
Kimba
Last two
players
Oh, Bashitas.
clapping.
They're down to just one.
Kakali,
Here it comes, full send.
last player,
Tiamba.
made in.
Here they come.
Excellent.
Tiamba on the push is huge. Duello goes
Bro.
down, and it's just Sara.
Oh
left.
my
Bashitas
god.
Explode.
Kimba.
Soaking up some points, and Sara decided to take himself
BJK, 1 kill.
Rejectors going down.
Very nice
So
curse from
do
Cindy.
Reject. That is nasty stuff.
Oh my
Not
god.
many points earned for them either. 4 eliminations now for Tiamba.
Why are they
They'll get
helping
this
Kimba?
res,
Oh
and
my
they've got one
god.
of the strongest compounds on this south side. Moving up towards the north.
Wait, how much
their
you get
barrier
if you
right
get
now is
first
gonna
place
be
in group
Harame, bro.
stage?
You've also got TJB on a wide split
check.
north to south of this road, and I think that could be, again, a very big barrier to them moving on up. Mad Bull's finally gotten rid of. I kind of counted them out already, so I'm not too surprised about that.
Yeah,
70K?
they tried their best with those smoke walls, but Tiamba
For winning the
shut
group
them down.
stage?
Tiamba again, QZZ with
Oh,
4
damn.
eliminations already, and the legendary Sean. I mean, what a play this man.
70K, yeah,
He's
70K
actually
USD.
kinda, I think he was laying down on
For
that
first place in
windshield
group
seal. That was
stage.
a pretty interesting play. But meanwhile, that's Team Liquid out of there, and that spot is
That's good
so
money.
difficult to hold. There's so many sight lines that you can get punished from. But Team Falcons decide to take it. We can see Talon punish them for that. Let's see if they're going to be able to, though.
But right now, my mind is kind of entirely focused on Tiamba. 6 eliminations already.
Crazy.
With 20
Did
players
I ever-
still left alive.
did I ever
They
tell
could
you
be
guys,
on
you
for
know,
another corker of a game.
QZ's
On that south side,
family
they're
is
flexing out,
actually,
they're
you know,
moving QZ and Bond as well out
quite
to that
poor.
western side with those outposts.
he dropped out of
Excellent,
the school
movement.
early to play
TJB
comp.
trying to
I mean, just
use
like
their
the
split
majority
on
of the
this northern
Chinese
side.
pros,
These
but
two teams gonna be going at it.
his
What is
family
this,
is
though,
not
for
like
NC? He's
Swang's
moving up
family,
north.
where it's like
He's
super
gonna go
rich.
straight on in nation. Is found as well by
Like,
Falcons.
for
And they are
QZ,
just
QZ's
playing on
legit,
every
like his
single
whole
front
family is
right
like, you
now.
know, counting on him.
Tiamba needs to be careful here. They cannot
be
buy it off
successful
more than they
in
can
the
chew. Yeah,
Pubg
they
Mobile
have that
company.
confidence. Their momentum's at an all-time
Yeah,
high.
he's helping
but
his
they can't be splitting
family
against two
with
different
all the
teams.
financing
Oh, look at
and
this
stuff.
angles against Harame, bro.
They're
Tiamba.
fighting
Bro.
3 teams right now.
This is insane. XC is applying so much pressure through the smoke, and that's what you got to do. Just shoot through it. Hopefully get some hit markers.
QZ 5 kills already?
Eliminations. This team's looking almost
Oh
unstoppable
yeah,
here at
5
this
kills
point.
already
They're
for
fighting Falcons,
QZ.
They're fighting Harame, bro. They're fighting TJB on the
Harame,
outpost
bro.
on the northeast side. Is there anything that these guys won't take on? It
That
is
nade looks
absolutely
good.
incredible
QZ.
to see this pace pick up at the start.
Oh
Nade,
my
nade's
god.
over, and this is a crunch being put on Harame, bro, right now.
Bro, how many nades do they have?
A lot of resources here.
Dude.
These last two players, they should just kind of run up and take him out.
QZ.
Harame, bro, yeah. Nades,
Oh
they
my
smoked
god,
themselves
QZ
out,
7
completely eliminated their own
LMs.
sight lines, and that's gonna make things
Someone
difficult.
stop
But
him.
now, Tiampa's gonna
Pop.
have to go against
Come on.
Falcons.
This
Can
is
they
not a
hold
game
on?
for peace
Falcons
now.
only on 3 though, and
Stop,
there is still
QZ.
a backstop in Shan. When all else fails, just give it a Shan, give him a crack at it. I'm sure he'll be able to do something.
But
So-
Falcon
so
does
the
have
last
6
match,
elims though.
Falcons trying to swirl around, trying to find an opening in
Oh my god,
Tiamba's
QZ
presence, but given that they just
versus
took down
Falcon.
the players in the middle, Harame, bro, it's not going to be as easy. as
That's
that.
good.
Nade looks
Oh,
good.
I see.
never quite go
Survival
back to
with
it, though.
20 HP.
How did he survive that? That is crazy. He ate that nade and spit it out. So Icy still up here, but he is down to low HP. QZZ's on fire. 7 eliminations in this one, all by himself.
Sean
Oh,
soloing
that
a
nade
TJB
looks
team,
good.
By the way,
Unreal.
Nope.
in the midst of it all.
Unreal. And Talent Esports are just very happy just to be here right now. They are just holding this spot, not trying to
Someone stop this dude.
get too active just
7
yet. Now
kills.
we do see one
I
of their
think this
players
is gonna.
start to move
If
up.
he don't die, if he doesn't
So that'll
die,
work out for
he
them.
could.
JP
Top got knocked by QZ's nade.
getting into this fight.
Oh
another-
no!
another
Oh
big
no!
nade.
Oh no! Oh
Tiamba
no!
Just punishing the Falcons here.
Oh no!
Being sent back, I think.
Oh
over the
no.
backlines.
Oh
Fortunately,
no.
XC on the high ground,
Oh
you can see,
no.
But the nades just take him down, and Tiamba can move through through.
Damn.
Death crates resupply, and it might not come back to bite them.
Finally, TJB doing work. Jeez.
Shan, and he does get flushed out. Leaves Tiampa on 3, needing a res, so potentially even 2 if they can't get to it, and another shot goes through. This felt like it was a long time coming, but they've already got the value. 14 eliminations and a 4th place guarantee.
Bro, after today, QZ is gonna post. See you in grand finals. See you in PMWC grand finals.
Just with these performances alone. So yeah, I mean, you could commit to try and get that chicken dinner or a ton of eliminations. And with how valuable elimination points are, 14, I'll take that all day.
Oh my God, he kept going. He kept going.
He might just get here. Let's see if they're going to be able to get that res. Oh, it's going to be close.
Nasty, bro.
Up on the flank, and I feel like, yeah, QZ has heard this. He's figured
at this point
now, knows that there's a threat from
only
the south side. Unlikely
Stingray players can stop him.
They know that TJP have sightlines over to this area, so going up and trying to flush a solo can be a big, big risk for trying to create this presence, which means that QZ fights with his back to the wall.
Only Stingray players can stop him.
TJP, and Nate from Lamborghini finds Flower on this off angle, and just more and more is going the way of QZ right now.
Oh my gosh, QZZ is just...
Oh, he finally went down.
But he gets taken out there. Finally, 14 eliminations from Tiampa's.
1,000+ damage.
We got 3 teams remaining. D Xavier, the Snake, holding on for a little bit longer. It's Lamborghini, all by his lonesome.
Full pacifist run, 0 eliminations. I'm ready.
He said, I'll take that all day. I am very happy near this tall grass and this dossier. Just
Lamborghini.
Don't mind me.
I'm just looking at bugs. I'm an etymologist. You know, I'm just chilling. Yeah, there you go.
But without a Lamborghini skin.
Yeah, getting in amongst the ferns right now, trying to stay there as well.
Right there.
Oh, nasty. Tags on. They know he's there now.
Actually, they don't. Yeah, because those nades don't give those indicators. So
damn.
Unless they heard him shimmy,
this is actually
at the same time Lamborghini's got that pan.
Chinese teams, bro.
Just trying to be as sneaky as
they learn the meta.
Nice little
they learn the meta for global. Both TJB, Kemba doing good.
Oh no! Now they have to know.
Those bullets are hitting the ground right at his feet right now. His ankles.
That's it. Okay.
Going through.
There you go. 2 teams remaining. It's Talon versus TJB. And
we
both
need
these
Cooks to stop QZ.
Very, very quietly here. Very passive. 4 eliminations so far from Talon.
Damn, this Kemba, I don't know, man.
Both have 3 players up. It's anyone's game.
Swinging on through this ridge line. Peaks in the middle of this.
Where can you watch QZ POVs?
2 teams from the newly minted
Join my watch party for PEL, and I'll show you QZ POV.
To make their mark on their first day of play. Yoru
I'm gonna do watch parties for
right
PEL.
They were able to move
sprint
through and take
full
down
split.
QZ because of that nade that went on in.
Talon versus TJB.
TJB's off angles.
Florcy got one.
For them for TJB.
Where's the cover?
Flower starting this off good, and we saw TJB just kind of send out a scout, try to get some information. He got caught out, so now it's going to be a 3v2 for sure. There's no way they're going to be able to pick him up now. So Talon now on that back foot, and if a fight like this, it's all about that first
in Coop's stream, he admitted that he's scared of QZ, the only good player in NA when he was playing for NA.
They are outside of the circle, needing to move forwards. GK first now out in the buggy.
Like
2v3.
Like, is it legit? He said he's scared?
The nade
from
Linux. Gonna isolate some.
How reliable is your source?
Playing around the smoke.
How reliable is that?
The first knock. This is the opening now for TJB. Sorry, for Talon to look to come back.
The source is trust me, bro, or what?
Next zone, but GK first is so quick for this.
Why QZ so good? He's just gifted, man. He's just gifted. He's a player that would play.
TJB playing that one a little.
He would stay up, stay up all night in the training ground.
Oh, TJB's in big trouble. Axel.
Perfecting his aim and stuff.
There it is. That's one.
In for the shot.
All the efforts, you know, late night training paid off.
Crunches on. Linux into the buggy. Axel's on the off angle. Linux draws fire. Only S around the sidelines.
And also, you know, he played with me, so obviously he used all of my tips and tricks, you know, on from my YouTube channel. And that's another reason, you know.
Play around. He doesn't quite get the knock. Doesn't quite get it. But it's going to be that off angle. Finding those shots, and finally TJ.
It's very hard to not get it good.
That was so close with DJ.
When you play with the Xifan,
I
right?
think they lucked out on that one. I think
you see
Talon
GK is
could have
playing here,
definitely
QZ
made
is
it
playing
happen
here.
there, but wow, back and forth, great game from both these squads. But at the end of the day, the big game we're also looking at,
China.
I mean, it's got to be Tianto, right?
Oh, for
Bro.
sure. They got so many eliminations there.
China is
It was
giving me
maybe up to
goosebumps.
15 at the end, 14 or 15, and the 4th place as well. That's a chunk of placement points to add to the tally. Tianba are absolutely here to play. It is great stuff to see. It felt like they got a little bit silly with it, though, in that match. They were like, we're not
First the Chinese
losing.
chicken.
Let's just fight
Everyone, right? It's us versus this entire lobby at the end of the day, and they definitely did well. But you know what? I got to give a big shout out to these top 2 teams here towards the end. You know, TJB, again,
If Starlight is
green,
QZ
you know, they didn't have that
and
warm-up
playing
that we
this and
saw,
got this
from
achievement,
Group Red.
Starlight
Did a
would
great
stand
job
up
here
and
in
look
this
at
one.
top.
That's what they need to do, because at the end of the day, top 12
Look
is
at
the
me.
minimum goal.
Look
right?
at me, top.
For sure. That is what you need to be hitting to get to those finals.
Who do you want to meet in global?
Good when you get
Is it me?
higher up the
Is
table,
it me?
but getting to finals, that's even more money, right? And you're guaranteed, I think if you get directly into finals, I think it's 54K in 12th place, something around that sort of mark. Yeah, 54K in 12th place. So if you're able to make that,
Damn.
you're going to be happy. It goes up about 25 grand towards the top end, which means that obviously that's nice, but it's not the end of the world because you're guaranteed 25K just for getting to those finals.
Yeah, you want to.
But I mean,
just perform your best.
only
Again,
2
folks,
games.
$1 million
Pubg is playing great. I mean, group stage doesn't really, I guess, it matters because of the prize money.
Insane. What
But grand finals is
again
where all the bigger money's
you
at.
guys over there in
So
the cube, right?
we can't rule out Falcons
player
yet.
stats because man, he went absolutely crazy. But that's it for game number 2, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're
Chinese
gonna be
team
right
took
back.
that pro stuff personally. I don't think that these Chinese players know that post, to be honest. Oh, they probably know. They probably know because some of the Chinese fans would like probably repost that to the the Chinese forum and something. The players would probably see it. So yeah, they probably know. By the way, you playing Asia right now? Long, you missed so many of my stream. We had a great fun today. Before this EWC stream, I was playing with the viewers, doing team codes and stuff. We were playing in Asia server, and these were sweaty. Funny how these characters chose Trident instead of taking that Stingray while they were running. The Trident is basically useless in the new mode. What do you guys think? The Trident, I guess you can troll people for sure, but it's pretty much useless. Stingray is the goat, and that's the thing who can stop QZ. Team coding YouTuber where? Yeah, go check my past stream. I have the past streams in the live stream chat, like the section. I was playing. I was live on both YouTube and TikTok, so we were doing team codes for both platforms. At least the Trident thing get your recall card. Yeah.
With match 2 now done in day 2 of the PMWC, I have one question for you all at home. China #1?
Yeah.
China #1?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good right now.
Yeah?
I like it. I like it a lot. I was singing the praises of Tiamba coming in. Obviously they've had 2 good games, but TJB's here to play as well. As I mean, in the previous game they had the compound, so that was nice. But this time around, hey man, they were battling. It was awesome.
NA pride, man. hey, we don't really got much more on this tournament. We got to claim at least one person. We can claim GK.
Wait, was QZZ yesterday's MVP,
we'll
guys?
get into a little bit of time, but
Was
TJB,
QZZ day 1 MVP?
looking strong, honestly. First day here with Group Green, and match 1 they look good. They had they got into a compound fairly early on. They eliminated, I think it was Harami. And then this one.
Sever reminds you of Kevin Hart?
And what I really liked out of their play right there is that they were still doing that compound play, but on top of that, they were having a great split with Flower.
Bro, this team
being the
picture
lone
is
player
ass
away
from
the squad,
Kemba.
letting them know what was going
What
on.
the
keeping
hell?
The scout, it worked out wonders for them. You can see the stats right here. 1,800 damage, 11 eliminations, and most of those come from QZZ, which Paraboy. Nah, just kidding. Not too soon.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Too soon.
You're comparing an NA player to Paraboy. No, no.
And Hyper's
Who would
happy.
be the NA Paraboy?
7.
We're not going to talk about
And then Paraboy? Coops.
here.
Easy.
I mean, they're here in some aspect.
Fellow.
Yeah, obviously a great game. I mean, the thing is, coming in from PL, coming in from the regional clash as well, we are seeing some serious work here as we're comparing Tiamba day 1 versus Tiamba day 2 here, or sorry, match 1 versus match 2, I believe, and the damage is being quite consistent.
I mean, across those numbers, that is pretty unreal of a start.
There was
here
a
for day 1 and 2.
Regiaco?
They already did
Okay.
brilliantly yesterday, right? But now they're back once again. I mean, for a long time, we expected China to always pop off here in PUBG Mobile. And then there was a little bit of a lull. I think it's fair to say there was a little bit of a lull. Here for Pmwc, they're coming in hot, they're coming in strong. I do think it... Go on.
The lull, I mean, that was from the end of Nova's era, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think that they've come in with great practice under their belt. PEL is, of course, obviously an insane battleground to actually contend in. And then PMRC was brilliant for them because it gave them international play just before coming here, realistically.
Yeah, what's scary about Tiamba
Was the
too,
IGL
is
with
that
Kemba?
they're being able to
Linguist,
do
the
all
IGL
of
with Kemba.
this without even being able to get an actual chicken dinner.
Put QZ
I
and
know some of the
Paraboy in
other
the same
teams, I
team
mean,
who
we
will
were
get
talking about
MVP.
it,
I
right,
believe
yesterday.
QZ
Some
will
of the teams that
currently.
were at the top, like D+, they were being kind of favored by the zones. They were able to get
QZ
chicken
is
dinners,
currently
they were
the
able to
best
get those
performing
placement
Chinese
points.
player
But
in
this team's
PL.
being able to get not only the eliminations, they're being able to get also the placement
So
points
QZ.
without having that chicken dinner. So for some of the other teams that are trying to fight for those points, when they do end up getting chicken dinners, that's going to be an even scarier team.
Well, you can see here a little bit of a head-to-head with match 1 versus match 2 for TJB. Doing a little bit more damage in the first match, but again, it's about the consistency, right? You don't need to pop off and have the most explosive matches right now in the tournament. This is just group stage. You need to be top 12, make it into the finals, and that's where you really go full steam ahead.
The 2 games, late games, have evolved from having pretty decent compounds in their first 2 games, so we've got to take that into account here. The Sanhok one, obviously, they were so close to that compound almost until the very end of that late game. But this one, they did have to swing out from the compound they had in the northeast side, going into the...
There are lots of good players in PL than Paraboy nowadays. A lot of? I don't think so.
Make sure that Tiamba, one of their better
Only a
rivals,
few,
I
I
would
feel
suppose,
like.
for this tournament, was to be eradicated, then yeah, it was very well done.
As I mentioned, Scout being... actually, Flower being their actual scout.
Paraboy can most
throughout
likely
that
get back
split,
in shape with this
allowing
new
them
roster.
to kind of move out of the way, out of that
He's
compound,
having
moving
in
into the
JDE.
circle, getting into those fights, knowing what was going on. Overall, these are the
Shen,
splits that we want to see
Shen.
yesterday. We're kind
Shen.
of memeing a
Shen's
little bit on some of
the
the splits that
IGL.
we're seeing out of some of those teams that weren't really working out, but so far it was working out. And yeah,
Oh no, I don't know if it was that fight exactly where we had Besiktas rock up on, was it Reject, and then Tiamba was like, hey,
cleaned up
3 eliminations.
Like, okay, I'm gonna be
Cruz
real.
doesn't have
BKL
stream
again.
for
Yes,
a month
I
now.
don't know why Besiktas is
What a
rocking up
shame.
to heaven there, in that location.
I
in
mean,
a
being a
circle
pro,
like that.
you just
You're
can't do
basically
content like
assuring
every
yours
single day.
and Reject's destruction, as long as
Like,
there's another
you're
team there, because
already,
usually
you know,
heaven is coexisted
you're
by
already
2
so
teams
like
taking the
exhausted
higher-
from all
the
the
south as well
trainings,
as
you
the
know,
north.
playing
So
the
it's
games,
rough.
playing
The even
scrims,
crazier
playing
part out of
tournaments, you
out of
know,
that
doing
push
water
from
review,
Besiktas was that they
you know,
were
picking
expecting
players and all
Reject
that, you
to
know.
just be in one building, because you can
No
see them
pros
being absolutely
play the
surprised
event.
whenever a player from Reject starts shooting them from the other building. They were like, okay, wait, how do we not?
The only reason I'm playing the event, first of all, the event is great, but
I kind of want to just mention it because we're talking about it so much too. Team Liquid was doing such great rotations at
why
the
do you need?
beginning
Why
of the match
why
that I
do
feel
pro
like they
players
wouldn't be
need to
able possibly
practice the stingray bubble thing, right?
Of just Naya and it
When you
backfired
can't even
in a
use
big,
it
big way, Kyle.
in competitions and
I was
stuff.
being mean, Kale, again. Actually, now that you say it, I mean, like the place that they sent themselves
Like,
to.
most of the
between
pro
Falcons
players,
3-1
they just play
split in
scrims,
Yasnaya,
tournament.
as well as in the fields.
They
compound.
really
If you set
play,
yourself to that location as Team
I mean,
Liquid,
there are
you
definitely
can't
there are
go
gonna
early,
there are
that
gonna be some
early.
pro
It
players,
is
grinding,
not
the
possible.
event
whole
mode
of
as well.
Yasnaya
But
can see you in there. There's really not much cover there.
if
where
you've
Team
been in the
Liquid
comp
went.
scene for
And it
like
felt
2
as if
years,
they got a
1
little
year,
bit
you
lazy
know,
in their
it's like
transition.
you kind
You
of,
mentioned that they could
lost
maybe gone for
interest.
gas
You
the
kind of
way
lose
before.
interest in the
Well,
game.
and the reason why I was mentioning
The
that
only
too is
reason you are
because
playing the
that's
game
where
because
the
you're a
team
pro
was kinda
player.
coming from.
And
They
you want to,
wouldn't have known if there
earn
was gonna be
money
any shots
and,
from over there,
be
and the
better
time
as
between
get
those
better
circles, between those
individually
rotations,
or
wouldn't have
improve
been that
as a
long. They would have been
team.
able to take bigger fights too. Ultimately,
And,
he ended up
playing
helping
the
Talon
global
Esports that ended up pushing
championship.
out of Yasnaya.
Damn,
Sadly, didn't end up
87.
working out for Team Liquid.
Well, Seven, I'm about to throw it right back to you here. in
Hello,
just a
Green, you
second.
woke up.
Tiamba with a
Nice to
nice,
see you.
almost 30-point lead in first place. But Xavier, Lamborghini, surviving into a top 3 right there. And those placement points that them and now Tiamba now share with 27 is pretty insane.
It is pretty insane. Something that we want to see a little bit, well, I personally want to see a little bit more out of Xavier is clutching up more elimination points. They've been getting themselves over and over again.
You used to play with a
towards the later
Chinese
matches.
girl
We were
squad
talking about
in
yesterday
NA
in
Server
regards to
Season
their
8. They
splits,
destroyed the
that they were
Rolex
maybe
squad in 200
forcing themselves a
MS.
little bit too much,
Bro, you
spreading
have to
a little bit
share
too much. But in this
your
one, we're
Chinese
seeing a
girl
little bit
squad
better
with
splits out of
Xifan.
them.
I show
It just
lobby.
comes down to I
You
want
can
to
be
see them
selfish,
get those
man.
placement points a little bit higher too. Being able to get the chicken dinner, but most of all, being able to see more eliminations.
The interesting thing about that for
I
me
want you
is
to get carried by
rough
Chinese girl
swaps,
squad,
right,
bro.
with East coming in and Zed not playing for Falcons, but for Xavier, Shadows was playing, who was previously known as Levi's in PMSL SEA, and yet
Wait,
Chua
Ingo
is
had
actually
a
the one
such a
playing instead of
terrible
him at the
day.
moment for Xavier, so we're definitely seeing some
Jeez.
like swap ups come in. We also saw TJB already able to break through in the leaderboard here, and Kalaris,
Mean Kalaris is back.
What do you want to be mean about? Look at the
I mean, I'm looking at that leaderboard, and I'm looking at the very bottom of the leaderboard, and it's only been 2 matches, but 1 point.
It might be tough.
It might be tough.
It's only 2 games. It's only 2 games. Just relax.
Only 2 games. Okay, well, we can end it there. Only 2 games. We still have a lot of games left to go here. But in the meantime, we have to head down to the stage to actually hear what Team Liquid had to say about that last match.
Xifan, you forgot if TJB come under top 80, will do push up every match? I mean, I kinda...
It's night. I mean, I've got to say, what a great start to the day so far. Sanhok.
I kinda put...
dinner. Sanhok's a little bit of a
like,
roll of the dice, isn't it? It can be quite
We're doing.
chaotic.
I'm doing push-ups
So
for
you
teams
guys
now
seem to play
because we
really
have
well.
the spinning
Played
wheel
quite
ready
slow.
for today.
What was the plan of the approach from the top of the day?
I mean, if the spinning wheel goes to TJB, for sure I will do TJBs.
To carry, so we kind of
See
were
right here.
getting used to this position. But I think the main idea is, since Sanhok is such a small map, we can't take too many fights because otherwise you're gonna bring the attention of the teams around. So we kind of got the compound, and we waited until the teams start fighting to third-party them. And then we have like a clear path towards the end game, and we develop our game.
Nice tactical approach. I love it. Let's talk a little bit about the team itself, because you guys have formed almost like a collection of different players from different teams and different places. And sometimes that doesn't always work, but your team just seems to click. They just seem to play extremely well together. Can you tell me why that is?
What's the secret
So
behind
I
Chinese
think
players?
at the
You
end
really
of the
want to
road,
know?
I have a little bit of experience of creating like new teams, but the main point is we're trying to figure out the way that each player feel comfortable playing. So we kind of create a game plan that will benefit all the players instead of, oh, you guys gonna do what I'm saying, and that is, no, you need to be like very flexible about, okay, if you like to do this, let's try to play a little bit more like this and change a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, everyone needs to be comfortable so they can give 100% of them.
I love that. Okay, finally, Erangel. It went slightly differently map 2, didn't it? You guys got caught. Were you taking too much time? What did you kind of gather from watching that map?
So I think our rotation was really good. We found a really good entry point, but I think we lost too much time trying to third-party the teams, and we ended up forgetting our main goal, that is trying to find our entry point to the next save. So
Oh wait, I still only got one push-up. BJK got a 1 kill,
like
right?
3 teams
Last
around,
match.
So we lost 2 players, and then only 1 player left. He tried to gain as much time possible, but we knew that the game was over there.
unfortunately for you guys. However, it's still early stages of your first day. It's your first few maps, so you guys are just getting warmed up. You're shaking off some of the dust. So congratulations to Team Liquid so far. Thank you so much, Knight, for joining us in the post-match interviews. But for now, we're going to continue day 2 of the group stage, and we're going to head back to the studio.
With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 Pmwc. And you never guess what, Hot Jukes? That's exactly where we are.
That is
Map
right.
Number 3, day 2, first day for Group Green, coming in for the Pmwc. It's time to kick it off.
Let's kick it off indeed, and we kicked it off strong right here. Tianba going crazy. You can see QZZ.
Xifan lost the challenge? What do you mean, Gray?
So far, most
lost the ball challenge.
No surprise there. And to kind of galvanize the interview that we just heard a little bit earlier with Knight from Team Liquid, man, I love the fact that when it comes to his idea of building a new team, right? Not just having
imagine IHC or Falcons for push-ups.
And fitting just random players in there that will make that happen.
It's your guys' call.
No, search out different players and then build off that, right? Find out what each strength is. How can we make this work? And just go from there. And it's worked. It worked well. And I like his answer of what happened in the last game. Sometimes you just get a little antsy.
Scrims against Xifan?
Head up a little bit
nah,
too early,
the event mode
and
Asia
in a
server is
tournament
better
like
than
this,
Scrim.
That small mistake, you can pay
We're
a big
getting
price for it.
50 plus people
They're able to
in
stay
later
a little bit
zone,
less
like in
squirmy their
the
seats
event mode.
this time around. The playing path very similar to the first one, the Pubg down to Primors, but the circle very much not similar to the first one.
Right.
Opposite side of the map, down towards
How many
Primors.
kills
This
for
is good
QZ?
news,
18 now.
potentially for a team like Vampire. Obviously, mean Kale over on the desk, mean old Kale, that grumpy old so-and-so, was saying how bad they were in those first 2 matches. No, but they have only got 1 point, right? So this is their chance. They've got the circle
Chief
shifting
says
out
to
their
ask you about the challenge.
Going to have too much
What do you mean?
to getting on with Ayala. Okay. Getting it done. The shot out the sky. It's a skeet shoot.
18's knockdown?
it's like,
oh, okay.
Shooting ducks in a
Okay.
barrel.
I thought
As,
QZ
our
got
local
21.
I must
Nice.
say, you know, so it's crazy
21
to see that right off the
out
rip.
of
That's gonna hurt, especially since TJP
9
did
like
so
8
well
matches.
in the last match.
I'm definitely going to be calling him Scrooge McHale from now on.
Scrooge McHale. Yeah, I think that's a new name right there. Hopefully we can see him change it on all platforms.
Yeah, on the lower thirds.
That's
I'll get on to Tomash about that one. We'll be all right. D plus Kia, they're currently dropping out towards school. Should be fairly easy transitions out southwest for them. Before, in a previous match, we saw Everest.
Melta didn't get update?
Feature.
Yeah, they're playing the older version, I believe.
Control of that one pretty effectively.
QZ or
Right now,
Coops? You gotta be
pretty close
QZ,
to it.
man,
Outlaw
currently.
IHC as well in South George.
Look at the performance QZ is putting up.
A lot of potential to control the west coast from a position like this. A lot of teams, though, could just send straight across those
I
fields
didn't
to us.
really
Yeah, and I think
expect
that if they were going to make
Kemba
that send,
performance
they
to
would have
grow.
to do it
Literally,
already.
they're
That's the thing,
slapping
that
my
every single
face.
time you have a
I
zone
said,
shift so far away from the playing path.
Every
you
other
have to
teams
decide, right?
besides
Okay, are we gonna
China,
stay here, loot, and be late,
besides Chinese
or are we
team,
gonna just pick
can
up whatever item
potentially
we can
fight for
find
the top
and get on the move?
place
You can even see Tianba.
in the grand
I mean, they're
finals.
the top team
But
right
I was
now
wrong.
in this lobby. They're
Kemba,
87
first
points.
place.
They're starting to create
Boom.
that gap from the rest of everybody. Now, Tianba, if I recall, yeah, Tianba will not be playing tomorrow, right? So they're doing exactly what they need to, putting up so many points that nobody can even touch them. And, man, they really started off strong here.
And remember what I said at the start, where I predicted that the bubble would be somewhere in the low 70s?
That's right.
This is the first team to cross that threshold, right? Tianba now 87 points. No matter what, it's very likely that
Yeah, it is
they'll
just
get
group
through
stage,
to
but like
the finals directly, right?
yeah.
Just off the first couple of games that they've had
They
today.
did put up a
And they obviously
performance
have
that,
more
you know,
legroom
kind
now
of give
to
us
try and
hope
stretch out
in the
a
grand
little
finals.
bit of a lead, make their way up towards the top.
And, you know, there's so many different advantages.
What's your
right,
top
when it
three today,
comes to
Xifan?
having such a strong performance off the rip. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
they've already
obviously,
crossed
Kemba.
that, you know, threshold. Not an official threshold, but it is our estimate here, you know. And if you do that so early, I mean, they still have 4 more matches left to go. At this
4
point,
NV
it's just
and
about making more
reject.
money in the bank. But
How about that?
there's another thing as well they could do.
What could
right?
they do?
When you have such a great performance and you're like, all right, we know we're going to go to that finals already. There's a couple different things you could do. One, play your heart out, try to go ahead and get that first place, put some more money in the bank. 2, right? mix some things up, try and train your players up, right, for the finals. So,
bring
hey,
subs in, that sort of stuff.
That's right. You know, bring subs in, or if we feel like we struggle with this particular strategy, let's try it now. It's risky, but we can afford to try it and train up for the finals coming up, right?
Yeah, they've got Tian Yu, for instance. I think that's from a previous team. I don't know if they are playing or not. I think they've got a sub or two on the roster.
It's possible.
To see.
Yeah, so many different things you could try.
He's
and you can afford to try it here now because this is going to be the best practice you can possibly hope for.
Pmwc is not even in Kemba anymore.
Or number 3, John.
What's number 3? I'm liking this. I like door number 3 already. I choose door number 3.
Kemba is probably the most successful esports org in China currently.
Not to make it in the finals
for a game for
and
peace.
Hunt them down.
Oh, I chose the right door.
Oh,
that is the
baby.
most fun one, certainly for us. It could
They
be
kept making good money.
Pretty chaotic
for
as well.
Kemba.
If you're Tianba, then I put it to you. If you're going to choose door number 3, which team do you want to be behind that door?
Ooh. Honestly, if I'm them, I'm trying to hurt some teams that I find a threat, you know?
Okay.
If you're Tianba, number 1, I would hunt down a squad that maybe lands near you on certain maps, you know, and that can make things a little bit easier towards the finals, or just hunt down some squads that you know can go crazy tomorrow. And we're talking about, you know,
yeah, not only they
like
want to PL finals,
right?
you
Team
know, they
Liquid had a great
consistently,
start
you know,
here.
getting
Maybe you want to kind of slow
playing
them
the
down,
global
or
tournament and win big
maybe,
money.
You decide to take out the team that took that last scoop of shakshuka.
Kemba wants the
during
70K.
buffet, you know what I'm saying?
You know what? I like that last one as well. It's always door number 3. You've got great door 3s.
What can I say?
Dukes.
What can I say? It's the third one's the charm.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. Now, Tianba, I mean, I would sort of agree. I like the
Tianba
idea
learned the
of
lesson from their
targeting a
recent
strong
PMG
team that is on the boundary right now. So, for instance,
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they have got that 10-point average that I was talking about earlier today, being very, very impressive.
Two
But I'll tell
words
you
for
what, who else
Dog
has
and
that
QZ,
now
what do you
is
mean?
Tianba themselves, right?
Hello,
80
M.
points
Frank.
would be 10 points average. They've
And
got
Frank,
a
I
little bit
swear,
more than that.
every
They've got
time
almost
Chinese
an
team do
11-point
good,
average. They're 1
you
point off of
you
that from that
a
previous
wild
result. It's
and Frank
pretty impressive
appear
that
in the
they can
chat.
jump up that far. So I think,
Every time.
you're right with
I
Falcons
swear.
potentially being my top pick for them to target if they were to go for that sort of a strategy. Right now, they've sailed down the west side on past Georgia Pole, and they are currently on that west coast road trying to find their feet there. Team Liquid, a lot more central though.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not saying that Tianba is most likely going to go and like hot drop somebody at this point, you know, or do something crazy like that.
Right.
But since you have so many points, you have a lot more flexibility, right? So let's say you get a thirst on a Falcons player in a bad position. Maybe it's better to just try and commit to take them out rather than just say, all right, you know what, we'll leave them be and try to win the game, you know? So when you have that flexibility, it really opens the door to so many different options. And they're in a great spot for this next circle. I knew it before I even popped. I was like, yep, they are. I was going to say this circle, but yeah, look at that. They are in a beautiful position. You got so many squads out the way. Honestly, I'm looking up north. Brute Force in a terrible position. They've had a rough day yesterday. It is not looking good for them. At this point, I think if we want to even see them make it into the finals, we can just see like a double-digit elimination chicken dinner at the minimum.
Look at the rush for the central positions now, moving around the foothills.
Is Tianba more aggressive than WBG?
In and amongst that fray. So
Tianba
I
is
think
more
we know
aggressive
how
than
that one
WBG
might
for
go.
sure.
Vampire pushing in from the southwest side, need to
What
make
up,
their
Weshi?
mark as well. They're fending off approach from
good to see
Reject
you again
right
on
now.
TikTok.
Haven't lost anyone just yet. Reject taking damage, diverted away. They're going to have to
When
get in
QZ
and
was
amongst
playing
it
your team,
with
Xifan,
the
was he
other
playing
teams as
from
well.
China?
They
Yeah, he was
sent
playing from
Pac
China,
and
Valley.
Besiktas right over that ridge line.
He was playing
I
from
feel
China
like
with
Vampire are
240
gonna wanna
MS.
take this ridge on the southwest edge near Besiktas with oversight there, and Reject can't do a damn thing about it.
Sara just overcommitted there on that rotate.
BJK.
I mean, he just got
Here's
a little
one
bit
kill.
too greedy, I think, on information. Went down the hill and got punished immediately.
BJK is a team.
That's
I'm
the
currently doing push-up for.
Pmwc right there for you. Team Liquid on the move as well. Besiktas Black are holding this compound, and they're doing a great job of it.
Vampire now with the dome under control.
That's right.
Sending out the signals. 4MV on the southeast side, meanwhile, over towards Gatka. Alliance trying to move in pretty close by to them. They're sort of trading off, moving from these compounds through the hills to the south side of it. No one really getting aggy just yet.
No, sir, indeed. Yeah, especially Vampire. They got that observatory Nice and locked down, looking pretty. And I think everybody right now is just very happy to be in the position that they're in. You got 4MV near Gatka, right next to those chopsticks, so the zone does make a shift towards in that direction. They're going to be in a really good position. Mad Bulls are still
How many games will you play?
looting in Rosshawk. What do you think about that?
They need
2 games has been played. This is the 3rd game, and there are 3 more games for today.
Most first aid kits. That's how it works. And so actually, I think the recent patch actually made it so that the longer you spend in the blue, the cooler you are, and therefore, that's pretty sick.
You gotta be cool.
Hell yeah.
Gotta be cool, that's for sure. But you know what's not cool is this rotation they're gonna have to do. Very fortunate for them that this side of Ruins is not taken at all, but they're gonna definitely have to combat a couple teams if they want to even get some points on the board here with this next possible shift. Where do you think the zone's gonna go?
Where do I think the zone's gonna go?
Let's see.
Okay, with pure guess, throw a dart at it. I think it's going to go over to the North Gatka Fields. It's going to be hard shift east, and it's going to be right on top of Falcon.
Who's the top 5 player
I'm
in
going to say it's going to go all the way north. All the way D plus Kia. Going to get this
definitely
circle
there.
right here towards Everest. Let's see what happens.
Oh, man.
It's pretty north. Pretty
Kimba
north.
circle?
That's you. That's definitely you.
Hospital.
They don't need a circle anymore.
Let's talk about what
Let's see if Kimba's still doing the split. I feel like Kimba's going to group
all
up.
of these teams to the south. TJB on their east flank actually helps them do that as well. They have this line. Everybody in the southeast side is going to have to figure out how to get through. The one avenue that they have, swing
the zone's
west,
favoring
up that road,
Chinese
then you
teams.
crash into brute force on the west side of South Georgia.
Yeah, you got teams like Alliance all the way on the south side. They're just going to have to fight their way on in. As we look at that, yeah, that knock right there, Sarah getting punished. Nice shots there from Tosspick. These players are so good at popping people out of vehicles from long range.
Yeah.
Just taking those shots.
Kimba grouped up.
And able to land them time and time again.
Wait.
I'm pretty sure my guns.
There's another Ferroreal?
Tony K with the Mini 14 as well. A range able to do a lot of work. Tiambo actually fell back from their position, that they were holding on that line. So they are giving ground. They didn't want to be the team actually holding that.
We have 2 Jimmy, 2 Ferroreal.
That Mini, we saw him last year, mid-season championships, dominated with that weapon. So the gun has definitely shot off here. So teams need to be careful here and have to start shutting him down.
Reject seems never eating them.
They're so nervous. Knocked. We're starting to see fights happen all over the place. D plus
seems
Kia
never
getting punished
them.
once again.
What do you mean by
they are
them?
holding that edge of hospital, and they are getting picked apart. Tianba, Sean, whoa, gets the explosion and takes out Reject just like that.
3 eliminations for
my prediction
Tianba.
went out.
They will not slow down. That's 90 points now on the cards for them, which means they keep up their 10-point average guaranteed. Excellent news. Meanwhile, Alolex IHC trying to fend off against D plus Kia as well, but it's going not great right now for the Korean squad. They have been all but out of these matches so far today, and it looks like that's not going to change. Alolex IHC take them down, and D plus Kia, they're going out with a whimper.
I don't know what's going on with D plus Kia. I think if I were
RC may not qualify at this rate.
What I see here, if I can hear their comms, I'd know
You're
better,
right. This is today's their second day, right?
Like
they won't be able to play tomorrow, which means they have to get
kind of airing on, hey, let's just try to get
a lot of points
and guarantee our
like
way
at
to
least
That's a mistake.
I think
I think they need to play the
RC
same game
needs
they played
at least
yesterday.
20
just
points.
Holding those positions strong, taking out every single.
So they kind of like trying to solidify themselves.
But I mean, already
for the top 12.
3 games with rough performances, that is not good.
Yeah, but because once you get into the survival stage, only 4 slots from survival stage to the grand final.
The north side to try and flank around there. DXavier.
Yeah, somewhere around 60 points or even like 65, I think.
Right on the junction of
where is Tiamba now? Oh my god.
This is
Tiamba center
all the way through. Look at that. It is
back-to-back Chinese team chicken dinners?
Or what? Open ground. It's a hill that rises southwards from them, which means that having
you missed WBG in this lobby.
The top of that hill will give them a lot of info.
Lobbies were so sweaty.
And very, very likely, as soon as there's pressure put on that spot, he folds back, but they get so much info.
I was about to say, as soon as that zone shifted, I think there's pressure already. So he needs to start getting back to his team right now because there's no way he's going to be able to
not as sweaty as when you have 4 Stingray players, flying above you.
They were fighting everybody in the last match, and that worked out. Let's see if they can do it here once again. Meanwhile, Tony K on the hill getting peppered. Looks like from Team Liquid. They got their eyes on Besiktas Black right here. Yeah, a push is imminent on this location.
Absolutely seems to be. Pubg just going to have to leave likely soon. Newsy for Vampire flowing around the edge. QZ did go down, get knocked and flushed for Tiamba, so was very much exploited. You were right, that pressure was just too much. Yeah, he had to move immediately the zone after the zone shifted, but you know what? Like I said, when you're on top, right, you have some flexibility. So at this point, I'm not going to blame whatever you do
welcome
when you're
back.
on top of the leaderboards. But the rest of these teams, they got to do something. One of them in particular,
stop using 4 stingers in
They've
the
had
team.
a terrible
Only
day.
2 stingers
If
at
they
the time.
want to continue to stay here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, they got to perform here and now. Meanwhile, we watch Vampire just outside of the circle here. It looks like they're going to wait until the last second to make this push. They have been playing very slow and methodical on this edge so far in the first matches. Obviously, it's not worked out for them, but they have already doubled their score total in this match, which is great news for the team. Unfortunately, what
Sorry
is
to
not
say,
great news
reject
is
the
when
one
Mythic
pure
looks
log
at you,
last time.
And
Damn.
Oh, and that swept.
Cindy, you're putting Yell on the call on
immediately.
reject
So
now.
Vampire going to lose one here, and now they're in trouble because they got Team Falcons right next to them. But let's take a look over here at Mad Bulls on the rotate. Very, very close to Talon Esports. And Zurich trying to get some knocks out of the vehicle. Axel not able to get the pick on the car. And, oh, they actually do get one. Down in the open, but 3 players make it through. A very dangerous rotate. And straight on into the auto shotty. TJB do not give an inch when Mad Bulls try and open the door. Yeah, I would have liked to see Mad Bulls just take that commitment onto that fight there rather than the blind send. At this stage, these just don't work. They're just going to get shut down 95% of the time. Let's look at this replay, though. Sean! I mean, this man has been on point today. What can you do? What can you do when someone's on fire like that? It's just get out of the way or die trying. I see on the off angle for Falcons, lighten up Team Liquid right now, who have got this position out on the east side. Near that radio tower there, and they are trying to roll on up. You got Talon.
What is this party?
This is a 3-way fight right now.
Falcon!
Down 2 players down there. Falcons trying to roll on in. Misery, Linux down, and Talon are suffering
for Talon?
at the moment. I think the
what
front
does?
might actually be on Falcons rolling up into this fight, but hang on a minute, I had to turn that around. They've just gone down completely. They try and overcommit. And Mythic, now the last player to stand for Team Liquid.
They drove directly in between 2 teams and stopped.
They tried to commit to that radio tower,
Bro.
and they got knocked out. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports were able to get some reses off, so they still have 3 players up, and they're trying to commit onto this edge here. But man, you got Talon right there around the corner. 2 players up. Yoru's gonna, oh, what a great shot through the smoke. Able to get so much done, and the nades are there to back it up.
Vampire finally woke up.
Turning up the heat now with a swing out to the east side. And they are now under pressure. Team Liquid go down. Alola XIHC also wanted some of this third party. Vampire playing as 3, leaves this as a 3 versus 3. And again, this is now the 5th team to roll up onto this position before they can transition out to the west. Now this is the Vampire Esports that we saw last year, starting to finally show their teeth here, or their fangs, as we may say. But they're gonna have to take out IHC here, as Tony K is starting to throw those nades out. This is a bad placement right now for IHC. They're going to have to start moving on in. I really question Demo's decision to do this, and the fact that Stones wasn't able to get any damage onto him. A little bit potentially of a misstep there. Maybe needed a little bit more, or backup from a teammate to be able to take that buggy down. But Demo gets some info and folds back in ahead of Vampire in their rotate, but there's plenty of vehicles. They start to move forwards. Tony K, I don't think he saw the player to his left. It was immediately there. Godless tries to step out, and I think TJB might have sightlines. Tony K, stoned, trying to roll over these hilltops, but they're just getting peppered from the off angle. And sees Alola XIHC just rolling away from them as well. Popping out these smokes, doesn't have any nades, up high into the sky. The nades go long, but there's a knock onto Godless. That's TJB. IHC is getting punished from so many different angles right now. And yeah, you can see 4 Miracle Vibes has now got their eyes on this location. Vampire Esports are just trying to hold on here. They're throwing out so many reses, all their utility, and rightfully so, because to try to get into this next circle, you got to go into an open field, and everyone's looking.
When's the next the UC room, Xifan?
It is going to be so treacherous to make this one work. But Shifter's Black on the southeast side as well.
I'll try make it happen.
Let them go.
Next to the mall. I'll try have my
the rolls around the hillside. Zololex IHC
Team
trying to
organize
find
it.
the shot. And Tony K with the vehicle position gets a little bit of damage, but not too much more.
UC
Two players for them
rooms,
to deal with.
event
The
mode would be
demo
fun.
finally picks up something, and it's Newsy.
What do you
Goes
think?
down entirely.
UC
Rogue
room
low,
event mode.
heals up, stoned in the smoke. Tony K rolls forwards, up into the rock, has the M4 in hand, looks for the spray against the UMP, trades out.
Oh
wins it.
no.
And there is also backup from his teammate to take out
Tony
Alolex
K clutch it
IHC,
up.
but there's only 2 vampires left.
Tony K able to take advantage of that right-hand priority there, wins that 1v1 and moves up into the circle right towards the edge there. He just has a little bit of hill of coverage, so he will survive for just a little bit longer. This is going to be a tough one, though. If this zone goes pretty much center, it's going to be a tough time for all these teams. This is an open field, guys.
Tiamba taking down another team. We'll get back to that. I'm sure there will be plenty more times of that to occur. In the meantime, on the south side, Besiktas crashing through over towards 4MV. They know that Vampire have a duo, or well, some players at least, out towards the east side of them.
way,
so they're
just shift to
reticent.
north, right?
They're reluctant to move on in towards this compound.
Okay.
The 4MV hold and in a pivotal position
Let's
as well.
see
on
what
the south
Kimbo
edge.
will do.
So
If
goes
Kimbo
a little
will
bit
fight
further
the
south
yellow
here.
team
Now Tiamba
there.
now needs to step out of their comfort zone and start getting active. Brute Force going to have to do the same as well. Every single one of these teams is going to be holding the edge because it is a wide open range dead center. So we'll see
Oh,
how
right.
these teams decide to play it.
BGMI still alive. You know
scouting
what does that
quite
mean?
a long while here. They have
Damn.
to start making that move inch by inch.
Tiamba, if they want 11 points average, they need 99 at the end of this match. They are currently 6 points short of that mark. When you don't count the placement points they've already earned, which isn't too many yet, but it will start to ramp up. So they'll be looking for that 6-point extra cachet.
And they could get it. They can really get it. I mean, 6 eliminations already. They're looking good. Now let's see how Alliance is going to approach this fight here. They're starting to apply a
Look
little
at
bit of
Tiamba.
pressure towards
Tiamba is
Brute Force,
coming.
but none of these teams need to fight. But if
Backstabbing.
Tiamba's coming in right now. Alliance needs to try to get this
Oh!
third party going. As we see Sean holding back right now. Gets one knock.
Nice
And there's 2
cover.
players now remaining. They lose 1 on the roll-up, but already a lot of damage done. Another player to fall as well, and Tiamba lose a second. It's Shan. 5
Oh,
eliminations
nice.
already.
Nice shots,
Brute
Ling Yu.
Force
Jeez.
Are just being backed
Nice
off this
shot.
hold. Alliance on the south edge. Going to move on up to replace that pressure as well. Shan low, but I think he's managed to get away with the rotate around the edge of Brute Force as well. Look at that. He's now out on the east side of them. Has some high ground. Can he get some healing done? Can he get it back into the fight?
I mean, if there's one thing
committed like
if
there,
there's one prediction I got it
and
right,
are
it's Team Liquid.
devastating
Team Liquid
Brute Force
did
in a
win
game that
PMS
they-
Americas,
They
but
pretty much need to win at this point if they want
I
to
don't-
make it into the survival
I don't
stage,
often
'cause
see
it is
them, you
not-
know,
or actually, if they want to make it into the main
dominating
event
global tourneys.
here, because they're in big trouble. You can see Sean applying that pressure, 1v2. We saw him 1v3 a little bit earlier. Nades are ringing out from both sides.
Oh wow.
And that
Goes
is gonna do it.
YTD.
Finally able to
YTD
stop
got
the
Ling Yu, bro.
proceedings there for Tiamba. They
The
get 6
European
elims, though, and they
YDD.
keep that 10-point average going, looking pretty healthy at the top of those tables.
Oh
Alliance
yeah, we
now
have
with a chance
YDD,
to move up towards
Jimmy,
Brute Force, but they've already been softened
Fat
up by
Royale,
Tiamba on the north side, and
you
this
know,
west side is looking
these-
so open for them.
bro.
4 players alive for
Who's the
Alliance. They've
knockoff?
got the rooftop high ground. It is going to be so difficult to take this team down. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do it. 4MV yet to dispatch Besiktas, but once they have, or well, if they have, sorry,
right.
for the Turkish fans, they will very likely be able to do so. That's kind of the main threat that I see. However, Vampire on the north edge, still surviving. I don't think for much longer given Clutch.
We have
positioning.
YDD, Jimmy, and
Clutch is
Globals before
staring at him right now, but the
GTA 6.
zone could still go north. So let's see where it
Yeah.
decides to go. If it centers up right here, it's going to be pretty tough for all these teams. But 4MV are still alive. They have 3 eliminations so far. And they're going to have to start working towards
Wait,
Besiktas
BJK
Black
still full
and
squad?
vice versa. Let's see what happens.
Let's
with
see
this next zone
where
shift.
is
This is
the
stage
what's
6
the
about to
where
be
the
stage
next
7.
one's gonna go?
Jimmy, oh, he's got the angles, but
Tony K.
Nearly.
with the stiff
Oh,
arm.
Tony K has been practicing his single
Nearly a
fire
second
bro,
knockdown,
weapons,
but
bro.
that
I
allows him to
was
get the
roasting
res
Tony
behind
K.
the hay bale. It's going to be so
Because I
tricky
saw
to
one of
move
the
now,
clip,
though.
like in
45 seconds
PMSO
until
or
the
something.
close. The terrain up to their
He potato
left
he
side,
potato
so
a
their
thirst.
east
and he got himself killed.
Maybe a little bit more maneuverable, but
I showed that clip in my sensitivity video. I was showing a customized sensitivity for single tap weapons. I was showing, you can really potato your weapon if you don't have customized sensitivity for your single fire weapon. And I showed a Tony K clip.
Elimination so far, top 5 position is nothing to shake your head at for a team that's just coming in here today. But it's good to start seeing some signs of life from this team. Now we're going to start seeing some smokes ring out. Or might as well, if you have any utility, just throw it.
You guys want to know what I'm talking about if you guys watch the video.
Making it out of this hay bale
it's customized sensitivity video.
They are going to have to move before that high ground position for Alliance, but for MV, actually, Besiktas having a good
hours to
find
the clip.
Poser is down though, and Lewis needs healing. Out goes the
position. Oh no!
Finds one for one.
Oh no! BJK.
The back. Oh, 4MV get rolled over, and Besiktas mounts the side of the compound, able to push their way on in, forced on in, and I take my words back. I thought 4MV had it in the back.
Why did IHC push out of the compound?
Besiktas Black coming in hot, and Alliance
did they get an entry knock or something?
Of cutting off Besiktas rotation. They're taking up even more real estate. Tony K, though, survived. He made it out of that hay bale with all that chaos from that fight.
Brute Force still have report there, and if he's a snake,
so ready.
he's not gone noticed by Vampire.
I haven't done push-ups in a while.
Alliance have shimmied on out. They've sent 2 forwards,
one.
and it is going to be a good opener there. Low HP on Poser, that's going to get healed up.
Why,
on the
there's no
sidelines,
interview with Chinese team even after performing so well?
And Poser goes down. 2 knocks now for Besiktas, and Alliance still aren't committing. They just want to keep the pressure on. They know that they're outside the zone. They don't need to move too far. This is perfectly handled. Vampire take out Prepod on the north edge, and Alliance are putting on a masterclass.
Yo, they got to watch out for Tony K. Tony K is still in the mix right here and could cause trauma for this team because Besiktas Black most likely going to go out.
Good.
And Alliance did exactly what they needed to, just to keep applying that pressure. Blue Zone's going to do the work, but they said, nah, we want all these eliminations.
Oh, Jimmy, nice pre-fire.
Vampire 7
nice headfire, not pre-fire.
14. They're split 2 and 2. This means you
Tony
can
K 5
isolate around
villains.
the side of the hay
7
bale.
kills
Individual
overall
fights a little bit easier.
for Vampire.
The regroup for Alliance looks to come forwards. Jimmy's moving on up in those vehicles, trying to get closer. Stoned, meanwhile, on the back lines as well. As Cluck finally, is he going to get dismounted? Yes, I think he is. He's not going to be in this zone for the next time around, but Vampire going to have to move as well.
Well, this is stage 8.
Oh, I don't know about as I said, I don't know about the pull-up, Jimmy.
That's a critical knock. Anything can happen. Can we see a miracle? Can we see Vampire clutch a 2v4 to get a critical chicken dinner?
Olio now in a really important high ground position. With vision over towards the Vampire players, they have to move forwards.
I don't like this at all from Alliance. I think they commit. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, Tony K finishing out Jimmy now makes it into a 2v3. Alliance cannot hold those spots anymore. I know they're good. I know you got a lot of sight lines, but just use the number advantage. Take them out one by one. You're basically essentially allowing 1v1s to happen here. You're getting punished for it.
That's what I was saying, right? With that 2-2 split, they haven't fully recoalesced. They've left Cluck too far back, but now they move in. Play 2 players forwards with that backstop. Cluck, the off angle, the wild card.
Tony K has 2 nades left in his bag, and you know he's going to throw them. This is stage 8, folks. About to go to stage 9. This zone is about to go to nothing. It's going to center up here and apply that pressure on these players. Cluck he's able to make it off that
how many kills for
rooftop,
BJK,
which
guys?
is what I wanted to
5?
see, but he's got to find a way towards his teammates. They're all split. This is a terrible play, I think, from Alliance. They can't be snaking and trying to do this. They need to go in. Oh, that nade.
What?
How did that not hit Stoned? I have no idea. It's going to go a little bit further this time and not really going to do too much. That nade was there, but it's still just not quite on the target. Tony K has the hay bale. Vampire need to shimmy forwards. Alliance have the center.
Tony K. Oh, he wanted to get you the crate. He wanted that crate so bad. Tony K goes down, and that's Stoned out of there. So you know what? Sometimes patience is a virtue, and Alliance are able to clutch out the third game of the day.
And hey, you know what? That's still a
good
game for Vampire, right? They were able to get a 2nd place, 8 eliminations on the board as well, meaning that they have jumped up the tables a little bit faster than those first 2 matches would have you believe. But the chicken dinner goes to Alliance. Their 2-2 split, their hold on Besiktas with those opening nades. They knew they didn't need to commit to it. They played the outside. They have that crossfire backup. You can't get pushed. It was there. There's for the taking at that point.
Man, beautiful game right here. A huge win for Alliance as well. You know that this is one that they have been waiting for. And a great performance for Vampire. We're starting to see some signs of life on them. I know we've only played 3 matches so far. At least they've played 3 matches so far. And this was one that we definitely wanted to see early on.
Absolutely. Something that you really like to see.
You know what?
What do you mean?
So
Sunglasses.
you do Alliance rather, going to be jumping.
I cannot do a diamond push-up, bro.
D plus Kia with
I can't.
Xavier not really having a great performance.
Man, D plus Kia. You know, speaking of disappointing performances
Hell
so
yeah.
far, oh my goodness. I think they have what, like less than 4 points so far today. 3 matches have been played. We're now going to reach the second half of this day and the last 3 matches for them. So, man, they really need to pull something out here in these last 3 coming up.
It's not been a repeat from yesterday, and that's what happens when you get the death group green coming on into the mix, right? When you're playing against teams like Team Liquid, like, well, Tianba, who's just always in their group anyway.
Right.
But when you've got Falcons coming in,
still go to the gym? Yeah.
Team Liquid, and I mean,
I was
busy
in the
maybe not
streaming, so
yeah, there's so much more pressure on you, and it has been such a great watch to see Tianba do what they've been doing.
Go to the gym less often.
3 matches, but we've got 3 more matches still to come for you today. We're going to be taking a break. We'll see you guys there. Make sure you stay tuned for more PMWC.
Actually, the difference is not that much. First place getting 70k, second is like 3k less. So the gap, yes, so the gap is kind of big between 12th place and the 13th place when it comes to the prize money. 12th place will be getting 54k, and the 13th place will be getting 25k. No, I didn't quit gym. I want to go. Trust me, I want to go to the gym, but I was just too busy with the streaming and all the content I need to do.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
See you in global. Damn, the meme. Bro, I wonder how many of you guys actually go do Top's post and like see you in global with a crying face in it. I bet a lot of people are doing that. Where's that post? Wait, where's the post? I can't find it. What? Where's the See You in Global post? Where's the See You in Global post, guys? Did Top change it? He deleted it? For real? Chinese fans are trolling. Is Top going to post the seeding finals now? Damn. Yo, thank you, boss, for the 5 roses on TikTok. Appreciate it. Thank you for the gift. Thank you, bro.
If you guys have been watching so far today, you might have seen the Pmwc Violet Thunder set and S12.
Top added his post to see you.
Based off the design by Ailu from the PDP
damn
outfit design contest. Make sure you guys pick this up.
Fans are getting toxic, making Top change the post
for Pmwc. Great input, guys. Great input, gentlemen.
I see it now. I see it now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Jason, you are the most handsome one here. You are the
Wait,
tallest.
he actually disabled the comments. He was getting hate. He was getting hated by posting that. I didn't realize. Back then, I thought he was just very lit. From Top posting that.
As Kalaris obviously did bring up while we're watching the games,
I guess he's been getting hate.
It has been. Not even that. Just their splits have been really good. We're talking throughout watching that match.
He's been getting a lot of hate.
Being proactive. This team is
disabled the comment section from that post, and he changed the CU in global post to CU.
Out of Alliance, what I'm enjoying.
That's a completely different thing. CU versus CU in global.
Getting ready for the next circles, and as you mentioned, they to get those 2 wins.
They're not afraid of putting themselves in danger, though, when they found themselves at a good spot at the very end.
Speaking of Jimmy, he's backwards to do it twice now.
They didn't have to go out hunting for Vampire, but they definitely wanted it. Again, actually,
he did it before today.
About the brute force scenario on Erangel for them yesterday, they want absolutely every point they can scramble for, so they don't want teams denying themselves. Once you know that you are guaranteed 4v2 somewhere in this circle, you probably kind of do have to hunt them down.
The power of social media.
So you don't have Maxman to curse you either, because he did that more enough in PMSL CSA. But I did want to point out really quickly, Aula IHC.
Yes.
11 eliminations, 0 placement points. This is looking like the team for PMGC, man, where they get like no placements, no chicken dinners, just get those elims.
And that's what we want to see out of this team. I mean,
is that what we want to see though?
It worked out for them at PMGC.
True.
And it was a big question mark, and slowly but surely, if they continue to perform like that, I mean, they ended up winning PMGC, but it's just one game out of this team. We haven't really seen much out of them, and that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, too. This is a team that barely qualified.
I'm literally scrolling Top's Instagram's comment section, trying to find that one hate message. I don't see any. I don't see any.
Teams are making at the moment in this start. It feels like a lot of the teams are leaving moves too late in some of these early to mid games, and then desperation hits, and all of a sudden 3 teams crash into a location, and then that exposes them because they have to come out
I
of the
feel
dip,
like
because nades are going into those dips, other teams are shooting at them.
Wait, how many?
Was able to capitalize on some of
how many comments?
Game. That's why you see those 11 eliminations come along. As the
Top normally
on,
get
that's going to become less of an issue.
when posting
I think teams
on
will
IG.
Get more comfortable. Less
I'm seeing his recent post. He's been getting
that's a result of the format,
30-something posts.
Matches, that's it.
I think that's
top 12 teams are
less
play too cautious and not
than what he usually gets, right? Is it?
I have to really think about that. That's a good question.
I can give you the other side of that. Or is it a symptom of the caliber of players we have in teams and the respect they're kind of giving each other?
It kind of comes to that, right? Everybody now knows. Everybody in this game can shoot.
Yeah.
Everybody can shoot. And now we're slowly getting to the point where the majority of people.
Do you think the game is dead in NA?
That's not a proper real sentence. Don't use that.
The comp seems
macro good. But what I mean is
not really. People still playing NA, especially this event.
We only have the option to wide rotate at this point.
Are you from NA, Chef?
To try and thread the needle and get to this location. So everybody is rising the bar constantly, and it makes when all the good teams are making the same moves, you all end up in the same position. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, at the current stage too, that we're seeing a lot of teams third-party each other. At one point, we saw Team Falcons fighting with Team Liquid, and then on top of that, Talon came in, and then after that,
I have to change it on you because it was Team Liquid and Talon fighting, and Falcons rocks up like, yeah, we're gonna park ourselves in the middle of both teams. Like what?
I mean, this is a great example, right? The location that you guys are referring to is one of the most important locations in those fields. The radio tower on that field is one of the only places that allows dips.
You're wondering why Tensa didn't join Sniper? We tried the Tensa and we'll be trying more days with Tensa. We have to try. We have a lot of players to try out currently. We tried the Tensa for a day.
Back to what you're saying, Sen, it was those 3 teams, right? And then
but the thing with Tensa is that he's not a full-time player. He has a job.
A 5-team fight happening there.
And talking about Vampire, that's usually
he has a job besides playing the game competitively.
Here in Riyadh. they're used to be known for being the team that is usually able to third party a lot of teams.
That's one concern.
I mean, Tony K too was able to perform really well.
And also compare with the rest of the tryouts, his performance during the first the one-day trial was like not like actually very standout according to the team. I actually didn't watch it because it's basically from the coach and the
and Tony K, as we're seeing, I mean, he is the holder of most eliminations
players
here at Pmwc with 53.
Dude, this is your full-time job. Yeah.
I mean, they had 1 point before this match.
Dude, me too.
They got 14 points in this game, so they need him to step up.
That's why I said 2 games. This is a little bit early to really kind of call them out here, right? Like Tony K, Vampire, how they are able to perform here on this stage for mid-season tournaments has been nothing short of miraculous. 949 damage here for the 5 eliminations. Do bear in mind as well, about 650 damage he was receiving. He went through an absolute war to get to here. So it's not only the fact that he's able to get those eliminations on the board, he's also understanding that, hey, sometimes collateral damage is going to happen. I'm going to have to find some spots to be able to heal here, because in those fields, it can get dicey.
Well, there is another team we
Who
want
else
to
you are
talk
trying
about
out
here,
besides
and
the
we're
Insta?
talking about, teams
Can't
kind of
disclose
playing
them much,
playing a little bit
but
too slow. One team
no,
I
it was
think
not
almost
just
on the
Tenza.
other side of that coin
tried
is
out
maybe brute force, because we're
we
seeing
tried
their drop locations and 7. I know you did
6
want to
players
talk
to
about
7
brute
players
force in
already.
general.
I mean, with Brute Force being the champion
From
on
all
PMSL
different
NBA,
regions.
By the way, this is going to be a comparison of what
I got a
yesterday
lot of
to today.
DMs.
Yesterday is going to be on the left side.
Like the funny thing
this is a team that after they're going to be playing their last 3 matches.
I can't reply to all like DMs, but like
if they continue on the
especially if you're trying to
join
join a comp team, right? If you're trying to hit a DM to some other, some manager or something. The worst starting line would be, yo, bro, I'm good. Pick me.
More difference. It would have been a bigger gap.
For the group stage,
I wouldn't normally skip that kind of message.
When you think about their position,
because that's just like weird.
On a knife's edge here right now.
At least you need to send me your Wikipedia page or your achievements and stuff. Not like, yo, bro, I'm good. Source, trust me, bro.
We saw it happen, but it needs to happen now because
he said, yo, I'm good. Yeah, I got a lot of DMs. People were saying like, yo, Xifan, I'm good.
And you don't want to leave
Pick
it
me.
in the hands of everybody else tomorrow when you're just an observer.
I'm like so done replying these DMs. I'm sorry if I don't reply, but you have to give me your achievements. How can I, assess you like based on yo, bro? Trust me, I'm good.
Yeah. You thought they were concerned?
That's like so hilarious.
I don't actually know, because Falcons.
I found that so hilarious right now.
Every time in PMSL CSA they would drop there, but Falcons hasn't gone for that.
And there are also some players just
almost, as you pointed out,
just put a one word. Reply to my story.
I don't know why
yo.
they switched things up, but maybe they weren't feeling too confident that to come in from military into the mainland.
It's interesting, right? Because you come into internationals and Falcons is clearly.
They want to get a tryout, the chance. They want to have a chance to try out for the team,
which
right?
Makes complete sense. We have
the maximum effort they put in is a yo.
The rocks just because they're in a hot drop. You could be
There's
the
a
best
yo.
team in the world. If you're in a hot
literally.
Drop scenario, even if
it's
you
like
lose one player,
at least some others saying, yo, Xifan, I'm good. Trust me. Pick me. You know.
Yeah, you could make.
It's like a completely. It's a complete sentence, right? There are some players just said, yo.
The other teams that you're competing against
are
keeping their average at 10.
And then he expect I go watch all of his Instagram clips, highlights, stories.
I can't think of one.
No, bro.
No, I don't think we've really
you gotta introduce yourself.
Very interesting.
Not a yo.
These two gentlemen to my right-hand side actually has any thoughts on this. We got Jack and we got
I
Blink
just found that too hilarious. I just feel like I had to share with you guys because that was just too funny for me.
Halfway point of the group stage. How are you guys feeling about this?
It's been good, Jason. I think everything's ramping up. It's getting tasty. The competition's
Xifan bring back
feisty.
Beowulf.
Blank has just
nah,
been
Beowulf is
living
like.
his movie today.
I haven't even touched the game,
yeah,
bro.
I'm having a great time. It's been awesome so far. The games have been pretty sick. You know, seeing Tony K almost take it all back home. They got the gold on the T-shirt as well, the jersey, because they're looking to bring back that moolah at the end of the day.
Did the 24K tryout?
No. I've already accumulated like 2 mil or something crazy.
Yeah, but you can always do better.
Petition for push-ups to be equal to number of points and not killed. Nah.
Well, let's see what they can get,
You
Jason.
Yeah, hopefully.
You don't want to see me tomorrow for day 3?
Back into the main event, because I think out of any other team out there, they have the hardest job.
Sixes doesn't even play the
game. They have the
game.
pressure on them of being the back-to-back champions to do it a 3rd time. I don't think we've actually seen that in PUBG Mobile history so far, of a team being able to pull off a 3-peat like that. We had Nova get 2.
We tried out some players who's like, you know,
here. But to go quickly
who was inactive in
Thinking back
2023,
to what PMSL CSA
and like, you know, kind
with,
of like stopped
IC
playing
dropping on that Northwest Island on Sanhok
in
every
2023,
single time.
and then
they
my
would constantly
players,
fight against a team like 52
NHP players
Esports.
were asking me,
And we
yo,
kind of
yo,
backed them
Xifan,
out.
why
So
are
I
we
was like, why
trying
do they
these
keep doing this?
players?
'Cause they're losing over
I said,
50% of the
what's
time
wrong
they
with
do it.
them?
But here, I
They
feel like
said,
it's more
they're just
respect
not
for
good.
everyone in the
They
lobby,
stopped
it's
playing
respect
comp for a
the
year.
caliber of the lobby.
What do you
Okay,
expect?
we're gonna just try
When
to
you
play
quit the game
safe,
for a
everyone's in
year,
their own
your
location,
skills gets
and we'll play
rusty.
out the game
Your
properly.
skills
Oftentimes,
get
a lot of
rusty.
competitions that I watch across the board, like if you're really, really aiming to be the champion, hot drops get sorted out in scrims.
Yep.
Or you are saying, okay, who are we dropping against? Oh, it's the world champions in, I don't know, Picardo or Pachinki, just a theoretical situation. Let's not go there. We have a backup, right? You always have to have a backup in your mind here in PUBG Mobile.
We've had teams had backup before, but they just keep on that ego. We're not seeing any ego fights here, which I'm actually enjoying.
Let's go.
7, did you know, by the way, that PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the esports game of the year, the mobile game of the year, and you guys can scan this QR code on the bottom of your screen to go vote. But if I'm not mistaken, Clark, we have a
Honestly, all the sweaty
Asian
Asian players
right,
can
as
play
you are
better
well
than
aware of,
players
Seven
who stopped
World
playing for a
Gaming
year.
has also been nominated as an analyst of
Like
the year
legit.
as well. Check him out.
All right, well, we're going to head over to the stage here to kick off our second half of day 2.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we are having our halftime breakdown. 3 maps in with 3 to go. And the leaderboard is starting to take shape. Sandstorm, for those viewers who
Try getting
joined
underdog
us a little
players.
bit late, why don't you take us through who has the
It's
first
hard
3
to
winner
get
winner
underdog
chicken
players
dinners.
when
First of all,
these
if you're not
players.
watching the PUBG Mobile World Cup and Esports World Cup, what are you doing? We have some of the best teams in the world competing over the
And
course
my
of 3
DM
days.
with a yo.
Group Green started off strong. We had Liquid
Or,
taking Sanhok.
yo,
We
bro,
had
I'm good.
TJB
Trust me,
taking
bro.
the first Erangel
Yo,
game as well. So I
try
don't
me
know. My
out.
group's doing well. What about yours?
Well, my group being Group Red, the talk of the town is Tianba, absolutely storming with 31 eliminations so far in just 3 maps. So there's plenty more action to go. We're all really excited here on the stage, as you can probably tell from our energy right now. So let's hand it over to the casters to go into our 4th map of day 2.
Yeah, and also the funny
Damn,
thing
it
is,
feels good to have Barney on the stage. There's no one better to bring us in for the rest of the game.
I did
today,
reply
Blank.
some of
Getting
them.
the
I
energy
said, you know,
going.
do you have
Damn
any,
right, you should.
you know,
Absolutely. Barney Banks is in the name.
achievement,
He's bringing the money back, deposit it here.
you know, do you have
for us
any,
to
you know,
redistribute to the
comp
players, of course.
experience?
This man is where it's at.
He
But
said,
it's also here on Erangel, where it's all going to break down.
why don't you
You've
check
got
my
the
clips in the
boys
bio?
over on the top side of your screen and on the bottom side. They're everywhere. You've got nowhere that isn't filled with players, filled with action today in the GT20.
You got a
Pro,
point.
Outplay the rest.
But the thing
You
is,
can
I got
only
like
do that
100
if you
plus
play
DM.
on the best phone
I
in
can't
the biz
I
here,
can't
which all
possibly
the
check
players
every
are
single one of
currently
their
using.
like
Great little
clips.
top shot there. Wish I could have seen that a little bit more.
And
actually,
also,
on the map.
most
They
of
did a
their
really
like
great
some
job
of
on
their
that
clips
moment.
are heavily edited.
Over the event, if I'm
You know,
honest, bro.
they
It's been pretty
either
ace,
they
to be honest.
speed
We've had
up
some good pans,
or
good
adding some,
establishing
you
shots.
know,
It feels like I'm
effects.
watching cinema, but on a smaller
You
screen.
know,
Yeah.
you
Cinema
can't really
screen's quite
tell.
big.
You
Yeah,
can't
it's
really
quite
tell
large.
if the
Yeah.
player is
We
good from
do
the
have
clips.
that surround sound though.
You know, I used to think that cinema screens were blurry just because they were big, and then I realized they need glasses.
You're blind.
Yeah, that was kind of a game-changing moment when I went, "Oh, it's actually really HD. I'm just blind."
Yeah, thank
I've
you for
had
the
that-
share.
I had that moment, but is this off topic? It's too off topic. We're on the plane path. We can talk about it. I had this moment like when I was a kid. I think I was 16.
Thank you for
ago,
sharing my
I was watching
stream
so
on
long.
TikTok,
I looked at the ceiling, I saw
Mom
the lights,
Black.
I was like, why
How
the
are
fuck
you
lights
doing,
in
bro?
HD? And I got really sad. I was like, I missed out on this for like
It
many
used to
years.
just be lens flare.
Chief,
Oh, you
what
were
about
living
you
Michael
joining
Bay's dream.
It was
NHB?
crazy, yeah, but
Your
straight to the game, we
your
get some optics on
your
this one
performance
right now, see where people are
declined
dropping. We've got Team Liquid
significantly
in here. We do have some of the
after
other teams
playing like
joining
3
us
games,
from
Chief.
our groups. We are seeing
This
how
afternoon's
one does play
performance
out.
just
Group
proved
Green
that.
joining us
You were
today,
getting a bunch of
playing
kills, you know,
alongside
10
with
kills,
Group
you know,
Red,
and
this
then
will
you
be
die, you
Group
die, you
Red's
die.
Last day to impress here on the stage, Jackie.
How are you gonna survive in a
See if we can accumulate some of
6
those
matches
points.
tourney, man?
Really leave no stone unturned. You know,
How
Reject
can you
had
survive a
good
game
starts
day?
yesterday. They had some hype.
There
I
are
have the
6
question
matches,
of,
bro.
Is that something that's going to carry on? That was the focal point down in the studio beneath us, Blank. And honestly, there was moments, but I don't think they followed through anywhere near as strong as they started.
Hey, Xifan Love from
Indeed,
India.
no,
Hello,
it's
Hacky
kind of
Gaming.
unfortunate,
Welcome.
and I think teams have sussed them out almost, really,
Yeah, it feels
which
like
is just
it.
a case of we walk at them, they get scared.
They panic.
And they go into the little small ball,
Yeah.
right, as
The
much as
armadillo
possible.
move.
The armadillo move. They try try and get away. They're not fast enough. They're not.
Man, I'll give up for him because I was hurt, man.
Yeah,
The window is hurting me. That's why.
Not very fast.
You'll prove it tomorrow.
More known for defense.
Damn. Tomorrow you may not have a chance. Tomorrow I'm gonna do team code.
However,
a lot of people want to play.
Here in the tournament, they've got pretty powerful attacks here. So even the armadillo move doesn't save them. So I think that's something that Reject's going to have to change. But again,
For someone take a screenshot of that. Get ready, Xifan. Tomorrow you will see.
Top 12 make it through.
You will see my
prime.
prime.
Through to the survival stage. No one wants that. You really
I'll
don't
be
want it.
eagerly
You don't want
waiting
this
that,
map as either
Chief.
because we're heading over.
You have to all damage me and
tough
get more kills than me every single match.
Few teams a bit luckier than others.
What's your thoughts on who's gonna win? It's too early to do the prediction of who's gonna win.
Back on ST, this is where they would drop all the time. They have a lot of control from this spot on the map.
They do indeed. You know what, I'm going to throw you under the bus immediately, Blank.
Do it.
You do it right now, just based off what you're sealing. What's the gut feeling? Who's taking this one? I'm going to make you do it right now on air.
I'm going to go Falcons on this map, actually. Yeah. I'm going to go for a Team Falcons. It feels right. I mean, they've already rinsed Tiamba.
Oh.
See, this is why we pay you the big bucks. Blank just knows what's going
QZ
on.
last one alive? What can QZ do?
To kick this off
I smell it.
You do.
QZ knock one though.
Quite strong nostrils for PUBG
was that one? Was that guy QZ knock?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Four
PUBG
Mobile talent.
You sniff him out. You're like, that guy's going to play.
Where's
really
his QZ?
Tony K. Remember we walked into the green room? You were like, smells like Tony K.
Smells like Tony K today. Smells a bit like Vampire. I'm feeling it. But yeah, I think that Falcons should have this game pretty under wraps. I think from the position they're in, decent rotational spots. Kind of depends if they get Icy back up again. I think
where's the support from Falcon? Where are the other two Falcon players?
What? Nade here.
Where are other two Falcon players?
Bring him in. Icy's your off angle.
Oh, here comes
top.
Top.
Going to hold back the tide. At least the smoke's thrown on inside from Top here.
And this is Tiamba, that although down, could still make some problems out of this one. They've been looking pretty good over the course of today and yesterday, at least with a gun skill and a lot of the individual firefights
what can you do?
Thrown into. And they haven't had much.
Bro, imagine QZ put a 1v4 on Falcon. I would blow my mind. That would blow my mind, to be honest.
Just a duo in the opening moments. It's not the dream.
Falcon.
It's not the dream, but they have been relatively smacking it today.
They've been playing well.
Yeah.
QZ got a 1.
Yeah, even QZ
Patience.
up East here. What's going on? They need to finish this off quick. Luckily, Icy's back up again.
I'm feeling
still down a member.
I'm feeling bad about this.
Out by QZ.
I got a bad feeling.
Coming through from Falcons.
QZ
not
getting the off angle.
Players. I mean, they are two players
who
are coming off some fiery hot games today. So it's a little bit difficult.
Shen got knocked. Lingyu got knocked.
Rebuttal.
QZ lost one. Alive.
As we've seen, though,
They're trying to find it.
When they're down to
4MV versus DX.
Find a way to make it work. We'll check back in with that in a moment, though, as it seems like there is a bit of a compound commotion going on here. DX Xavier up top as nades are raining in. Meanwhile, finally, the rest of Falcons look to whip out the mop and bucket and clean up the remains. So Tiamba are down and out.
First one out.
Yeah, tough one for Tiamba there.
Thank you, Freezer, for
the
share of my.
I think they've set themselves up pretty well. Nasty nade.
Oh, double knock
down the stairs there.
from Baron.
Will end up in his lap.
Oh, mate. Could be some more
nice
carnage
movement.
Oh,
okay.
A pump in the hands of a Miracle Vibes as the DBS is looking to give a very
Peregrine?
aggressive hello to the start of this one. Switches out to the utility instead. Wants to block off the angle and force them to escape.
Every time Peregrine put a throwable out, I'm actually scared.
But it feels like 4MV is getting back up to power much quicker here. The Xavier coming out. Lamborghini is flushed, and 4MV is just getting rid of the stragglers now.
Okay, that's
the
a smoke.
Xavier went for a bold play early on to try and take this position off the hands of 4 Miracle Vibes. They have hurt them, but not quite enough.
Ooh, and that's an unfortunate way to go out then in the end for Paragin. Slides down the stairs as the nade is dashed on over, and they are our second team to be wiped off the face of the map this time around.
Vietnam washed.
Surviving the encounter there.
I mean, that's just one fight.
First innings into the group stage.
But I'm more concerned about RC though. RC,
4th place, 5 points.
One player out early again.
On the game, that's a tough one for them. Still have tomorrow, but feeling like a bottom 12 to me really at this point in time. Just not displaying the same kind of power. Getting a quick replay on this one. This is the initial spray down coming through from East, who they in fact actually lost in the end, but he opened this one up for them.
Wait, East knew QZ's there. I think this is an individual mistake from East, to be honest. East knew there's another Tiamba player because QZ actually shot.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Tiamba is decent, but I don't think they expect that fight to go on for so long. And again, for Falcons, it is a case of you're coming up against the toughest team currently.
TJB
performed decent. That was never going to be an easy fight. But they do well off the back
already.
of it. I like it. I like it
They're
a lot.
about to pass
In the meantime,
RC.
Again, it's a lot of these tough
2
decisions
days
that now need
performance.
to be made.
45
it is
points
very much
only.
a guaranteed Sanhok finish with this circle. I think there's no doubt in my mind that this is heading back up towards the north side. So you do have that glut of teams that all just want to get in on the action. Already, you got Harami up towards the top side on observatory right now, just looking down on the competition as the circle does lean a little bit over towards the east.
Any tips to improve positional gameplay while being aggressive? Please reply. Play the new event mode.
You're coming off that one. Bit spooky, bit scary.
Play the new event mode.
Nightmare with the scaling.
Literally well train your awareness
Dig those feet in. Unfortunately for
and
Sarah,
your
he's been
positional
dug down 2 foot shallow. He was taken
awareness
out quite early on for
as well.
reject, so they're playing with
Just go play
Team Liquid sniffed them out
the event
ahead
mode
of
and hard
time,
drop
so they're just trying
and
to
be
keep
aggressive.
themselves behind cover and keep their noses clean, really blank. We've got everyone being slowly ushered forward now as well.
I mean, respectable play to Xavier, honestly, trying to contain that position from 4MV, but dear
what a
me,
zone.
look at that circle, Jackie.
Damn.
How much water is in that bad boy? It's off the map. Yeah. At least, definitely.
Any advice on
that
finding
position
comfortable
from
grip on
Harami
your phone?
Incredibly
Zusi?
strong up towards observatory.
How many fingers do you
Taking
play?
that one early is always a risk, but I think when you know it's going to be a
the
soft
event mode
enough
has
finish,
360
you just
angles
take
to
that.
watch.
It's not like
If
you're
you don't
gonna
care
have to
for,
move
you are
back
knocked
up
by
north, you're just going to have to come off it
by third-party
somewhere else,
players.
but this is killer.
By
And I
third
think
party.
that with the fact that they're sending
I was
players
dying
further
so
underneath
much
as well,
in my first 2
care
days
of some
streaming the
other
event,
compounds,
like
just
3
in
days
case they
actually.
need to move.
But
This is a
today
great
I
idea.
play a lot
You've got
better
those backstops, you've got players on that top side able to take the shots for
because
you.
I was actually being cautious
Reject looking to
on
hold
all
down
the angles
Dweller
and
in the
stuff.
water. One player down in Sarah.
So Reject took a bit of damage early on, scoped it out. They want to deny control of the bridge and stop those rotations dead in the waters, and that's exactly what could be happening here with the bullets that are just.
Is Bison the OP weapon now?
Bit of a setup further back for
Wait,
Talon.
what do you guys
have
think
somewhat
about Bison?
cover, but
PP
it's really
Bison.
finding an angle
Is
to
it
take
good?
any shots back at Reject. They're so far in; it's an awkward angle to fight from.
Yeah, man, it's not easy, and I think the fact that you still have a couple of teams that want to make their way, and I mean TJB is still behind, but they're biding this one out. Vampire actually going for a very, very eastern swim here, and I mean with the amount of water that's still in, you could have a reasonably good game just by staying out and peddling water for as long as you can.
Low fire
nice
rate.
nade from
Bison
Apples.
is inconsistent.
Over towards Harami, and this does feel like somewhat of a mistake to come off observatory so early.
Every gun is good if you know how to use
Completely
it.
Left it, and by that time, teams should have moved in.
Yeah, and this is just going from bad to worse the longer it continues. Mad Balls were on parade. They stormed into the compound. They've isolated the fights bit by bit and made it look easy for themselves. Now you've basically got one man.
What's that one weapon you hate when you're doing hard drop?
With low health.
For me, I hate Uzi.
I
don't like Uzi.
Where Alliance is right now, on top of observatory.
Oh,
like,
Long
they
got
must have
knocked
got up there,
by Talon.
prepared for a fight, and we're like, why?
Long got
is no one
finished.
here?
Why is it empty?
Why is it empty?
Dark is fighting BJK?
In my opinion, I get what Harami's trying to do, is they're trying to secure a better position in the circle, but they took too long to do it. Nice shot, though, to start things off. And another from Federalis.
Okay, this is actually kind of clean now. It's a bit of a resurgence back into the
All of you hate Uzi. I guess you guys are just like me. You can't really pre-fire with that weapon. If you pre-fire, boom. The enemy just wait your point. Once your pre-fire is out, the enemy just, you know,
snapshots, especially up close. There is
move out of the cover and kill you.
4MV in the sidelines as well. They've moved in from that western side. They weren't in the greatest of position, but they got 4
Abby,
players.
Vector.
They should hear this. And this is a
Trust
prime
people.
time location.
Vector is
the fact that Mad
good.
Balls are rebuffed off this one. Look at this 4MV.
Vector, I think, is really good.
They've got the side angles.
People are sleeping on Vector,
now
I feel like.
for both these teams, in Mad Balls and Bro, Harami. It's all gone wrong, and I think it's simply just a case of getting a bit greedy with the positioning. You're there early enough, just accept the fact that you've got observatory.
They wanted more eyes bigger than their bellies, and it really could come back to haunt them. Really trying to get these nades on target.
5-finger standard control your right hand always uncomfortable.
Exactly
your right hand is on 3 fingers or 2 fingers.
They are in the deep blue sea blank.
Oh,
man, this is
Vampire go fishing.
Find yourself a vehicle, find yourself a boat. Can't just be flowing in. Falcons taking shots over towards them, but Vampire, they are withstanding. The bullets coming their way. Team Liquid, that must have been a horrible feeling hearing the boat propellers coming up behind you, desperately trying to swim, front crawl as quick as possible to the land so they can attempt to try and have some kind of defense versus them. Vampire can keep just swinging on the side. Get rid of the players from Team Liquid. They've set up shop. This is great news for them.
GK got knocked.
So now it comes down to a battle of the mythological creatures. In reality, then the vampires versus the
Team Liquid is struggling
and the Seahorses
after that one win.
Wiped out from existence there. A little bit of rotating.
Hello, Cleon. Welcome to the TikTok stream.
You're still going to be pushed on. Could be some stakes in the hands of the Falcons, looking to trap them in place.
Wait, let me give you the mod on my TikTok.
Got D plus Kia taking a fight with Brute Force. They moved in on that western side. They've had a slight slower rotate just because 4MVs kept them at bay for a long while. So they've forced them onto the edge. They're having a great fight right now versus Brute Force, so at least they're able to handle this one. D plus Kia sort of haven't had an impressive day so far. I mean, they're still 5th place, but the amount of points they've been accrued since yesterday, not much. So I think for D plus Kia, they'd like to hit some more points on the board.
Wait, Talon is getting better.
This is their last day of play. Going out with 58, that gives a lot of opportunities for teams underneath them to leapfrog ahead.
At one point here, it felt like Talon with a team
looks easy for Talon on this.
But they've turned the tides a little bit, find their way through
first
the squad
TikTok
ahead of them.
mod.
Reject is still slightly further ahead.
Lele is actually the first.
Them. They're going to try and
You're the
get
second.
themselves into the zone, though. Could run into the pathway.
Green will be the third.
They're very close by.
Yeah, I think if you're a reject right now, you just want to get further into the circle. I think you've had
How many points does Alpha 7 have?
Of this time
do you guys know?
wasting over on the northern side.
40 something?
Or
50 something?
So getting into the circle.
How many points
for
Alpha 7?
They do lose a player on the back foot there. They were down to 3 already, so they know they
better game for China. Yeah, about time. You know, they can't be always dominating. This is a world.
Brute Force
global tournament after all.
D plus Kia, but puts them in an awkward scenario. Good initial nade though.
Bro, if I mean,
keep things at bay, but it's not enough. 4MV is lighting them up.
Yeah, the Brute Force is good for the offense, but the defense right now not tenacious.
If I'm here, I have to ask why he named himself YDD. He's a big fan of YDD from China.
Looking to make a bit of a move up as well now.
Alpha 745.
The fact that they've been
bro, reach after they throw in.
2 Mad Bulls compound alongside with Bro Harami is pretty disgraceful, honestly. Harami is not here anymore. They're gone. Out of the game. Mad Bulls were able to solidify this position, but this just gives a huge amount of power towards Vampire. Taking the fight.
Siri in finals, post the comments soon, bro. I don't think Top is gonna post that.
Vampire having a lot of time
after he modified his
then take that boat into position. They should be good to go.
Yeah, they're looking like they're gassed up for this.
Oh, Nuzi landed a bold action.
One way to take the top off like a can opener.
Shot.
Snipe their way through the side, close the distance between them. The shotties can get up close.
I'm legit concerned. I'm legit concerning.
I mean, it looked good at the start there from Nuzi, but it seems to just be a doozy here for Tulika. Pulls out the S12K. They're not getting the shipping container. He's going to ship them straight back to the lobby. Very nice hold with 7 eliminations. This is what Mad Bulls needs. Down in 22nd place now. We're
BJK 0 kills, 0 push-up for this game.
Nice to see.
The press pull of group stage is really good, and then more than the
good discipline as well, man.
Pmwc league
that's
stage.
Really one of those, Blank, where a small second of missed timing on getting that first shot off, it all could have gone wrong. In fact, he's been able to clean up like that, put himself
right hand and 2 fingers.
The Elim points as well. Good response for Mad Bulls.
Wait, Dan, I don't know why you have. You should be uncomfortable on your 3-finger side, not your 2-finger side. If you're playing 5-finger claw.
This went through easy
but
peasy.
How long since you play 5 fingers now?
That's going to be some confidence
normally
that they desperately
it happens
today.
to new players who's trying 5 fingers out.
9th elimination,
but you should be getting used to it by if you play for like
and I think that they're delivering a message to the rest of the lobby right now.
Yeah, they want to show that they're not scared. They're just fighting fire with fire, and right now it's lighting the fuse for those nades that are raining in and blowing away the opposition again for Miracle Vibes delivering when they're put under pressure today.
This is a crazy game to start things off, Jackie. You do have this issue
You use a similar control like me. Your right hand always uncomfortable.
It was not easy
Wire
at all.
on the left side.
But they've managed to do
What?
it. They've got in. They're in position.
You're like literally the
4MV,
opposite of me.
Swinging around the side. It's
When
kind
I
of
play,
a crazy ordeal.
the
to be honest
uncomfortable
with
side
you,
is
to get
the
into this position,
three
then just
finger side
holding
with the
it
wire.
versus several different teams.
Your uncomfortable side is
I'm
like
loving it right now.
Yeah, this game's been delivering. We came in at just
the
right
other.
time. Blank couldn't
Maybe you
miss
should
any
try
of the
6
action
fingers.
that we've been given on this one. Tulik is still getting stuck into the action.
Maybe
man.
check
This
the
guy doesn't give a damn.
maybe
If there's
try
an
6
opportunity
fingers.
to break, he's going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you're
I
just
think for
comfortable
Mad Bulls,
using
they know
3
that they need
fingers
these
on each
elimination
side.
points. They need
I don't
them
know.
now. So I think for Tulika, picking up these points where they can is really, really good. I mean, look at this split from them as well, down towards the south side. They are all over the place. Even Tulika flying over towards Reefus, taking him down, running away like a ghost in the night.
Yeah,
this
I kind of
is,
love this.
This is crazy.
FS controls, please.
He knows how to play with
You
confidence.
sure you want to
right
use
now.
FS control? You're gonna miss like 10
Just
shotgun
do it.
bullets
He wants to go in. He's going to go
when you
in.
use a shotgun.
Swinging around the side, getting that information. But with this shift on the circle over towards the eastern edge, Falcons have a really good spot. Problem is 2 players. Right? They do not have the force to withstand a lot of this. And it's surprising the amount of teams on a circle like this that we have with 4 players alive. I think we currently have right now 4 teams
I play
with
3
4
finger
players
up.
up, 1 team with 3 in Mad Bulls,
Side
everyone
of the
else is
cable,
on
yeah.
limited members.
Yeah,
So
that's
this is gonna
yeah.
be a really nice
The reason
finish.
why
If anything, this is going to be a
I
very,
moved
very
the
fun
cable
one.
side to my
It's
left
going to be
side
action-packed,
because
explosive.
I don't want
hope
the
you sorted out
cable
whatever you need to
interfere
do
with my
before the
aim
game because we're locked
thumb.
in now.
Aiming
There's
thumb,
no time to get a
right?
drink
Because
anymore.
right side
Make
is for
sure you got
aiming,
your
right?
seatbelt on because it's about to get bumpy. We're entering turbulence, Blank. The no smoking signs on and the seatbelt signs. So get strapped in as we're about to take off.
Like you said, Jackie, it's going to be a bumpy ride. With, this way and that. You might end up 180 at one point. Woo. But don't worry about it. We got you. We're here to fly you straight through to the end of the game. IHC starting things off. 4MV looked pretty impregnable for quite a while, but at this point in time, they're just losing members. I think it has just been a case that that message was sent out, and there's been a bit of a response here from IHC. You're not the only elimination-heavy team in the lobby. But they're coming in slightly late here, Jackie.
Kind of living for this bit of a response back from Mad Bulls.
They're gonna
as well,
in the
dude.
track.
It feels like we're getting that intuition in a lot of the fights. The individuals are hitting their shots. It feels like the confidence is there. And that's something you always want to see when they're in the battleground. Ooh.
What are you doing?
Yeah, this feels a bit rough. Alliance usually so switched on over the course of the day. At the minute, though, you isolate yourself and lose out in an important way against Talon.
I think they try to hold up on the high ground for a long time.
Indian streamer
as soon
play
as
with
you see
his
that
tongue.
circle shift, you should just
I
be
saw that.
moving.
That's
coming back into this one from that west
for
side.
me, that's
Probably
kind of
should have
disgusting.
expected some teams that would have made it across that western or eastern bridge. Leon's is furious, just desperate for the rest of his team to get across that road, to regroup with him. There is a bit of a comeback here, though, from Alliance over towards Talon. Can't count this team out. Currently 2nd place, the only team with 2 chicken dinners in the tournament so far. So really doing some good stuff.
Oh, man.
And Leon's by himself. He's taking down 4MV.
Yeah, he's like literally soloing
Did FS
this
play
right
too
now.
much
He's just
politics
taking on
and
the raid
that
boss and dealing a
happens?
good amount of damage out one by one. Misery
I
loves
don't know.
company as well.
Maybe
Blank.
just-
The problem is it might be in the favor of more elims
back
going
then,
the
he
way
didn't
of
have a
New
good
Alliance
habit. I
versus
don't know
Talon
where
as they
he
come
got
up the
that
hill.
bad
They've
habit
been
from,
dashing
but
nades back to back to back, but they're going too wide
obviously,
with the geometry. They're up close
if he
with the
plays
weapons
Asia,
now. You've
he would
got to
be better.
split
He would have
second
been better.
decision making with this. Pulls out for the secondary, does good damage on the first.
Wait,
and
do
they're
you
starting to make
play
it
with
look rough.
6 fingers?
But Leon's is still having an impact on this fight. He's securing the location ahead and securing the location behind. He is on a swivel this game. Naxel attempting to get down the hill, but there's already players snaking it out. And there's no room for him. There's no room for him and his teammate currently in the circle. The blue pushes right up against his head here and will force him further forward soon. But Leon's is having such an impact in this game.
If I switch to the iPad, I'll probably
Jimmy
try 6
got some of
fingers.
those off angles earlier on. Now it's Leon's taking this one.
Or probably
Everyone
try
can
8
play
fingers.
each
What do you think?
individual role very nicely. He is now down to just
Wait,
himself.
how many fingers
I
Face
think
is
he
playing?
did a fairly decent job at trying to keep that fight alive for as long as possible. IHC coming in. 4MV just bled members, but I think they've already done pretty good this game. 11 elims. Lovely to see.
iPad is
We've
cheating.
just like that, with a snap of a finger, we've
I mean, when you
lost
play
all those
Classic,
teams
you know, a lot of
that
people
had
use
4 players
iPad.
alive. Suddenly, Mad Bulls is our strongest team in the lobby.
Yeah, and they've been kind of playing pretty damn good in this one with the isolated fights they've been taking. They can coast it out for the longevity.
You is a surprise. All right. You do second place and also 7 elims this match. You is actually the dark horse. Did any one of you predict you do this good?
Still finding opportunities to take isolated fights and get a couple more points, even if he is in a really rough spot.
Yeah, this is really good from Leon's. I think what he was trying to do is wait for the knock to come through from a different team and then confirm afterwards, potentially when the reload comes through. It's a smart play. He realizes they don't have the shot on him. He does, so he just has to take it. I think that's smart.
Pubg, do you play with 21 fingers?
Well,
I understand 20 fingers, but like, where's that one little finger?
To keep us up there towards the top. Tulika on 999 damage.
Where's the
right now,
21st finger?
That 1K mark. And this is the kind of guy he's always been. What is Leon's up to?
10 fingers, 10 toes, right?
How does he keep this going?
He's decimating right now.
Where's that one extra thing?
This is what I was saying about Tulika is he is very hot and cold, but you take him off the leash. He gets a little bit of that adrenaline pumping through his body.
I don't know.
He
brought it out. It's not me.
Eliminations at the start of the game.
He said he's gonna play with 21 fingers. So I'm just asking.
Back, and I think now what we need more than ever.
How did you get the 21st fingers?
Right, just unwieldy to the team like a broadsword, but he does the damage.
He really does. And there could be more damage coming the way of UDO Alliance here. Leon's has been maintaining this pace. He's isolated pre-pod. He sniffed out the weakened man.
Nice,
and he does it again.
Wow. You do 9 elims. Leon's 5
stop. Even when they're down
elims himself.
They find opportunities to make it work.
This man is just taking names, writing them down on a piece
of
paper,
little
just
finger?
ticking them off.
I mean, I don't know. It could be a big finger. I don't know.
Remember what we talked about, that really strong position over towards that eastern side, but they are starting to be cut out of the zone. But Leon's is starting to feel like a real threat in the circle, even as a solo member. Vampires go out, not able to hold that position.
Bro, his 21 finger is just too wild to bring. I have to bring it
ideal, but it's still better than going out that early to Mad Bulls.
Could have been a lot worse. And there's still so much room in this one to go topsy-turvy. We're hitting ourselves into quite an important piece of the pie then. Top did a good job on turning onto Vampire and keeping the backline covered. They can focus on the front.
Oh no, I see.
The wings are clipped as Mad Bull's ratio on the contact.
English.
This is the worst time to get knocked.
Team. You know, a couple of players from Muerte there of old. Flique and English. Tulika, as well as Zerich, who was properly a prolific player back in the day. And I think that when you look at this team, on paper, it's awesome. It doesn't always come together, though, the strategy-wise, and I think that's something that maybe they need to improve on. It looks like they're doing a lot better here, though. This split looks really cool for me, and they have just let Tulika fully off the leash. He's on the other side of the map to the rest of this team, and they're just okay with it. He is pumping damage into this lobby.
Oh, Baron.
Another there. And it's Tulika. Of course it is.
Oh, man. The second he smells any kind
Falcon,
of opportunity to strike, he gets involved. Tulika is lighting up the competition.
They benched the Narzard for, like, what, 2 tournaments now?
There is no one that contested.
I think they just think that East is better than Narzard. Maybe that's the reason why they're benching Narzard.
English and Flique, long-time duo in the past on teams. Now reunited, and they're just playing off the back of one another, letting Tulika get his thing done. Top's able to take down Baron before that nade goes off, so
speak good English?
Will be taken away. One of those elims.
Did any of you hear Nazar speak English?
We'll find another, confirms it onto English. This guy is the big story of the map. Down to just 2 players. This is go any way, honestly, at this point in time.
Oh, man. Alliance. Leon's. The 4 fingers that are finding a way to bite back every opportunity they're given. And he will not go down without a fight. He has played it smart, played it slow, found opportunities to come in like a scalpel and cause carnage over the course of the remaining time he's had right here, Blank. And if he can still add more to his total tally, this could be a devilishly good game. If he fins the numbers, you've got an opportunity. He could still make something work here.
That was the best member he could have taken out as well.
You did?
Onto Mad Bulls, down to 2 players. There's a real chance now for him.
You mean on
as well as the fact that he gets a massive resupply. 7 grenades in the back pocket. 2 Molotovs. He's got a lot to work with
good
there,
or
and that 1 elimination
okay or
might just
like
be the difference maker. Flique on the back of a tree. This is easily nadeable here for Leon's.
Oh, Leon's, how far can you take it? Can he live his movie the whole way through and somehow snatch away another chicken dinner? Is that the storyline that could potentially be built from this one? It would be off the back of broken, busted squads that have come in front of him. He's taking damage from the side. Fleek spots him out. Nade thrown wide. He's looking to punish now. Bobbing, weaving. The man's a Hell in a Cell boxer and he's looking to throw out the right hook. Switches back to the nade. Wants to engage on this one. He's waiting for his opportunity. Primed and ready. The damage is going to go wide, Blank.
He's got so many to work with. Got a Molotov as well. Hasn't used it just yet. Sends it behind the tree, but Fleek is playing pretty perfectly until that one.
What is Fly QE doing?
Another nade sent out randomly over the side, clearing out the other tree. Now knows that Tulika's further down the hill here. What is happening here? A 1v1.
Is Leon the new addition for YouTube?
Towards the end of the map.
Or he's like the OG player
This is
for
Leon's
YouTube?
world, and we are just living in it. He is the beating heart of UDO Alliance, and he will not stop pumping until he has found a way to carve a path to that chicken dinner. But there are still squads in front of him. Everyone isolated, playing the long con, playing the angles. They don't want to make that first mistake now.
Just cutting through the lobby, assassinating members.
I don't know
exactly. Teams where he can, going toe to toe with two in front. Heads down the hill, spots another there. That should be an easy elim for Leons. Strikes it up to 13 elims, contains the high ground. What an incredible game this has been so far from a solo.
Lucky number
1 versus
1
1
versus
versus
1.
1.
He doesn't need any luck. It's all skill right now with the way that he's been playing this one out, focusing.
Which team winning, guys?
Isolate these next two fights.
IHC Falcon or UDO?
He's got through the hard part. He's just got to be able to pull it out.
Oh!
Be alive. That one really was divine intervention. He can tuck back into cover, re-heal off the back of it. He's still standing.
Top, out in the open here, challenging him to peek out. Gets a spot onto Rogue as well. This is perfect news for him. Circle's going to close in. Stage 9, last one. This will pull all teams together. And Leons has to run down this hill.
Dude.
Brazen play.
UDO's gonna win. UDO's gonna win.
He's looking for that opportunity.
Oh, Tabby's with
His
AK.
best bet before he kicks in those sprint boots and starts on running. There's the response back though. First
UDO got it.
To do it. A massive performance. UDO Alliance, they do not go down.
Wow.
The solo stand strong, and once again, a chicken dinner is there.
Are they overtaking Kimba
What an insane
in the
game
first
there
place?
from Alliance. They were pulled apart, the Alliance broken, but united still, they stand strong towards the end of the game. Leons.
Did you guys reply?
Like you said, man,
Is
that was the
Leon
move. We were talking about cinema
the
at
new
start, but
addition
this
or
guy
an
blew my
OG
ears
player?
off.
He got 10 LMs. No. Wait, did he got 10? Or 9?
The fact that
Did he
he's
get
been
10 or
able
9?
to make the right decisions, hit the shots, the timing on it all, dude. We're looking at it thinking, yeah, UDO have played damn well
Can you
today.
beat the
But
FSC
surely
in
not
1v1?
here. Every time.
Now?
we're going,
Probably not.
Leons.
The back-to-back as well of that one. He looked incredibly slim on the opportunity, still
Wow.
makes it happen. This has been a disgusting game from Alliance, and they're here to play.
Whew, yeah, they were. They were here for business, Blank. This ain't no leisure trip. They're heating up the studio. The energy down there must have been wild. You're thinking everyone else on the squad looking towards Leon, just seeing him make the plays, blown away by the fact that he just continued to add insult to injury at every opportunity.
Bro, he literally 1v3 mad there.
But it could have been
Crazy.
Oh, he...
It was crazy. It could have ended
No, it was
right there and then,
Rock
Jackie.
who
The
got
best
top.
thing is, though, some of those
He got 9
rotations,
kills,
which
I
I'm
think.
sure the deaths will break down, but as a solo, you really have to pump those minuscule details in those end games, where he moves up towards the high ground, realizes this is going to be the best spot for me. I can play on Lion's Rock, get some identifying information on the teams below us, then play off the back of that. Goodness me, even just shooting the tires out of the car as well. Man, what a crazy game from that. Let's see what the desk has to say, because we're all out.
All right, guys. I'll go bathroom. Be right back.
Jeremy. Tembak je, Dek. Nice one. Anjing telur aku.
A statement has been made by Alliance, and that statement is, we're here and we're here to win. What a phenomenal performance out of them. Again, Leon in particular, the first back-to-back chicken dinner we've had, also their third chicken dinner so far here in our group stage.
And you mentioned Leon. I mean, he was alive with 8 teams still surrounding him for him to survive all of that. We've been talking about, are we finally going to be starting to see a team being able to get those back-to-back chicken dinners, which we didn't get a chance to see yesterday with all the uncertainty? It's good to see that Alliance, out of all the teams, Alliance ends up taking that back-to-back chicken dinner.
I mean, they're feeling it, right? It was ridiculous this game. Not only did they start things off by hitting the crossroads south of East Bridge and taking out 2 members of Falcons who should know that area and should have command of that area, they then go on to be able to win out a ridiculous scenario down towards the bottom. Do I need to make a noise? Wow, look, there's 2 over the
I don't think you are indeed for 2 simultaneous.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Damage. But the fact is, this game, it wasn't a team game, honestly. It boiled down to those solos. Tulika coming in for Mad was so important to see because Zerich got eliminated early, and Zerich is typically the player you look at when it comes to Mad Bulls, and for him to step up when they needed it, especially against Vampire there, we saw with the shotgun, that was getting Mad Bulls back in the mix here.
What better way? Legends of PUBG Mobile here at the final moments. 1v1v1v1, all on different angles. Alliance having the high ground. Big, pivotal decision maker here for this final moments.
It really was. And then for me, Top, I was hoping we'll start seeing Top being able to clutch it up. One of the factors that was a bit questionable out of Team Falcons in their region is their clutch factor. Unluckily for him, he wasn't able to do it, but Alliance, 24 points, and Mad Bulls, the way that that team was able to rotate, we'll talk about that a little bit later, it was quite impressive. They ended up with those 15 points.
Alliance might have passed Tianba here for first place, and Alliance, they're guaranteed through to make it to the main event now. So now it's all for them about how many more points can we score to potentially take home, what is it, 70 grand for first place here in the group stage?
Big stuff. I mean, yeah, and the difference in which both of these teams have been able to make it to the top as well, right? Tianba, no win under the belt just yet, but Alliance 3. They were the first to get 2, and then they were the first to get 3 straight away right after it here for the tournament.
A team that we're talking about that we actually got a chance to see there again on that second page was Al-Ula IHC. I mean, we're wondering what was going on in the first 2 matches. Now back-to-back matches where they are able to put up points. And it wasn't just elimination points out of IHC. It was actually some placement points as well.
Yeah, very true indeed. And we're taking a look at the second page. You can see Team Liquid there off the back of their start with their win. They have been a little bit quiet, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit. A lot.
I think Team Liquid is able to thrive in situations where, again, as I mentioned earlier, where they control space, but they need to be able to control, in controlling space, they need the lobby to be a bit more predictable about how things are going to be moving in around them. Again, there's a bit of chaos right now in the first 2 days.
Chaos was the perfect statement for that last match, too. Considering the zone we had going very far southeast, 50% of it was water. We saw multiple teams, Team Liquid and Vampire, both take into the island as well, where obviously Vampire came out ahead in that one, but that was not an easy zone to play whatsoever.
It really wasn't. And for me, Vampire, decided to make the push towards Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls was able to defend that compound.
A fake QZ
well,
running around,
they
making
moved
everyone
in
think it was
super
legit.
early
I
too.
remember
With Mad
that?
Bulls, the early rotations. We've been talking about this, and it's something that we were talking about it yesterday.
Bro, I don't even know.
Today too.
Like,
Those
that guy's been
early rotations
scamming
from
people because
most of
he's
this team,
working
being
with
able to set
a
themselves up,
so-called
being able to
PUBG
defend a
Mobile
compound.
coach.
If you are able to get into a compound,
And
has
they're
been
working together
wonders.
to
We find
scam
ourselves in another
like
interesting
these
moment
like
in this game as well, where
14 years old,
4MV had
15 years
sent
old
it
people put
very
money.
rapidly into
Basically,
the
you
center of some
know,
of these final circles.
they pay
and again, it comes down to
the fake
what Team
QZ
Liquid
and the
did in the previous
coach
Erangel,
a
where they
certain
went to a
amount of
location a
money.
little bit too early. If 4MV
And,
goes
you know,
there
they
a
will
little
put
bit
them,
too
you
early,
know,
you see Alula
put them in the
IHC
lineup,
get
you know,
in
and
there
they, you know,
right
sign,
behind them,
sign up
and then
scrims
make it
for them,
work.
you
So,
know, and like
again, it's all about
train
timing
them
a lot of these
to be
moves.
ready
with
for,
that
you know,
4MB push,
pro,
that 2v2 split,
to be
sending it to
prepared
the
to be
middle
pro.
during Circle 5.
And
Were
they're
you happy
basically
with that?
scamming people
No,
here and there.
I was not, man. I was. I actually, we're talking about this. I thought that they were going to be sending it towards Falcons, and then clearing that area, and then controlling the compound, and then working the way
So
out.
they're
But
basically
once I
just
saw them
scamming people
split, I
left
was
and
like,
right
oh,
for
no,
money,
this is
bro.
not gonna
How did they even come up
Overall,
with that idea?
overall,
Jesus,
the
they're
Lions
genius,
have
bro.
been able to do it, but as you always
Such
point out,
scammers.
seven placements
The thing is,
outside of their chicken dinners,
we
whereas
exposed
Yamba has
exposed
29
them,
points outside of their chicken
and
dinners.
that guy
Night and day
rolled
between
like
the two teams, but
1,000
nonetheless, it's been enough for
words
Lions
or
to get
2,000
themselves
words
into
essay
the main event.
saying that
Alliance,
I'm a
I'm not
legit
complaining. All right, if
QZ.
you're gonna be getting back
You
to
know,
back
I
to chicken
studied
dinners,
in like some
you're gonna
U.S.
continue to get chicken
university
dinners.
or
You
something,
do
you
whatever you
know.
want to do in regards to those players
And
playing
you know,
points.
he's like, what? I don't
I'm gonna
know.
look at
He
D+,
said
and
some.
it's a team that I'm gonna
He
keep
said
a
some
close
crazy
eye
stuff
on because besides what
to
they did
prove that
yesterday,
he's
let
a
me
real
actually check real
QZ.
quick. They started off the day with 57
Meanwhile,
points, and
I'm
after
playing
four
with the
matches,
real
they've only
QZ,
gotten
and
12 points,
he's
and it kinda
he's
goes along the lines
posting
of
like
what you were talking about,
2,000
Kyle,
words
which is
claim
that
saying that
just
he's a real
getting blessed. They
QZ.
were able to take advantage
How
yesterday,
crazy
and
is
it
that?
started to look like a fluke.
Man, it's been a non-starter today, hasn't it? Only the 2 points on the board. And
We don't have
again,
ChatGPT back then,
pose
so
the
he
question
actually
of,
wrote these
okay,
words
how are they gonna
himself.
fare when they have to change
Dude
the
is
circles a little
like
bit? And unfortunately, it's been
on
kind of
another level.
catastrophic. It's not been great.
You know,
It's been
also
absolutely
not great.
awful.
Boom Esports here. One of the few teams who have played out 6 matches so far and being surpassed by others. TJB, Alula IHC, Team Liquid, even Falcons knocking on that door. It's getting some rough times for some of these teams in Group Yellow, which I think we're kind of all having to agree. Group Yellow is definitely looking like to be the weakest group overall.
Yeah, 1 through 8 has been completely painted red for now, but beyond all of that, I'm expecting in the next game or two, teams like Reject, who by the way, Brute Force have now taken over, I'm expecting these
It
guys
got so
to- if they
serious
don't
that
do
so many
something,
people
they're
fall
gonna be
into the
falling
trap.
down beyond where
Nova
some of
and
these Group
Kimba,
Green
they
better
had to
performers in Group
put
Green
up
are
a
gonna be actually able to
official
push up. So
announcement
if that
together
happens in the next game, that something needs to happen.
saying that, you know, they are
Something needs
fake.
to happen indeed, and they're starting to run out of time.
And
as
then
well.
people
Remember, this is the
started
last day of
to,
play here
you know,
for
take
our Group
believe it.
Red. And it comes down to tomorrow with Group Yellow and Green still to play. By the way, 7, I'm going to challenge
Quizzy
you to
Party,
do
the real
something here that's
QZ.
probably gonna hate
No,
me
he
for.
cares.
Did you
After
know
you know,
follow
a lot of people
Pubg
have been
Esports
contacting
over
him.
on
He
TikTok
actually
up
cares.
from now until July 30th, and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance, whether it's in-game or out-of-game. You're automatically entered to win potentially up to $3,000 in virtual gift cards. And I want to see what kind of
He's
dance
just
you
so
got going on
stupid.
here, 7, for us today.
I wanted to do something, but I saw your face. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do it.
You do no counter?
Okay.
Damn, yeah.
Unfortunately,
You
not
do
gonna happen. Maybe our
is
casters can
aiming
dance
for the
first. We're gonna head back
70K.
over to Jackie and Blaine to kick off our 5th match of the day.
Udo Alliance currently number 1
Yo, hello, Green. How are
in the
you?
crowd right now. You know, if anyone's dancing,
TikTok.
it'll be Udo Alliance dancing on top of the death crates coming through from the rest of the squads here in the lobby, because they are taking names, taking numbers, putting up points here, and it's going to be incredibly hard, if not impossible at this point, to drop them out from that top 12.
Oh yeah, if you're dancing on at home and want to get your victory
I think he's
dance in,
working
get those
with,
fingers up, do the one finger blank, because all it takes is
Axe,
one man. Leon's proving that
TL,
individually with some show-stopping
Screen
maneuvers,
organizer.
and giving it the gravitas
That guy's
that
a
this
scammer
grand
as well.
stage really
But
deserves.
that guy
There's no better
actually
time to make a play like that than in this building.
organized
Match 4 as
scrims
well.
for
Unreasonable
PEL
behavior.
before.
You just come off the back of the halfway point, everyone's feeling kind of chilled out, going to bring up the the energy a little bit, and they just go off. They just go off. Everyone's like, well, what's going on? Where have they got this energy from? It's Pepsi Max.
Oh yeah, it's refueled them, tanked them up much.
There's
like
a whole clan filled with a fake Chinese pro name.
Course, like you can be refueled if you grab your.
Bro, I want to join that clan, legit.
Well, Black, so you can be
I want to join that clan and make a video, bro.
That's what you need to do.
What's the clan name,
awesome,
bro?
Plays awesome. You need to grab one. at the end of the day.
I'm gonna name myself. I'm gonna change my. I'm gonna use my main account, change the name to like Nova Paraboy or something. Because I got the tag, to make it even more real, bro. I'm verified by the official. I'm the Nova Paraboy. I'm the JDE Paraboy. I'm gonna join that clan.
Alliance might just keep putting up numbers, and I said it might be very difficult for them to drop out the top 12, but
actually play a game or two with them to see like how they talk. That's gonna be funny, bro.
They are just stealing points right now.
Yeah, they can gatekeep. Like, they really can.
Big time.
They've got control of the ladder at the minute. In a game of snakes and ladders, Blanks, it's all about trying to climb those ladders and avoid the snakes.
I legit want to see, do they claim themselves to be these pros when they're playing?
You're talking about snakes here, but Leon's, as a solo, more like a hydra in that last match. Unbelievable plays coming through from this guy. But at the moment, we have a very...
They also have fake Xifan. Yeah, I know. I know. There's like a squad playing scrims. They were faking the whole NHP.
Up towards Monty Nuevo. Couple of teams giving ground towards them. Reject dropping towards San Martin. A lot of teams probably going to be getting on their bikes here, getting in their buggies, trying to head a little bit further towards that northeast side. Will limit the loot
good
time,
for Vampire.
That is the big thing here for a lot of teams. Teams like D plus Kia, IHC, Brute Force will be looted and booted, ready to go in this game, but they will have to push through a lot more teams than a team like Team Liquid, who is already heading up towards that northeast side.
I'm going to do
For
it
real,
again.
they had Nova Xifan, which they changed to NV Xifan.
Bro, I think I'd be remiss not to say Alliance.
That's crazy.
Really, yeah.
I think that's a fair choice at this point.
I think
kind of rude to go against them.
Yeah, a hat-trick's on its way, apparently, but we'll see. We will see. Currently, they're down towards that south side, playing around Los Leones. We'll see what they can get done from that position. They got a couple of squads around them. Bro Harami, who honestly threw that last match away.
They really did, bro. That rotate had us scratching our heads. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, it didn't make much sense. I mean, Harami's a good team. What are you doing? Also, check out our cool skins here for Pmwc. There is some pretty awesome ones in there, including the Violet set too. So, obviously, we'll be heading
Yo, Green, thanks for the gifts on TikTok. That means you just unlocked the spinning wheel again, Green. Let's see which team we want, Green.
From anyone else, isolating themselves in Paraiso itself because they need some paradise after that last game. It was crushing. You're in a 3v1 times 3.
Yeah.
Like, what have you done?
4 MV?
How have you achieved this?
Bro.
Just the backstabs as well. The way you could see the wheels come off, the whole thing
not good.
To unravel. Like, it's gut-wrenching to watch, but you imagine how bad it feels to play in those scenarios where you're just watching it unfold.
Massively. I mean, for Mad Balls as well, you're on the up and up on that game.
Yeah.
You've had a horrid day so far.
You do first place.
You're like, I'm dominating this lobby. We're absolutely nailing it. Tulik is feeling good. And then for it all to just crumble in front of your eyes. You've got to also imagine the talks in between the team. Like, Tulik has got to be mad.
Bro, the guy was sitting at like, what, 1.2k damage.
Get ready for a chance station.
Like, he was hitting some mad shots, finding opportunities to rotate on himself. You're right, but also the other thing is, right, you got like,
you missed what the will use for today? Oh, for kills, for kills.
One and reset. You got to just look past it.
Just get in, just like, look, guys, forget about it. And we'll go again. We'll try and get some points scored towards the end of the day. So we've at least got a good inning coming into tomorrow. It's sad, though, bro. It's really, really sad. Looking at the map, though, we do have some teams taking resistance towards the center now. You've got Vampire, as well as Team Liquid, Reject, hovering around Power Grid right now. Bit of a split from them. I think it's okay for now. Most teams are more worried about getting that loot on board with the Western-leaning playing path.
Yeah, I'd like to see Reject as well. I know I am like the #1 Reject guy. I'm always in the corner. I even brought my own homemade flag.
Yeah, bro.
I got a
You are Reject.
Yeah, I always get rejected. Well, luckily you accept me, Blank.
I do accept you, bro. Yeah, I accept your choices in game. I mean, to be honest with you, yesterday Reject looked kind of nice.
Yeah, they did.
And we said it before and we'll say it again, it just feels like Reject just cannot play close quarters combat.
Xifan, do you live in a team house?
I think
No,
that's something that
we don't have a
right now they are safe. But you imagine that's going to change tomorrow. I think that they need around about 70 points at the end of this day to feel a little bit better about their position.
What's the difference between PMWC and PMGC? They are both world tournament, like an international tournament, global.
It should be good
basically
if some of these teams down below
similar. It's just like one's happening at the mid of the year, one's happening by the end of the year. Hello, Uzi. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Alliance is not going to be playing. And we all know that Alliance is the one been sucking up a lot of these points, and it might be a case that with Tiamba Alliance out. Both really big teams here. It's going to enable a lot of these squads in green and yellow to just shoot up the lobby. So Reject's kind of been put in a really difficult group here, I would say.
Yeah, if you're going to straighten up and fly right, I think it has to obviously start here and then have a big finish towards the end of the day. You need some back-to-back momentum, try and farm as many points as you can. Because like we said, you can't leave it in the hands of someone else. If you're sat on the wayside watching tomorrow, that's going to feel so rough when you look at it and go, all right, I guess we just have to try and survive.
I mean, exactly, like coming into this group, I do think the Reject has been hurt just by being sat in Group Red. Because if you look at it, Xavier, great team. Besiktas Black been able to put up some really good performances. Alliance, insane. You've also got For Miracle Vibes, a big favorite for a lot of teams coming into this one. Brute Force, one of the best teams from EMEA. And then you've got Reject, which a lot of people didn't have too much hope for. But on our screens, that's your teammate.
He's not got the medic bullets. Can't get him back on his feet.
Oh no, TJB.
He's so dialed in. He's so dialed in. That's what that is. Just shows how confident he is in the fight.
GK.
He's trying to take everyone out of commission.
Last one.
At least being tested early on. I mean, maybe there's a timeline here. TJB, if they can find the right targets.
Oh, GK going crazy. Oh, GK.
You get the swing around the corner. He's got the
wow. You do.
I mean, it's a full
squad
wide. This is nuts right now for this team. Tongji about taken out, but here comes Harami trying to make a more decent rotation before. But again, this is going to be a 4v2. No real possibility of getting a third player back up here, I don't think. Nade through the window could be devastating to the squad. Doesn't do all that much damage. It bounces back off the window frame.
Uh-oh, okay, so they've still got a little bit of leeway.
Oh, nice pre-fire, Ferreal.
At least Ferreal is making issues as he comes in to sweep his way through the building and deny the response. They were trying to
play
good back in the fight, but it's all down to one man. This time it's
Jimmy.
He's got to withstand the entire team, and they run on in to clean up, looking to throw him out of commission. They're going to get buckled, they're going to get battered, and honestly, Blank, it's going south quick.
For Alliance, though, taking 2 fights back-to-back. They had to bring 2 teams to the table just to shut them down. Goodness me. And what's this, Jackie? Mad Bulls. They're dead.
They're gone.
You always have a question. How can you become like one of these players? Do you play?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of...
It's ruined them.
Probably going to be worse now.
First of all, if you're just like, if you're completely new, classic players,
that is upsetting
try
to say the least. I didn't even see them go
stay on top of the
No,
leaderboard.
that's rough,
every
We're
season.
In with you do Alliance, just taking
especially if you're in Asia.
You look back for the overall
you could change your name, right?
Gone. Ooh,
to something like
their name as well. That really is going to be savage for him. Got to sit on the wayside for the whole match.
Yeah, it wasn't even a reset. It was just a power off, apparently. For
or you can update your social card on Pubg Mobile or something like. Need a.
Looking here though, we're going to get our.
Want to join a pro team?
We'll have
like
on Miramar, it is the
Asia #1 leaderboard squad.
All trying to stay as central as possible, and it is the
5 times. Here. Something like that.
It is indeed. Get yourself set up.
You know, that's a way to start. Actually, that's the way how Paraboy started. Paraboy was grinding.
Yeah, I was. I mean, they won
the Chinese Pubg
on Sanhok. They did well on that.
And he was actually top 10 in the leaderboard or something. You know, back in the days. Then.
And again, that's something that Team Liquid
he got scouted by
other
pro teams.
They're coming up against a caliber of teams that are so hungry.
Yeah, that's one way to start.
It's intense for them, and I think that they're getting to grips with the fact that no one is really going to be allowing you to just get away with this as much anymore.
There's no freebies. There's no easy ones. We're seeing that with the quality of competition we've had over the course of the day already. Everyone is playing their absolute hearts out. And it's what you've got to do.
Leaderboard are now pay to pusher, playing 24 hours a day in shifts.
Towards that midnight hour.
Yeah, 12th place or 13th place and down was like... Ooh,
I thought only Chinese people do that. Do global players do that too?
So brutal. We'll be covering it very shortly after tomorrow's games, where we'll clear all this one up for you. Tie a little ribbon on it and get gone straight into those 2 days of grueling play for the main tournament. But right now, we've got to set our sights on Miramar, set our sight towards that central position. You've got that high ground over towards that northwest side, which a lot of teams are taking advantage of right now. We're looking at Brute Force, as well as IHC, Falcons looking down towards some of these teams. Xavier did pick themselves up a nice position, but we're getting a replay right now on this fight between Bro Harami as well as Alliance. Again, didn't feel all that impressive with the fact that Alliance had already taken a massive
classic
beating
gameplay is too different than scrims.
Still came back from it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose as well, you know, we're talking about the potential
I love you,
point
dude.
hoover.
I love you too, Pillow.
Sucking up so many of those points and bloating in that first place. At least there you start.
So I have to play Asia server only. You can be you. Yeah, you can.
Points off the game as well.
You can play you.
It's been a
How's
pretty
EU
good
server,
day
guys?
for them.
How does like
digits,
EU leaderboard look like?
Average per game,
You got a lot of hackers or even paid pushers.
Because we've not even concluded our 6th match. And they get 120. You're on a 10-point average, which is sort of CCT.
I heard EU Classics is harder nowadays.
Caliber team.
I don't think it will be
also defined as
harder than Asia though.
Really quite.
You will definitely harder. You will definitely be harder than NV.
Yeah.
It's filthy. You know the way they've been playing. We were really impressed yesterday, and I think they've only leveled.
Why do you all
more.
keep fighting
So
Titan
with
in
that power levels
Tulip
increase,
tournament?
You look in towards the main event.
To be honest, I don't know. I don't watch.
Absolutely outrageous.
I don't really like watch.
Obviously, tougher competition.
Them doing scrims or tourneys.
Yeah, I like that viewpoint from Chips there. Just looks over, sees a flaming UAZ across the horizon.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't look good. Next circle did hit whilst we were rambling
east side
on the broadcast. Head down to the south side here, cutting out a lot of that high ground up towards the northwest and more standing up towards Picardo. And a Picardo finish is always fun. Get the crate
in
drops,
NA, they don't even look at your way. Yeah, like in NA, you can
waiting.
sign up for like money scrims and all that, you know, and having a squad
13 teams
and consistently win those
kicked out 3
games and stuff.
The lobby. This
also posting
pretty massive.
montage
How big the map is
on
as well.
socials
Like,
work.
You're not
But
expecting
it has to be
teams
really
go
good
into
one,
close
right?
contact so early, but with that playing path, it just clumped everyone up.
Like your movement,
You
your
wanna
aim,
force
you
the
know, has
fight
to
a
be
little
top
bit
notch.
as well. As soon as they saw that opportunity onto YouTube, it makes sense why that one occurred. The Mad Bulls situation's a whole other kettle of fish, but
yeah, we don't talk about that one.
No, we don't talk about Mad Bulls Fight Club.
We do not. I don't want to talk about it really. I think I'd prefer to have the boys just have a bit of a reset for themselves. The guys that have been casting for a long, long time, and it just doesn't feel good seeing them have this sort of display here. Feels like a team doomed to the bottom 12 really at this point.
I can always move the mic closer. Is it better, Cleon?
Tomorrow,
to hear me
Kia, Talent,
more clearly?
Try to head over, have a scout. He's instantly sent away by Osal.
Nice lob on the nade as well. It was clean damage. Ooh, they really want to follow it up with the mini 14. A few pot shots going.
If he's a part of the team, shouldn't be
yourself back up and try to get away.
They're doing the tryouts
as well. I think one more shot.
Coach, I'm in charge of getting the players,
scout that could have gone very
deliver them to the team, and the team, they will decide if they are taking the players or not. I have noticed. I don't have any control over that.
Currently on the games, got to remember that they have only had 1 day of play though.
Because at the end of the day, it's them playing with the player, right? Even if I think the player is good, if they think, oh, I can't really play with a player, there's no point for me to insist, you know, you guys have to get this player. He's just good, you know.
Took down Mad Bulls in that case.
Because different players have different play styles. And also our play style is, you know, NHP, out of all the player style, NHP is playing the style where
I couldn't tell you right now. I don't
just like Alpha 7.
Power.
We'll get you the Mystic Ball.
It requires a lot of skills and gun skill.
I need it.
We'll have that set up for the rest of the event, don't worry. Full Miracle Vibes.
So not all players can adapt to that kind of like strats.
Use that ball to
and also, you know, how they push people, how they rotate, you know, that kind of thing.
Damage, opening shots, getting whizzed onto them.
No, Tiamba forcing in Thailand?
For them over the course of the day, and again here they're going to have issues. Tiamba though, going in, this is what they do best. They like to try and converge on a unit together and see if they can swipe their way through. Talon do bring the claws out.
QZ with the DBS, deadly. Can QZ clutch? If there's anyone in Tiamba can clutch, it is QZ. Can QZ 1v4? Oh, this is gonna be hard though.
It's not getting any better on this one.
Nice.
Oh no.
Bounce
no,
not
nade.
QZ. Is it going to be enough though?
Wait,
really?
they missed it, the nade.
Pouring in through the windows at the moment. QZ has had some incredible moments for himself, burning now at the top of the stairs, taking a lot of damage off the back of that one. Nade going to be set around the side. Could have been a huge.
No, he stepped on the molly.
I heard the shot. It was on target.
It felt like it just didn't hit. It looked like it just didn't hit. It felt like he was set up for the play, right? The instant sweep down the stairs. I'm baffled, Blank.
Bring Chinese players in your team. We have. Our roster is
On either side of his
English-speaking
body, there was
roster.
2 players there.
Right in front of him, dead center. He was set up for it. Could have been success on the stairway. You clean 2.
Why did he rush
gone.
down the stairs? Because he heard them nading. And I'm pretty sure Thailand players were nading the spot where he was at. So he was trying to actually catch the chance, you know, walking down and trying to knock the guy who's throwing utilities.
They thought they had a golden opportunity, one that was put on a platter there to go in for the swoop down on the Talon, but they withstand.
Nice position from Reject at the moment. I love this spot when you play along the
He's a player
towards the north.
who likes to catch, sees every opportunity to knock people.
Tony K laid bare there by the boys on Besiktas.
Who's the IGL for NHP? Veteran is currently the IGL for NHP.
Keep down if you can. Don't give him any room to breathe. Bullets now coming through from all angles. Liquid have a lay of the land from the side. You've got Falcons close by as well, and Reject up on the hill. You go from finding one opportunity to establish a knock to realizing you can have
the
that
curse.
happen to your whole
4MV
squad
down
in
to
quick
3
succession now.
with
They get
0
themselves in a
kills.
position here where I think they assume they'll be pretty safe, but I think they all had to head in towards the shack there. I think it was a bit overzealous trying to take advantage of the overlook.
I don't think he can take the window because that guy with the Groza was watching the other side. So if he like about over, he would get knocked by the Groza guy.
That northeast side to get away from that western plane path, who are now all just stuck in a room together. On the other hand,
What position are you trying to fill? Support? No. We're trying to find a really good fragger.
As well as IHC. Nice
With the
shot
experience, of course.
Jappy, though.
Freeman, like actually any role would work. Any role would work. The team can adjust. It really depends on if the players are good or not, and also if the player has experience or not.
Any opportunity they might have really had there now looks like it's starting to crumble. Whereas you got the bro boys starting to push up, looking to clap back. They got the brass knuckles on blank. They want to commit to this one.
Left, right, good night here on the brute force team. Like you said, they've got the force, they're brutish, but the defense is not there. Wearing the Barbarians outfit here. No
Get a
knight in
player from
shining
SA.
armor. They're bruising here in this
The
game.
majority of them don't speak English fluently. Pubg is not a free agent, guys. Pubg is taken.
So many squads on top of one another as well, and that utility really will.
Yeah, we need like a top 20 fragger
See
with
if
pro
you get those
experience.
nades on target, take the vehicle out. They know where
Top 20
Vampire is.
fragger, I mean
You
in
really have to try and
PMPL,
provide yourself a bit of
PMSL.
cover here. Heal yourself
Not
back up and reset from that.
your money
Circle about
scrims.
to pop here. We're waiting
Top
to see where
20s.
this one goes because it can favor a lot of teams. Honestly, I do love Reject's
Yo,
position.
4MV
is attempting to get
He's
rid of
starting
the
to
guys
get
here
kills.
on D plus Kia. Nice nades after nice nades here from the boys. 3 of them left. They did take a big amount of damage
Xenax is
earlier
taken
on. Circle heads up towards that northwest
as
side.
well.
IHC, DXavier, happy with this one.
Xavier will be over the moon, but I tell you who won't right here on your screens. You can see those nades have not stopped the barrage that has been blowing away anything for D plus Kia. And
Who's left the NGX and joined which team? I don't remember the team name, but he joins another. Star no longer with the NHP
close
now.
the gap a little bit, pushing somewhat up the hill. You give yourself a bit of cover to play with. Try and get ahead of the arc on these nades for Miracle Vibes. If they can get in close, you might be able to finally put the pin on this one and slow it down.
Closing this one out just a little bit for D plus Kia. They've been given some space to work with. 4MV sat down on the ditch, and K's up close now. He's had some good moments in the past, and he sees teams just running. He's going in for the run over. Opens things up here. 4K gets the double spray down. Will only pick up one though.
Oh, the predictive shot round the corner.
Oh.
He still gets the repeat blank. He's able to take the angle once again and find another one off the back of it. It was
Pmwc out with one.
for Miracle Vibes. And they had him
One
trapped,
push up.
and now it's getting blown to bits, and Talon have seen their opportunity to sweep straight in and continue dogpiling the pressure on. They don't want to give D plus Kia any room to withstand this fight. You're right on top of them when they're low HP across the board. You spread the push round the back as well. You're up close. This should be simple for him. And he jives round. They're just crumbling.
D plus Kia has had a hard task ahead of them. Just one left with chips here. Osal on the floor, crawling round, passing that information back, but this is a big moment now for Chips. Can he weather them?
When the chips are down, he's got to do something huge. The DBS, we know it can roar, but not in this situation. Overwhelmed, too many angles.
Why don't
to
you all take a player
prioritize.
from
He
Don Son or
falters and the
NRG?
team falls.
Like name a
Rolls
player,
as loud as he can,
chef.
but Talon comes in with a quick trank dart there. Take him out.
NRG.
Couldn't handle it either. Just
NRG's
added
player are
a pulsar there.
contracted. You
Having
can't
on
take
their
them.
backs at the moment. We're back on Reject side. 4 players still up, strong position on this eastern edge. They can still clear out here, I would say.
5 points in 5 matches. What a day for DK.
So it's Vampire Esports living in the wings here.
I mean, they still have one more. They could have put. They can still probably qualify. I feel like.
On the snipes, on the mini 14, they're able to establish that control. When you get in close, it feels like it goes wrong in close quarters combat. So Reject need to play to their strengths on this one.
Like as I said, most of the players are new. We need a player with experience so that they don't choke when it comes to a lane van. So the nerve don't get over them.
Reject playing kind of scared here, but I don't think he can at this point in time. 46 points after 2 days is not enough.
The majority of the NA players only have what, like Titan experience. I've talked with a lot of players. He showed me the result from Titan, and he's not even top 5. How are we gonna try you out?
28 eliminations, but with the amount of
How are we gonna try you out? You know,
Falcons coming up to have a little peek over towards
you play Titan qualifiers, and you're not top 5 fragger. Like you're like 20 or 20th or something. How can?
Ocio took the peak as well.
That's like
flicked on by Falcons
the expectation was like,
oh,
the nade.
You've got trade, but it's all about the nade. That's what's going to blow up to bits blank. Goodbye, Vampire.
A stake in the heart for that team.
Xifan been using your control HUD past 3 to 4 years. Nice. Joes.
What was it? 7, 8 nades of
you using my 5 finger, 3 finger, or 4 finger?
Well placed. A detonation. They've been eating nitro for breakfast because this game's getting explosive right now. Things are starting to heat up inside of the battleground blank. Meanwhile, DXavier, they're still chilling. They've had control for so long in a comfortable position whilst the rest of the squads are forced to fight it out for any sort of rotate.
Reject just not able to do too much here. I mean, Team Liquid, they're playing the slow game right now.
I was in talk with Sarge, but he doesn't have a PMPL or PMSL experience. He played the TMNC finals, and that's it.
It's just this vehicle. They have to send it in, but Duello with the M249, the big
and with no stats either.
Pocket, ruins their day.
Throws in the clip and lets it rip. Everyone taken down in seconds there as the meaty weapon claws its way through them. Reject. It's looking like it was starting to go south, but if they can bring the energy back after commanding respect in that fight, could still have a good run.
3 teams are winning so far. The top 3 here.
Been testing the waters for a long time. And
Kemba,
to go
or
from
Envy.
Warm to very, very hot quite quickly as Team Liquid has been keeping a lot of teams
Reject's cooking. About time.
In the meantime, IHC, DXavier, living in their own land.
About time they're
Not
cooking.
much happening on that side of the map.
They're just safe. They're out of the fight. They don't want to get stuck into it if they don't need to. Just look for an opportunity. Maybe one that
Have
could
you
be
heard of
presented
4
by
Bros?
Lamborghini's
Of
rotate.
course I've heard
Starting
of
to
4
pull up
Bros.
stealth style around the back
Back
of
when I
the
play, would kill them
Over towards Falcons are really nice.
in Sami
Little off angle
all the
for
time.
them.
They
I don't know
kept
what IHC
coming
is
to
doing.
us
In a great position over
and trying to
towards that northwest side, but with
contest
Demo
us in
getting
Sami.
knocked out as DXavier solidifies their position. Reject using that high ground to push Team Liquid back. This could be a good game for them, but it's a case of getting back across towards Talon, which is going to be the difficulty. Talon trying.
He should work though. What makes you think Sarge can work?
From IHC.
What
They're a
what makes you
strong
think
team.
he can work
They're an
with
aggressive
NHP?
team, but playing uphill never.
What's so special
simple
about
for
him?
any team in PUBG Mobile.
Definitely not experience.
Talon to pop the
Then
smokes.
gun skill
They're looking to leave
or
when
what?
broke. If they find
Or
an opportunity to peek down
IGL
into
ability.
one man's gonna fall. Demo taking
What
out the
makes
commission.
Sarge
Meanwhile, Reject, they've been
work
causing
with
so much
NHP?
infighting from both Liquid and Falcons. They're finding snapshots into the backline each time and making it uncomfortable for them to move. So they're just taking shots at each other, whilst Reject is sitting pretty. Talon is still just trying to hold this push as well.
The reason why we
Moves up
want
the hill.
player with
There is a tag
PMPL
back. That's
experience
Lamborghini that was building the
because
flank. He gets
PMPL,
one shot off of
PMSL,
Sarah.
that's a whole different
That now is a very, very bad
game
deal. Here's the off angle we're talking about
compared
earlier
with
from
your
Lamborghini.
regular NA
You
training.
spotted it, you sniffed it out, and he has spotted the guys on Falcons too now with the binocs, looking to make it uncomfortable with Chua though.
His gun skill?
Do they pick him up?
Maybe?
Or do they go on as 3?
I needed to be certain,
Pretty
Dark Cube.
uncomfortable as well for the fact that they haven't had to do too much in the game. They're losing a player.
If you're recommending someone for, you know, for a team to try out, you gotta be confident in yourself.
Looks like Lamborghini's hopped in the vehicle.
You said his gun skill. Maybe. It has to be like, bro, his gun skills is top notch, right?
The longer this one goes on, especially with the damage that's being established to the other teams.
He body
like
coops.
we're starting to see here. Falcons,
easy.
They've been getting pushed
or
from pillar
something.
to post. They've had nowhere to go. Liquid have always had their pathway blocked. They knew Lamborghini was in the back, but with him moving off, they get an opportunity to dive in the vehicles, try and create some space, try and cause some issues.
There's a smart move there. They had to make it. They had to make it now. But look at this. Chief
Yo, Hex.
just ripping them to pieces.
You were watching me earlier from
side.
TikTok.
Regiocio
How are you doing?
Actually slap back there a little bit over towards the guys on Team Liquid, but it's Inix from Talon who's got behind them. Can
Reject the 7
stay
kills now.
Stay undetected for long enough. They're able to
Duolo
play
with
this
a
game.
600 damage, nice.
But they're all inside this shack. One nade could be the difference between them and this game.
They draw the crosshair off slightly with the peek up towards the backside, keeping them guessing. They're so close in elims right now, competing amongst each other. Talon with 8, Reject with 7 to their name. But like you say, they're in a bit of a bad spot. You got to build off the back of it. Hope you get.
But you aren't gonna be able to pick up a player from.
That are firing bullets uphill
If no one from NA is free agent, we don't necessarily need to pick up from
in
NA.
the Pmwc here group stage. Teams are gunning for these performances.
It's not region limited to NA.
Not going to get very far though. Asara spots him with the AUG.
We could pick up a player from Middle East, Asia, all different countries.
Shots from Axel though on Talon. Takes down Duello, leaves Reject
That's
as
what.
a 3.
That's why it makes NA players' resume like weaker.
With the nades. And in geometry like this, you desperately need someone who's able to just clear out those ditches.
I knew they needed him.
We don't have to worry about lag because PMSL is lame.
Was a success. And the damage he did previously as well. That's going
Comms
to
definitely English is a must, right?
Bring this one out. You're going to have to start getting
Even
a move on
he's from Asia or something, he has to speak English. We don't pick up a player who doesn't speak
on the
English.
eastern side, a really difficult rotation for them to make. They've got to slip down this hill. For Reject, this is slightly more.
But one thing about
comfortable.
Mongolian
The fact
players is
Talon's
that they
gonna
don't
have to
speak
move off
English
this
that
high
well.
ground further towards IHC zone. But look at this, man.
How
What a
about
great
finding players
viewpoint
from
we've got
Asia?
right
We're
now.
already
Bird's eye
trying out
view,
players
just
from
looking
Asia.
at this position that DXAvia's got
As I
set
said,
up,
we're not
it
trying
feels
out
like it's in the bag
only
for
NA
them
players. We're
as
trying
Talon
players
just
from different
starts
countries.
to take casualties.
Yeah, it could be a game-winning spot for them if they can just deliver when it comes to actually hitting the good shots, the money makers. IHC.
You're gonna pick up Dawn? Dawn doesn't speak English though.
They've had opportunities, but it's felt
I
like
do
it's
remember
so
his
rough on the
performance
rotates. Meanwhile,
from
you've had
PMBL.
Reject trapped inside of a building for so long. They knew they had to move. They start to fan out, but you're giving isolated fights where they can take 2v1s, focus the fire, and shut a man down. That is just the solo of Falcons as well. He's really revealed himself. He's put a target on his back for the other squads. Reject slow it back. IHC get pushed in. They're looking for the bonnet. They want to run him down. He turns, burns onto Misery that's now going to be feeling that emotion, and they try and keep it going. All right, Talon taking hot shots. You've got the fight back from OCO as well onto Falcons, who finally finds the solo and shuts that man down. Issues being arisen. How on earth is he still standing as the vehicle whizzes by?
Godless still alive for so long here. Doesn't need a god because he makes his own miracles apparently. Nades on the top from Rogue. Will take out another. This is intense, Jackie. Incredible plays here coming through from IHC.
IHC.
And they managed to get themselves still in this game, playing alongside this Ridge. Reject in the meantime, they moved out. The M249 was barking like a K9, but they're not fine anymore. Over towards
DX
that
is
top
pretty
side of the
consistent.
map. And it's IHC, a 2v4.
IHC. Is there somehow, some way they can find the upset to pick up the 2v4 and clap back? Lamborghini denies the potential as he strikes first, leaves it all on one. They want to close it down and walk away with the chicken dinner. They played a smart game. They played a positional game. And in each and every fight, they're finding success. With the 4 players alive, they will take it home as they're going to grab themselves the chicken dinner.
Great game there from DXavier. Honestly, it didn't look
Or DXavier is not even excited.
But you take that high ground, you see it still in the circle. I think what was impressive from DXavier there, you know, they're not elated on that game. It's no surprise because it didn't take too much, but it's the fact that they were constantly looking, constantly spotting these other players in the lobby. They had great ideas of where everyone was in that end game to ensure that ridgeline was basically the winning move. And we called it really early on that is just disgusting to play against. But awesome game from a lot of teams.
anyone on that eastern edge.
You can find players that are on that level. Yeah, feel free to recommend, guys. If you know players, free agent, you know, with certain media requirement, feel free to recommend.
Pot shots consistently, one knock, one res, one knock, one pickup. It's rough, but DXavier, like we said, they just played the classical game. They played the numbers and it pays off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for DXavier, that is a nice match for them. I don't think they were too far down the standings either, so that's just some more points in the pocket. I think that sits them up towards the 70s point, which I said earlier is sort of where you really want to be.
What's their device? They're playing on GT20 Pro.
One more game to tackle as well, where they'll be able to get some more points on the board. This was just unbelievable to watch, though. The fact that he was just alive for so long and they could not deal with him. He opened the floodgates for a second place for IHC.
Yeah, he was mad. It actually was ridiculous. So you're looking at the way he was playing this one. There's a timeline he does go on to just entirely take the squad, but it could have been huge.
It could have been massive, honestly. Again, though, Reject do a really
People are talking about M04. I'm not sure if it's M04, but I do have a player who named Sarge.
One more match, though,
I was
on Miramar, see if they can do something similar.
with him.
I do think if you get that circle going further over towards the eastern side, potentially they have a better game there.
Potentially, but I tell you what, we've been getting good games all damn day. It's been delivering it the day blank. It's been a good day. Day 2 has been really quite spicy.
Yeah, I've been loving it. It's like we said yesterday, it's full of jalapenos, you know? It's the jalapeno gameplay. I love it so much, but things are still going to get more spicy at the end of the day. In the meantime, let's head to a quick break.
TJB probably gonna end up around top 9 today. I mean, finally my prediction got right. Wait, Farrell free agent? What? Are you guys sure? Okay, 4 MV, 1 push-up. You said you think he was recently? Is star temper still out of control? Yeah, it affects the team a little bit, especially in PMS Americas. Xifan, did you know Adder still play this game? Yeah, Kisune, right? I know. Just go for speed or AOX. Brody making up news out of nowhere? Oh, you guys are funny. Top 12, top 12 qualifies. Top 12, baby. You know, QZ is a free agent a while back. On Evens, he's still playing. I don't even know what he's on even doing today, till today. I don't think he's playing.
Em có mặt được ở trong đội hình chính thức để thi đấu giải đấu này thì em đã bỏ công tập luyện chăm chỉ và thích nghi với team, thích nghi với một đội hình mới nhiều. Mối quan hệ của những thành viên trong team.
I think I'll even dated the Chinese caster, not girl, and his performance declined after that, and he retires.
Đảm nhận vị trí in-game leader. Brazil thì là cover cũng như người scout trong team. Còn Shadow thì là tanker. Chỗ cống cũng là tanker. Em là tanker trong team.
A tanker? What do you mean by tanker? Like what? A guy who tank damage? In Pubg? What do you mean a tanker?
Để tham dự giải Pmwc này một cách tốt nhất.
Agreeing with the face.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ team DCV và mong mọi người sẽ cổ vũ cho đội tuyển mình trong thời gian sắp tới đây, giải Pmwc này.
The Dingos, our standout team from Vietnam, able to get themselves a chicken dinner and honestly some points desperately needed when it comes to
your fake cousin.
Obviously not a very high elimination.
How's Caprizi English now? He actually improved a lot. His English improved a lot.
He's massive. He's gotten pretty big.
Jesus, what
I'm gonna have the players stream like more often.
I like this. I should keep it like this forever.
We can't have this. No. 15 points for them with only 5 eliminations. Talon, though, Seven, you were talking about Talon at the start of the day. You wanted to talk about him yesterday. They are proven to be a pretty strong team, especially in the elim department.
They are. This is the second time that I see them perform really well. And I was talking about Mystery, one of the players that I wanted to see how he was performing. So far, he has been performing really good, too. Al-Ula ex-IHC, though, I want to keep an eye on that
since
team.
we were on the topic, right?
I think it was 2 matches
let
ago
me see.
how they were only being able to get elims. We were talking about the IHC that kind of won PMGC by them being able to win elims. Guess what? Now it's 2 games in a row where they've been able to get the elims, and on top of that, they've been able to get the placement points.
Well, not only them, but looking at Harami, considering they were in 23rd place with 9 points, they pick up 10 points in this match to help catapult them up because they're desperately going to need it. Yes, they still get to play tomorrow, but it's not like things are going to be easier tomorrow. Well,
yeah.
It might kind of be because Group Yellow.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
From what we saw from day one.
They find themselves in a really difficult spot, right, when it comes to just being put into Group Green. The fact that there's all these insane teams and Harami's going to have to try and compete against it. He's so tiny now. It's great. I love it.
That's what she said.
No.
What? Anyways, okay, we can come back. We'll let you back into the mix
come
here.
along.
Trying to play around with the studio, and that's kind of actually how short he is in person. You can't really see there is an elevated ground below.
It's not like I'm tall, by the way.
No.
But you are taller than me.
We can do our segment like this. We can do a segment like this right next to
All right,
each
let's
other.
see it.
Which is unfortunate.
We're looking at the highlights.
Yeah, we can look at the highlights here. We had some sick nades as well come through. Was that Talon on the Vampire, if I'm not mistaken?
By the way, not sure. DX, we've been talking about this team for the longest time in regards to how passive they play. And you were talking about how you think maybe they're playing passive because it is going to be the last 2 matches for them. I feel like they're just playing the way they've been playing the whole time, Jason.
And he's still on a box. You just can't see it. Yeah, I think we're having a couple of teams we did talk about before, Claris.
Who's the match before right now? We're still doing tryout.
And I think we're kind of seeing it more clearly here, especially for teams in Group Red, because this next match is their final match until it's decided of who potentially is going to make it or not.
Yeah, and this Miramar circle kind of exacerbated that a little bit as we take a look at the overall leaderboards. I mean, like, the circle didn't allow anybody to head towards the center for a long time because it was so edge-heavy. So very, very difficult for
Bro, why does the guy is like spamming, pouring in my DM, dude? Chill, jeez.
3 circles earlier, very difficult.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, we're going to have to talk about it. You were just talking about it too, Jason, with Group
How do I block him?
Their last match. D+
I'm actually checking the DMs to see if we have, if I got a new league, try out the request or something, and go over the older request. This dude has been sending me porn every single day. Bro, what? Dude.
They got 3 more points this last match. It would have been even worse.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no.
Not on Discord, on my Instagram.
Where are you?
I'm checking the stranger's message. See if we have a.
Obviously, yesterday they maybe look a little bit foolish in terms of like their initial.
New trials and stuff.
But again, the circles came to them, and when they've had to chase today,
free OnlyFans, bro.
Really solidify themselves in some of these.
Look at 7th place though, Besiktas. We're gonna have to point them out really quickly. 20 placement points outside of their win, but 24 limbs. They have the least amount of eliminations on this top 8 out of every group or every team in Group Red. That's not a good sign for them, but they are playing, it seems to be like just to try to qualify at this rate, but 24.
You might have a crush on you, Xifan, bro.
Yeah.
You
gotta bump those numbers.
I mean, we've got 3 groups, right? And if you're taking 4 teams from each of those groups, likely Red is going to be hoping that it's probably their top 4 that are probably going to make it if you're averaging things out. That's not how it always goes when it's 3 groups style, but the 4 that are at the bottom in Red have to be very, very scared about this next game.
They really do. I mean, with the ways that some of these other teams are playing, right? Talent Esports right now at 38 points. On top of that, Ula IXC, with them being now in the top 12 as well. That's impressive. And then we're going to be looking at some of the other teams that are going to be coming in tomorrow when Group Jello comes around, like DRX. Boy, I guess with the performance that Harami just had, it's making DRX performance look even worse from day one.
DRX, I don't see a world. Is there any world? They have to have an insane day tomorrow to try and climb up.
And the thing is, that's to try to get top 12. I mean, if they don't do it here, they're going to be sent into the survival stage where only 4 teams get through, and you have obviously the teams who didn't make it.
Do you guys want to go?
Teams like Team Spirit waiting for them.
Oh, the game is about to start. Otherwise, I will probably, I'll show you guys some of the, applications these players sent. We can literally go through them together. And then we can all decide if that guy's good or not,
I mean, for
a tryout.
Do
we offer him a chance to try out?
Hype behind them because now they had more international
experience. The game is starting, I feel like.
I was expecting a lot more. I was going to be honest. I thought they were going to be in top 12. They have disappointed.
I almost bet you Kalaris is feeling the opposite way. This is kind of how we expected things to go for them. But you know what? We expect to go to our casters because it's time to get underway here with our final match in our 2nd day of play. Blink, Jackie, take it away.
Jason, your expectations are correct. Myself and Blank in
Hello,
the
Glacier.
building.
Welcome to the TikTok
game
stream.
Of the day. The games have been delivering today, Blank. We have had some intense moments from start to finish.
Try me out, Xifan. You never disappoint.
In the wings, and I can't wait for it.
The 6th game
Yo,
to take the cake here.
that's one of the most common DM I've seen so far in
Group Red's done. That is the
that's the most common sentence I've
seen
so far in my DM.
Let me just rattle those off for you.
Try me out, Xifan. I never disappoint. Try me out, Xifan. I'm super good.
And the one and only
Trust me, bro.
UU Alliance.
And remember,
why Falcon play so passive?
Damn, this looks good, but could it look even better? Maybe on a 144
did Team Falcon change the IGL?
FPS with low response time. Get yourself a GT 20 Pro.
Just get it.
It's that easy. They're flying off the shelves.
Super simple. Like Jackie says, they're flying off the shelves, so just watch out. Might hit you in the face, but just try and grab one. You're good to go.
Use the defense pan.
Use the defense pan.
To catch it.
You got the attack pan, the defense pan. This moment requires a defense pan.
Yeah, not the attack pan. Don't attack the foe. Instead, purchase it and use it as it will be a really good experience, much like this game is going to be. Match 6 Blank, we've been waiting for this.
Xifan, I don't like to talk much. I want to let my game do the talking, boss. Damn.
This ain't so crazy. The exact same playing map we saw.
Are you being serious right now, Zoom? Are you being serious right now?
Everyone just doing the exact same
thing. Or you're trolling, guys. Or you're trolling us.
Try and take up that position over towards Western Picardo. Pick up the same positions that DXavier and IHC were able to get themselves. Pretty damn good game off the back of. But yeah, most teams heading out once again. Team Liquid, I think they had a
You're being 100% serious. Do you have any comps experience?
We have a much different circle though. Less forgiving.
How about this? Send me your clips and the whole stream for today, we will be, yo, Tiemba fighting Falcons. Let's watch this. No. Shan got thirsted.
They've been thrust into fights quite a few times today.
So what I want to say is that, Send me your clips, and we and viewers in the stream will be watching your clips together and see if you're good or not, and see if you deserve the tryout chance. What do you think? You want to do that?
And again, Tiamba built themselves up a massive
And I'll be
score
watching
bank
your
as well
clips
already, so
after
going
this
out,
match.
Not ideal, but I think that they've already done enough, I would say, in today to make it through to the main tournament, ending this with a second place. But you want to be first, man, don't you, really?
Oh, yeah. You always want to be first. Second feels like, first to come second, Black.
Exactly. The worst. You don't want it.
No.
First to come second, maybe even third if things continue for a team like 4Miracle Vibes or Xavier. Falcons, though, in 16th place. This fight, winning this one, be able to have a good game off the back of it would be very, very nice for this team, because right now their point scoring potential on the day hasn't been amazing. Hasn't been great here, Jackie. Tiamba on the balcony, looking out for some shots.
So go follow my IG, right? If any of you want to send clips, right? Follow my IG and shoot me a DM with your clips. And like in the stream, we'll be watching together after this match.
That's what they're gunning for and hoping to take. For Falcons as well, as much as you get that opening establisher, you take the first elim, it's the knock-on effect that could come from this one. You have to clean up this fight without any real issues. You don't want to give away picks. You don't want to lose any players on this.
You may not have a world-class clip, but your game sense is what I would like to pay attention to. Do you have any clips that can show that? I know it's like kind of hard to show game sense, but
it could be kind of cheeky.
Like
headshot hitbox, he's ready.
I love the fact that he's got the
unless you can IGL,
Uzi in the back pocket
right?
as well as a secondary. Stun grenade round the corner, blinds.
Anyway, let's focus on the fight. Tiamba versus Falcon.
That's really good. Heads towards the side room actually as well. So this might actually catch him off guard. He is a solo, all on his lonesome. Tiamba brought down to 3 players pretty early.
Here's the engagement.
Oh.
Nice.
Bond knows that this is going on.
East got thirsted. What?
Playing that off angle
East
for so long, saw the opportunity to get stuck in. Now this is what we were.
East got knocked and thirsted. What?
Here for Falcons. You're going from feeling like
that this
was
is
nice drop
surprising. To be honest.
Exactly, it's all gone wrong. I mean, to be honest with you, Tiamba's sort of a weird team to be hot dropping.
No, Toby's about to get knocked by QZ, bro.
Case of the situation rather than the plan. With the plane being so far over towards that western side, sometimes you have to go for something like this. But Tiamba has sort of brought it back here just a little bit. Average eliminations here on Miramar, 1. Goodness me, Falcons. It's gone bad to worse. Since being pipped to the post in PMGC, it's just felt bad for this team.
That's one statistic.
Oh, I have this comment. I have this DM from the previous, from the player. Oh wait, let me see this. He got 1. Oh, he got 2. No. He's gonna 1v4.
And he makes it uncomfortable. They have the numbers to work with.
Oh no, he cannot 1v4.
They do find the peak towards the top floor. Bond, lucky to make his move. Can at least go for the.
Oh my God, Falcon.
The best part about this is that they've just identified.
Bro, I can already imagine what the global chat is talking about.
Action has to dip
like,
out. Knows he just has to wrap this game out now.
Top 2 dot. See you in global.
29 points.
Bro.
For the elimination to pick up early there in that fight.
Falcon is falling apart hard.
Similarly for VPE, Mad Bulls, Bro Harami, not had a great day today. Quick replay on the revolver at the start here. Felt like they were trying to regroup on the building. Unlucky start, but NXC, man, with the DBS.
It's rough, but they really thought they had that one. And honestly, from the start they had, you're probably thinking, all right, yeah, we can really clean up on this, but not going to go that way.
Wow.
It was the knockback that resulted in just a reset, so it doesn't matter too much.
Pretty smart play from NXC as well, because all he shows from that top floor is the micro Uzi.
Yeah.
Doesn't let him know he's got the DBS until it's too late when they try to push him. So very, very smart play. Obviously, he could have gone
I have
this.
this.
Falcons had a DBS to themselves, but surely they would have pushed up the stairs and gone for the refrag on
I
that.
copy and paste from one of the DM I got.
In a good spot.
What about someone who hasn't played the PMSL but can perform better than PMSL players?
Plays that really smartly, and that's why Tiamba's currently on top.
That's the only line he left out.
You do alliance, you know, but sometimes that's all you need.
With the application.
Go down, 4 players out in the next few minutes.
And with this emoji,
they've taken first place.
I'll be happy with that. Like you said earlier, man, put a ribbon on it, ship it off, and just be content with the day as a whole. You do Alliance, though, as much as it felt like a bit of a blip with the uncomfortable fights they were thrown into last time around, I don't hope that that'd be the same situation here. I think from what we've seen, they've looked good individually, but it's been the team play as well.
Yeah, I think for you to Alliance as well, that last game, like you said, felt unlucky, right? They took a really good fight versus Tongji Bao and then just had the unfortunate nature of coming against Bro Harami pretty much instantly afterwards.
But you guys don't understand.
So
because NHP players, even though they have a bit experience now, but they're still new. They need someone who has experience to kind of like sometimes to guide the team. We can't take any new blood. These three players are already new blood. We need an OG. We need a guy with experience. You know? Do you give us suggestions during some rotations and stuff? We don't need another like talented. We don't need another Caprizi basically. We don't need another Caprizi. Caprizi does skill top notch, right? But we don't need another Caprizi. We don't need another
more points on this game. They need it.
A player who
right now, it looks good,
has insane gun skill, but like
that's the thing. You could slip down quite quickly when
besides that, you
rotate them out and switch up the group. So you'd hope if they have any fight left in them, this is when we'd start to see it displayed, especially here in the last matchup of the night, Game 6. You want them.
Nah, too much work, and also I'm washed.
Next circle popping soon.
I just want to be a Stingray player, bro.
Again, a lot
Stingray
of
player is fun. Stingray has more fun than comp.
Uncomfortable finishes would be a hard eastern shift over towards Impala, where you got a lot of that rocky high ground, but instead we're heading down towards the south, towards Los Leones. A bit more of a urban finish that we could end here. It does encompass the entirety of Los Leones as well, which actually cuts out a lot of space, Jackie.
Yeah, restricting that map. Make it a bit more awkward for
basically, you need experience. And you can only get these kind of experience when you play certain amount of tourneys. And, you know, like a certain level of tourneys. And you will get this experience. You can't get this experience by playing T2 scrims.
That man and the rest of the squad can deliver, and there might be an opportunity for it. You're going to take shots in the side, at least on the rotate. Luckily, the geometry there giving him a little bit of a shroud on the road.
That's a killer rotate from the Mad Bulls, actually. The fact they've been able to make it through as well, that's just an instantaneous rotation. They were stuck out on the eastern side. Impala, Xavier took their position before, but wow, the fact they've been able to get in here on the outer skirts of Los Leones, incredible rotate. Not entirely sure how no one was able to pick off a single.
Why don't you ask Nova for order? What is playing PL?
Isolated a lot of the line of sights as well as they headed through. This was overall a really good rotation from the Mad Bulls and could set themselves up for some success, where success looked limited just moments before.
Look at this, man.
Why is Chad hating Falcon? They're just trolling crazy. They're just trolling.
The first player, Falcons then just getting ripped to pieces, and they're still trapped amongst each other. You've got the nice establishers here.
I myself want Falcon to perform. I want to see them like top 3. I even predict them to be top 3.
The pack that are now all inside of the zone.
Team Liquid trying to get some scouting done here. Cardozo and Federales spots him. He crashes out. Will need to try and live this one. Tries to get some cover. The reload goes through from Federales. He's behind the rock, but in comes Xavier.
What if Sunan Paraboy QZ? Sunan Paraboy QZ good, not Chensey.
First aid kit might go off in time, but no.
You need to switch your pick.
Deal the damage necessary to take Cardozo down. Now picking this player back up, dangerous task.
Yeah.
Probably not one that you want to invest into with the rest of the team so far out in the distance on the northeast.
Exposing yourself so much if you run the risk of going for it, knowing the angles that are there, and especially the players that are unknown as well further back. Tiamba looking to sweep, looking to clear. Oh, they drag the crosshair off at least and isolate the fight. You can get the pickup back in, so they do recover that and finally close down Falcons.
Damn, Falcon now.
There from Tiamba as well. The fact they stayed in San Martin just to confirm that last elimination.
29 points in the first day. Tomorrow,
I mean,
they need to double that.
You love to see it, and Tiamba will find themselves that final elim, taking them up to 4, but they are very low right now. And we're heading into Zone 3 very shortly. This game has just been blazing by, even in terms of just the rotates alone and the speed of the gameplay that we've seen. Brute force up towards La Bandita, trying to play around some of that geometry.
You guess Nova lost the ambition to win trophies?
Again, a little bit of Los Leones in, a lot of this high
ground
towards that eastern side, uncomfortable.
For an esports organization, it's not about the ambition. It's about if they can
bit of warmth from all these squads.
Get the money back.
Be on top of one another, trying to fight for survival throughout the duration.
There are a lot of like finance decisions.
The Miracle vibes as well, dude. It feels like they
If
really
they're getting
are
a player
having
or
these
no.
games, so they get thrown
Right.
into the deep end.
Like for
Brute
current
force
Nova,
as
right?
well.
How many
Feels like
players
they've
you would
been
get
opportunities to deliver,
to
but
form
they've
a
been
decent lineup?
uncomfortable in a lot of the situations
Also,
through other squads
all
being
the,
able to
you
control
know,
and pen them
top
in,
tier
leave
player
them
are
having
taken
to
by other
fight great
org.
defense.
If you want to compete, you gotta spend more.
Great drops.
In the end of the day, like how what's
we
the
got
end
some
of that?
graphics.
How much more you need to
some cool
spend
stuff
to get a
going on.
like
Like
really
that?
good
I like
compete
that.
like
Good. Trophy
like you
came
know
up
a
behind
good
it. It's
a good
gorgeous
squad
trophy.
It is very pretty, actually.
which
I
can
am liking
compete
it. I'm liking
in
it a lot.
PL and potentially qualify
So we get
to
lift that
PMGC.
one, the end of the day. Rejects onto IHC.
How
Good
much
start
how
for
much
them.
money would it take,
Will confirm the
right?
flush on the demo. So their front man down. Ziol in the back line.
So basically,
It's a nice tag back at least. He saw the opportunity
even
to
if
get the damage on.
the squad that they
Takes
put
the
out,
shot, connects it.
right,
Can't
with
overcommit.
like 5% of chance of
Finally
winning
does look to dip
PMGC,
out, get himself into a better
even if
angle
they
to
win,
tank himself
they cannot
back
get the
up.
money
Still
back.
got his squad around him as well, and they've got split ground to work with, so good height.
Yeah, for Reject, the big difficulty comes in the fact that they're far on this western side right now. They have a lot of ground to cover. Luckily, there is a ton of cover to work with as you pass through Los Leones. You can see here, nice little shot.
Bro, Order Paraboy over there along with the Dream. They just need the one good IGL back then.
Guys from Reject in, they could go
True.
for a southern rotate, but where do you go after that, Jackie? That's the difficulty.
Yo, Nampa, thank you for the dono. But you just unlocked the spin of the day.
It's just a
And
tough
let's do
circle
it.
overall, and we'll take a lot of cerebral action towards the end of the day, which is typically when you don't want to bring that out, right? You want a more of a chill match after your 6 games, but no, we want you to play your hearts out all the way to the end.
Yeah, no flow state gameplay here. It's got to be switched on, smart decision-making, time.
IHC.
They've been making their slow rotation round the back, and there is some squads ahead of them as well. Timeline where they could run into a few. You got the spread out as well from Brute Force that have moved up. That's Liquid that are in their eye line that, of course, lost one man earlier on.
Yeah, Cardozo going down is not a good thing for the team. I think he's a really good player on the squad.
Okay,
I think
back to the
Chief,
question,
though,
right?
Definitely some of the
You
big
said
names on that team, including
Order Paraboy were
pick
there
them as
along with the
one of my big
Dreamy. They
predictions,
just need the
because
one good
it is a
IGL.
team filled with
But the thing is,
powerhouses,
Order
but they have
himself
not
wants the
found
IGL.
that flow that they were
Like
looking
till
for
this
in these
date,
games.
Order is still the
That's a
IGL.
big issue, especially early on. in
Order
the
wants to
tournament.
play the IGL.
There's still
You know what I
time to
mean?
Bring it back, but you don't want to be bringing it back.
And
in
I'm
the
pretty
survival
sure
stage.
Paraboy doesn't want to
Luckily,
play with
a
Order
lot of those
anymore.
top squads will be going out tomorrow, and maybe Team Liquid will be able to take some of these other teams to task. In the more easy setting, Tongji Abaldo coming through and Tiampa
Paraboy,
getting
oh,
cut out. I mean, they had a
PL
lot of
versus
rotation.
PL?
They put so much investment into action from Falcons.
Like,
They got that first strike off onto TJ.
if Paraboy wants to play with Order, right, with the wealth, right, even if Nova doesn't want to spend any money, Paraboy can easily buy a player for Nova, easily, without breaking a sweat.
Biting at him. DX do take a strike.
So it is
Brute
Paraboy
Force as well
himself
from the sidelines.
that he doesn't want to play with the team anymore.
Reject's not
He
done
wants
too
to
badly
try
here,
out
actually.
for
I
other
mean, with
teams.
the circle just crushing in slightly, being more central, it's been given an opportunity to get rid of IHC,
You know,
which means that backstop,
Paraboy
that
doesn't
backline
want it.
that might have caused some big problems in the future,
That's why.
has been removed. It's because the potential for it to come through.
Did you see
Massive
earlier
split
message?
here from Alliance. It's something they do so frequently as well. On that north side, controlling so much space as they look over towards teams that are maybe trying to get through. Dick Xavier, spot a play here from Brute Force.
Xifan,
Should
you've
be
been
able to
playing
take
with
him
Tensa
down
recently. You
pretty
can
easy
ask
with an
it
eight.
what he thinks
Doesn't
about
want to
you.
expose himself either. Just
So
clean this
you
one up.
or Tensa? You think do you think you're better than Tensa?
You see from
Zoom?
the rest of the squad how they did opt out to just back off after they lost the first. They didn't like the fight they had to go up against with the Xavier, so they left Freezer for dead and rotated out with that. So another elim going their way as they pick that one up. Bit of a move now, a reshuffle from the Reject squad. For Miracle
Order
Vibes
needs to
do have the
realize
hype,
that he's
though, up
wasting
top.
his
Hello.
potential. He's an OG
Yeah,
fighter.
nice position. A lot of times
You
you
want
don't
him to
wanna
do
come off this
more.
one.
You
This
want him to
stage
do
of the
more.
game,
You
the
can't
circle
blame
comes through
you
'cause
can't
know
blame
you're
the player who
probably
wants to
gonna be needing
improve,
to move at some point. Get your
but
parachute
at the
back
cost
out
of
again.
I guess a few seasons.
For Reject, they lost Zara on that rotate. Could have been
Checking
a
stuff.
perfect rotate for them
Alright,
as well.
hello.
All 4 players making it through. Still has a chance to try and crawl in, but you don't want to invest too many smokes when you know you desperately need those smokes in the future to get through Los Leones. but 4MV's definitely not making it easy. Here's Team Liquid. Cars on fire, but central position.
At least they're still alive at this point. It's looking a bit iffy for them with some of the engagements they were thrown into, had to split up and cut their losses.
Alright, let's focus on the game, guys.
You probably will have to make some concessions if you want to
Wait,
survive.
Tiemba 100 points. How come Tiemba is like first place? Shouldn't Yudu be the first place currently?
Off. There is some damage done, but that's from the camp of Yudu again, as Alliance find that opportunity.
Pongji about. The flower coming through, but instantly dispatched here by Besiktas. On that northern side, they spent quite a bit of time trying to deal with QZ, but he's making his way in too at this point. Vampire, quite a lot of teams on this northern edge actually trying to play around these ridges on the valley with Alliance, making that split a little bit smaller right now, constricting, controlling a bit more space, a bit more firmly, as opposed to having that split. But a lot of times this is what Alliance does well, it's just accruing a lot of that information early on in the game, so they know what they need to do later. It's what DXavier did last game to get themselves a nice chicken dinner off the back of it. This is such a difficult circle, Jackie. You can see where the crossroads all meet, the high ground that sits all around it. It really is a case where there's at least 4 winning positions here in this game on the high grounds. Team Liquid is desperate for a southeast shift. QZ's not long for this world, that's for sure. I mean, it was pretty brazen of him. I'm pretty lucky that he's even survived this long.
Tried as best he could. Was looking for any opportunities, but they were few and far between. So it makes sense in the end. He is going to be shut down and taken out of the equation. From the high ground you once had, he starts to make his move as well. For Miracle Vibes, looking to potentially group back up a little bit here as Reject have given space between them. To be aware of this, so they know they've got that timeline. OCO still looking up towards the high ground, believing him to be there. So seeds of doubt in the mind.
Tony K got a 1 damage, 1 kill.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, just wondering about where these players are a lot of times for Reject as they pass through perilous ground, let's be honest. Luckily able to get through, but this is the cover I was talking about. It gives you ample chance to get in. They still are on the outskirts of the city and the outskirts of the circle too, but I think that they've circumvented enough of 4MV that this should be a possibility to get in. But with 13 teams still alive, there's been a lot of survivors in this game.
Barely holding on by a thread for some of them. For a good chunk of the squads, everyone's sitting pretty, looking pretty comfortable with how they've been able to establish themselves in the game. And the confidence to stay spread as well.
Yudu is fighting for the extra 3k currently. If they overtake Tiemba, they are getting 3k more USD. 70k overall.
These little shots to put pressure on, like again here, the long range fight coming in, that is rough.
It's a nice shot as well, because that's their initial scout as well. So it's not likely the rest of the team's going to get in. And there's just some great overlooks that Alliance has been controlling. It seems to be the plan from the very beginning
all the Ghost
of the game.
Gaming,
like
HH2 for Beowulf, Kensa, Spec.
And just carve themselves out a lot of space to work with going into the end game. Because like I said, 13 teams is a lot, but it's mainly...
Bro, if you're asking all the Ghost Gaming, bro, ask Xifan, man. I fought Ghost Gaming so many times in this game.
Teams and keep them hidden.
Oops.
Another push out and Toshpik straight into the rock. There's potential here for some more shots and he has to go back.
Sent packing immediately as he was looking for the getaway, has to turn the vehicle around.
How was he hit that?
All right,
Big
engine block's going to blow. He'll get shut down by the shrapnel on that one, so the getaway mission not going to be completed there.
Just directly into that rock, just ruins the rotate. Tony K is
Tony
here
K
to play,
get them more kills?
and he will hit some decent shots over towards Besiktas. Again, these lads have been sat over towards the eastern side for quite some time, and Vampire have not really had too much of an impressive day today, considering these guys were the back-to-back winners of mid-season the last couple of years.
UK.
You're going to need something huge, though. Spread those wings, see if they can soar into action going into this last matchup, especially. We're still having 3 players alive at this point. They can build back into it. Try and turn our noses up, prove us wrong in some of these fights. Long distance again. Still opportunities for Alliance to put bullets downrange onto Poser. And Leon's is pushing up. That's a mean nade.
Nasty little nade there coming through. The Molotov just cleans him out. and they've been pressuring them for so long. Leon's jumps into the shack, I imagine, to try and resupply on whatever supplies they have.
Beijing, welcome to the live chat. Welcome to
TikTok. Too many fights, so they should have a lot.
Ihan, welcome to the TikTok live.
Brute force from behind. And Vampires are now stuck between two difficult positions, and Leon's is just pumping the bullets in.
Oh, they overtook. They overtook Tiamba.
Connecting. Alliance are getting a 3B firefight where everyone else is thrown into the commotion, the chaos that's keeping them guessing, and it's working. You hit onto Tony K, a man that we know can make big moves. With him isolated, you feel confident to push on down. Crystal clear vision, the elevated angle, easy for the
Oh my god, you do 9 kills?
Alliance, 9 eliminations so far in this game. At Tiamba, the little lead they've got, it's not enough to keep Alliance at bay. And they're looking to hit that 120, the 10-point average, which would have been a crazy way to finish out this tournament. For them, at least, in Group Red. I'll be glad to see it, and with the way they're playing so far, it doesn't seem that unlikely to me. Bro Harame in a real tough spot. Nades available for Alliance.
Welcome, Metris, to
Smoke's
TikTok
going
live.
down to provide a little bit of cover to peek off the back of.
All right, Alliance, there we go. He bides his time. Coil like the Viper and then pounce like an animal in beast mode again. Like you said, there's still
You got a
nades in
salty
the
buff?
backpack, and he feels confident
You're
to
on
dash them
fire.
out now and
Oh.
rain down damage. Man, that's on point.
More damage is flowing through. It's just one guy as well dealing this amount of pain. The smokes go down. They're going to attempt to get some of these reses through. Flex comes out from the side. Worried about some of the high ground though, and I think that's reasonable. No one's really looking at this at the moment. Sort of an isolated fight for Alliance versus Bro Harame.
Talon up close, the claw's not sharp enough on that one. As D plus Kia are able to respond back, at least in the first engagement that's given to them. The nades are still being rained out as well from Flax, who does even more damage, but finally
Oh, you just gonna pull up 15 plus something kills.
Push out Cluck as well. So unable to keep going.
Nice
Jimmy's
Molly.
up close and personal. Molotov
Jimmy.
goes in. They're all burning. Send out the side, and with the jump
Wow.
shot, we'll finish things off here.
13?
In the air. Feels the breeze.
RC may not make it.
RC.
RC.
Out Jimmy seems to be himself here.
RC's at a
But he is on
59.
fire, literally.
Yeah, he's
They need
playing
at least
well.
10 points more.
An absolute infernus on the team, lighting everyone up and making it uncomfortable for them. Recovery mission.
Wait, did
is
you
gonna
guys
be a little
reply?
bit of an X on his
I was
back, though.
asking,
And the
is
smooth
Leon the
moves,
new
man.
player for
Jimmy, he's had good rotation, but good in the firefights as
You
well,
do?
Blank. This is what we're talking about. That momentum they've
Thank
got
you for the
behind
likes,
them right
Neo.
now. They're willing to go for confidence plays. This is what that engagement was supposed to be, with Talent looking to take the fight against DK+. It's really looking awkward. I mean, you've got the high ground.
He's
they're
doing
down
great.
towards the bottom of the ridge.
Last day for
priming an
rejects,
edge,
yeah,
hoping
today's the
maybe
last
that'd
day.
be a nice tap
But they
across.
still have
He's
survival
wanted to
stage.
get stuck into some of these fights. He's had some unlucky engagements over the course of the past few games. It feels like he gets isolated. He goes down easy. If he can step up here, it'd be a big boon for the team as they go.
You
for
don't
the
think
push
Chad
up
knows the
hill,
answer? I thought
closing
you guys
the gap,
are
trying
like,
to
you
get
know,
those
PUBG Mobile
SMGs in
Esports
close
OG and
range. The
stuff.
shotguns cause
Oh.
problems as the bullets rattles off, but it's barely any damage done onto Talon as they are taking shots and cleaning their way through them bit by bit.
Oh.
Deepest gears down. Talon's able to take them out. They try to unlock the gates there with those smokes, which might have been able to get towards that top side, but they missed a crucial Molotov, which lines up towards that side. It's more missing on the timing, really, because they did stop them from pushing that ridge side for quite a while, but they sat around, redesignating the smokes, and I think the difference maker there would have been a speedier push. Team Liquid up against the Xaviers. They try and assault their position. Some decent nades coming through. Flax will take down Tudica on the rotate there in the vehicle. A lot's popping off here. Nice nade, though.
That's a big one.
Mythic.
C4 thrown on the door. Let's see if they can close their gap on it. They want to get up close.
Oh,
They're
Nate here with
looking
the
to fight towards
reflex.
Xavier here.
Do you guys see
There
that?
is shells being fired off all over the shop inside of the smokes. Hard to contain the commotion that's
Oh,
going on.
Ayala?
The Xavier are on the wrong end
Nope.
of the sword. As the S-lane, it continues
Wow.
to go on as well. Oh, mate, what's happening?
A nuts engagement there from Team Liquid, honestly. Mythic goes crazy in those endgame moments, almost wins the trade versus Talon on the high ground, and Reject still in. With their little cool rotates towards the end of the game, just micro-stuttering their way into the circle. This is big, and this is Jimmy's instantaneous knocks over towards all these guys. walks back into his own Molotov. I think he was just riding the high at that point.
And they have the worst of players. And they region doesn't have good trainings. It's not that and they have bad players. It's that NA doesn't have good training. That's it. They don't have a good atmosphere to practice.
They got some of the business here.
There are only a handful of good teams who practice every day, and also they don't have got so many practice opportunities to play. Higher tier tourney.
Disgusting to play.
It's not like NA doesn't have good players. NA do have good players. But if you're talking about players with the experience, right?
They get this high ground. They have a real winning chance in this game. Another nade at the top. A good amount of chip damage, but it's Axel who has to be the linchpin here. That one looks close, goes a bit too far. The air burst is not there, and the two players in the back now trying to attempt to keep Axel at bay. But this gives time for Alliance to regroup, reconsider their options. 13 eliminations once again. This has been one of the most elimination-heavy teams in the game so far.
Yeah, we just after NHP like being the only org like in NA, we finally have an RG.
Response back from Misery as well. They put the pressure back and
came in for NA.
Uncomfortable for him to hold, and you're split. Your attention's now between two different pathways when they want to converge onto you, and this gives time for the other squads. Like you said, you can reset, start to move up, get yourselves into a better position, and whilst they're infighting, you can scale up.
Apex, real close here. The nade goes along from Reject. Not able to take him down. Baron playing a perfect backstop mentality for the team, allowing Apex to get nice and close. Does drop off the angle for a second here.
For Miracle Vibes, back towards the compound side. Alliance slowing it down. The two duos versus the two trios that are still alive and kicking. High ground could be so prevalent, it could be so beneficial. Misery, scouting down below, clearing all these angles, wants to have a good assess of the lay of the land and know exactly where Alliance could be. Doesn't over-egg the pudding though, Blank. He pulls back, plays with the rest of the squad. They're looking to play this smart.
Yeah, for Talon, this should be in the back pocket, right? They just have to play intelligently, not push too far out, and not shake the boat on the top of this mountain.
DK only got a 6 points today, average of 1 point per game. Wait, how many points DK has right now?
Alliance underneath, biding their time. You wouldn't believe it, but we're in the final circle here. This is going to crunch everyone in, and it's very dangerous for Talon because they've not been able to get enough done at this point in time that the circle's going to push them off that high ground into the jaws of Alliance and 4MV.
Misery. His scouting mission worked to at least get the info. But now it's not his nades that are being thrown in. They're taking the splash.
Wait, how many kills did the IHC get? Guys, you guys are being easy on me. Today I only did like 4 push-ups or something.
Very similar, but Talon look to take the initiative, and with the use of the utility and their gun skill, they shut down reject the chance of them finding supremacy on this one, claim control of the hill, and make their lives slightly easier. For Miracle Vibes still have utility to play with, and they really are. Throwing out the dynamite, say goodbye to the first man.
Nice.
Talon forced to recoil and reset.
Crunch of a grenade there.
Nice.
On over the top from Baron.
4MV.
The Barony is in session. Refus in the meantime is taking down Alliance. This could be a full sweep onto Talon here, and they will do it. Apex Predator inside the lobby. Now
bro, we've been waiting for a whole day. 4MV woke up finally. Oh no! Refus.
The drop down into the engagement, now panicking. The snap second decision making of how to recover this one. You know you're down effectively in a 1v2 isolated fight.
Imagine I'm all
him down on top of your head. Like you said, the Apex Predator, the
these kind of mollies never work.
So
I've never seen these kind of molly. Loto's molly, if you're like literally in this kind of mountain, like Loto's a molly, you actually, hurt the enemy. I've never seen that before.
For the res, instead switches out to the nades.
A nade may be a different story though.
He's looking to make his move in. Heavy chip damage done that's going to keep him paid.
Apex!
He's struggling.
FPP switch, nice. Got it done. 4MV! Let's go! Finally!
Just could not face up against them. Reject crumbled under the force of the Talon's weight, but it's 4MV to lift them high and toss them down. What a game from them.
Generally, low toes volley are hard to hit enemy.
At the same time to enable themselves to take that game, and in the final moments, a 1v1,
yeah, this one carries them to the grand finals, right?
Hit the air shot as well. Really
4MV will be safe.
4MV. And I think this is the 4MV a lot of people are expecting to see on the stage here at Pmwc.
Yeah, they're playing up to the environment. Big stage players is what we just saw there. The decision making, the way they controlled the fights, and the nades, man. That is absolutely sick.
Can't quite believe it himself.
Yeah.
The nades, like you said, really well done, very well placed. And you can kind of see the difference between a team like 4MV and Reject. The way that 4MV set this fight up, they had that backline member. They had a general idea
then
of where to be
4MV played it yesterday. Today's their last day. They don't have extra day. They don't have tomorrow. This is it. This is it for 4MV.
All on target. It really does require you to have a very well-oiled team. Some good refrags here as well. And again, this is how a lot of teams describe 4MV is just tactical in their nature. It's a nice game, and I expect to see more of it out of this team.
Always. Well, by playing the new event, we know that always switch to FPV when you're jumping down. Either from the water or from the sky.
The energy as well. You're going to go home feeling pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And I mean, for 4 Miracle Vibes, to finish things off there.
Wait, do they have Pepsi as a sponsor?
Going into
Pepsi Infinix?
Survival stage for them, but into the main
Is that a beer or a drink?
To have, honestly.
Double R? What is that? What's the left side drink, guys? What is the left side drink? Right side drinks. 4MV on 80 points? Nice. Then they're in. 4MV is in.
We're going to dial that thing up.
Yeah, bring it all the way up. But let's bring it back down to the studio with Jason Kaplan. Ooh, what are you saying, Jason?
Why is it TJB for Pmwc? For money, Nightblade. For good money.
For another day.
And also for good performance. They want to play with the older roster. I got this from their coach, so it's valid news. They want to play, stick with the old lineup and play this so that they can perform better. They don't want to, try the new player out. In this tournament, the org wants to earn money, players want to earn money, perfect match.
All right.
Right, only as back to TJB play BWC.
How good 4 Miracle Vibes grenades were, and ever since then, I just every single time, man, they throw a nade, it hits it perfectly without even knowing
are you going to
if the player's
sleep?
actually there or not.
I'm thinking about playing some classics though.
What's this?
Because that's what they say, right? Boom's nades.
Top 12 qualify to the grand finals.
Okay,
yes.
But Colaris, you did look at the end though for Alliance, and very awkward play you were talking about in the final zone. Yeah, so it's
TJB underperforming.
Because if you're taking that
I predicted TJB to be 8th place.
Can really go for a res or anything like that. You kind of want to keep yourself up against
TJB boss today, bro. Try to finish his own player.
4MV trying to charge up an aid and trying to go for the damage here. I feel like you're a little bit better to just.
Nah, you said we're going to use. Yeah, we're going to use Instagram. No, I was joking on the play. I'm tired actually. I played for like six hours and do this stream for 4 hours. I literally worked for 10 hours. I mean,
we're also talking about Talon Esports being able to finish off the day there with 14 points. And
yeah, I'm kind of exhausted.
One of the teams that's not.
I haven't even had a dinner yet.
Sitting
so.
out. It's gonna be.
Also, I'm playing Asia, guys. I'm doing daily live stream gameplay.
I guess if we have to start
on Asia server.
A little bit with that team has to be their end games because every single time they have gotten a chicken dinner in the past, it's always been a little bit sketchy for us.
Well, speaking of.
Yeah, I need to get some UC though. I need to get some UC first, Chief, for your Royal Pass.
And that push they had in a 2-on-1, they get knocked out.
You stole my kill for the Royal Pass, Chief. You sneaky, sneaky.
Today. But one thing we have to keep in mind is looking into tomorrow.
Have you ever visited the AG bootcamp? No. I visited Nova bootcamp, not the AG. Like the XQF bootcamp. I visited the XQF bootcamp.
Now kind of you have to look at the comparison of how did red do against yellow, but how's green going to do against yellow?
It's weird, right? Because you would think to yourself, coming in, oh, well, if red could do good against yellow,
we need to stream.
However,
let's stream and eat chicken, bro. They are eating chickens, not me.
Surpassed their expectations going against green.
We kind of like dominated too. For me though, the biggest question.
It's funny how one of the viewers spotted my screen protector from the stream. They were saying, why Xifan, your screen protectors are weird.
Day one. I wonder if them being able to sit out today,
look at my screen protector,
do a little bit more homework, watching those VODs, doing all of that stuff. If maybe tomorrow they're gonna be bringing a spark that was missing in that first day.
Bro,
I think one thing that I'm having to keep in mind is this is the first day of play for Group Green, right? Yesterday, Group Red played today. They had 6 matches.
This is the exact same thing I did for PMGC. Wait, come on, get a focus.
Against the easiest group. Now we're seeing the other way going to happen. Where Group Green is going to go into tomorrow against the weakest group.
You see this?
There is a potential. I'm sorry, I'm doing some like.
I'm using an iPhone 15 Pro Max screen protector on the Android.
And that means if you're in Group Red at the bottom of your group, you could easily be knocked out.
I did the exact same thing.
Yeah, but what if Group Green, right?
Yo, Onyx, what up? I think I missed your message, Onyx. I forgot to reply you.
You just cooked for about a good.
Because I'm going to do a.
Yum Chef's Kiss, I think. I don't know.
I'm doing a sponsor stream for Pubg Mobile in the upcoming days for a 7-win straight challenge. So I'm actually not doing 7 wins challenge at the moment. I was just having fun with viewers, you know, and do rank grind in Asia server.
I mean, they almost got 3 on the day. Let's be real. Like, Alliance completely surpassed my expectations. I'm very excited to see them in the main event here. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, when you get to the main event, the lobby...
All right, let me get my Insta prepared.
It is going to be difficult to be able to get away with some of the things they did. But even in this last game, I loved their approach into the between Los Leones, not Los Leones scenario. Coming in from that north side, taking those fights the way they did. Alliance looked good all day, and they kept doing it throughout the day.
Yeah, and even towards the end of the day, you could see teams like Tiamba that are, you know, in a way with the amount of points that they have, secure a spot already towards the finals. They seemed like they were just slacking off a little bit more. They were willing to engage into fights that maybe earlier in the day they weren't willing to do. And also, with us having a back-to-back chicken dinner winner today, it's kind of what I was mentioning yesterday in regards of how the uncertainty was happening within those groups. And now, you were saying with Group Red, at least we possibly have a favorite, but who knows? I mean, it's only day 2 of group stages.
Yeah, none of us know, and that's kind of the upside here. Something that makes me really excited for tomorrow. What will happen?
If you need any help in Discord management or editing, like you know, editing, like you know, do you know how you do editing as well?
We're all in agreement. It's probably from Alliance.
Can I join tomorrow's classics? You can. Anyone can join, Pokey. I will do team code. I will do team code for tomorrow.
I also agree. Do you have a name? I have a name.
I do not.
Leo.
Oh, yeah.
We'll try.
The survival time in the MVP formula.
Across the team, everyone really put in a good shift. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's take a look here at our Sony 15. MVP of the day and who it's going to be.
More elims than yesterday? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm doing animation course too, bro. Like, are you like experienced or you're like an amateur?
On top of one of those
Send me your work.
A lot of damage in, which I'm assuming
and we can talk.
One of the reasons that he's
the MVP for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is actually the position. No, it's not the position that he gets the MVP. But either way, this is the one. The fact is, Alliance, everyone was playing extremely well. I'd actually be really curious to see like the breakdown per player of how many limbs and how much damage they have across the team, because it's got to be.
Yeah, we may resume the custom rooms. I'm thinking about doing the UC custom rooms for the event mode. That's gonna be really fun.
In lobbies like this, each individual player needs to have a lot of confidence about being able to stay alive, and in that case,
Hex is going back to grind the game, huh? Good luck with your game, Hex.
Again, any of them could have probably taken the MVP spot. Cluck was here. He was able to take it. And there was moments where he was in central positions in the splits. There was moments where he was able to do a lot of fragging as well. Great stuff.
I think you got to give it the flowers.
Wait, how many of you send me clips? How many of you send me clips?
Every single time they do go into those splits, they make sure that their back is fully secure. They make sure that they're not going to be engaging into any surprise fights, which usually is the case for some of the other teams. They might end up getting surprised when they do end up with those big splits. Alliance right now played the perfect day.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us would have ever predicted, and I think even the Indo talent would never predicted to see Alliance be the top team from SEA. But you know what? They're going to be doing it. They're going to be topping the table at the end of day 2. We're going to see here by how much. That's a pretty big lead.
That's good. That's good. I mean, nobody so far has got themselves 3 wins on the board. Never mind so many kind of extra higher finishes.
I think 7C is exactly what I'm looking at. Fact is, okay, none of these teams on this
you
front
did
page
play Titan Series though.
So that means they have over
what's
a 7-point lead compared to
what's your IGN in Titan Series, and which Titan Series, which season have you been playing?
You played. Gap, I think we might be looking at our first place finish.
Wait, let me see the points.
Ooh, okay.
I think Alliance might
4
be
MV, 4 MV 94. 4 MV is in.
against Yellow, but 70-something points on a day.
Yeah, if someone decides
Oh wait, guys.
I mean, Alliance only have.
I think
to what they've been able to
60 points a day on average.
64,
The thing
65.
I'm gonna be looking at now is going to be
DK
on
may
that
miss.
6th, 7th, and 8th place. Those teams, I feel like
63, 64. I think that's gonna be the cutoff point for top 12.
Biting their nails, hoping that tomorrow some of the teams don't end up performing well and overpassing them because I feel like they didn't do well enough.
That's the thing, right? We were theorizing alongside John Allen what the cutoff might actually be for that 12th place spot. And because Alliance and Tiamba have soaked up the points that they actually have been able to take, I feel like Reject might actually be safe now. Obviously, you would think maybe 4 teams from red, 4 teams from green, 4 teams from yellow, but Reject might be safe. So
yeah, 5th
maybe
and below
we'll
is gonna be
5
tough.
from red going
in.
D plus Kia, Besiktas, Brute Force. It is scary times, I think.
Bro, DX got into the grand finals. Like in last year's PMGC, if we played the Sanhok right, literally we're the one in PMGC grand finals, not DX. In the group stage.
I felt like that team performed so well, especially at the first 2 games that we're kind of scratching our heads. We're like, okay, are we going to be getting the same IHC that we've been seeing recently, or are we possibly going to be getting a new IHC? So far, I'm impressed with the last 4 games.
It's a big day for Talon.
Yes.
That's it. That's your contribution to the conversation. I mean, yeah, big day nonetheless. As we can see here further down the list, and again, all these teams will be playing tomorrow. Are there any teams that you're kind of disappointed in their current positions? I would go with Mad Bulls. I would go with Boom. And even maybe IWNRX.
Wait, Boom has only 25 points? I thought Boom has more.
3, James. Come on.
I legit think Boom has more.
Expected quite a bit, even though I wasn't super confident about South Korea's chances, which D+ now.
I don't think you understand how bad DK threw today. They were first yesterday.
More than 8 points from DRX
yeah.
yesterday.
I mostly catched up because of you, Ribbit.
Huge day for them.
Joy retired.
I do think they're already down into survival, but if they were to somehow make it, it would have to be massive.
For me, Inko. I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing how Inko's gonna.
I must be too tired
yesterday.
yesterday.
Are we gonna be seeing the Inko that we're used to seeing in the regional?
Anyway,
all
right, let's check the Instagram.
End up seeing every single time when we get to an international event, which just feels like they always end up.
Let's check the Instagram DM.
And it's starting to become a trend with Inko where they end up going to survival stage. Yeah, they barely survive once in a while, but right now they're. I can't wait to see.
I only received one from Chef.
So overshadowed in your region.
Let's see.
Like you're actually Inko is not.
By no means Chef is trying out for NHP. He's just showing the clips to us. You know, let us to judge his gameplay and highlights. I'll be as fair as possible.
Actually didn't have a great day today,
right?
As well as Alpha 7. But these 2 teams are like challenging at the internationals, right? So.
And let's see.
Yeah, it's tough for Inko.
Team Liquid actually. Now that you mention it.
All right, bye bye EWC. Let's go check the Chef's montage before we call it a day. Wait, where's my cursor? PUBG Mobile tournament highlight. This one? Yes. Okay. Let me get it right out. Before we watch, Chef, are you still here? Chef, are you still here? Before we watch your highlight, No, I mean, before we watch your highlight, like how would you rate yourself? Like, a number out of 10. You took a 3 years break. Okay, we'll all keep that in mind. All right, let's watch.
I've been talking. Oh, it's not one left. He got. He's inside. Guys, we'll do.
Tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow, during daytime I'll stream gameplay. So one thing I can already tell from the current one, the one suggestion I could suggest you so that you can improve your gameplay, is that your aim in CQC, your aim is too low in CQC. You often aim at enemies like body and upper body. If you go watch, for example, Xenox, like past, previous montage, you would see a huge difference with your CQC and his CQC.
Nice.
So that's why he's like Xenox been getting all the hash shots in CQC. Because of he put his aim high. But yeah, not bad from like, you took a break for like 3 years. Not bad. If you just came back and played.
Did they stop?
I stopped playing for like 6 months and they came back. I know the struggle. Like, trying to grind it back and
There's
stuff.
one here. He's low too. Nice. Bro, I don't have a gun with them.
Are they the end scrims?
Push together, push together, push together. Push together, push together.
Yeah, if it's Xenox.
Push together. How do you not have a gun?
He would probably aim it here. If it's like a good CQC player, he would probably aim it here to get the hash shots. Right here. Can you guys see my cursor? Not sure, but at the head. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for the highlights. But anyway, thank you all for watching. I need to go to sleep now. Very tired. You can't see cursor. Basically, like put your aim like crosshair higher. To like, a little bit, even a little bit above their head. I was talking about Xenox. Yeah. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I need to end the stream now, and see you guys tomorrow. And also, I'll be doing the watch party for EWC as well. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you all. Bye bye. Bye bye.